Chapter 37. Seeing the black-clothed man chasing after him, Xiao Chen felt very depressed. Within a week, he had been chased by a martial grandmaster twice. This was too tragic. However, this time, he did not exhaust much essence. If he wanted to shake off his pursuers, it would be easy. All he had to do was to continuously use the lightning evasion. However, he could not do this now. If he disappeared in an instant, he was afraid that the black-clothed man would turn back to find trouble with Xiao Yulon. That would not be worth it. Thus, he could only run and stop, continuously leading the black-clothed man into the inner regions of Seven-Horn Mountain. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use the lightning evasion again, the sounds of fighting came from behind him. A bad feeling arose in his heart. He released his spiritual sense and immediately saw cousin Yulon fighting with the black-clothed man. After so much effort and planning, he did not expect cousin Yulon to still follow him. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This time, there is no way to avoid it. Since it is like this, then I will just have to fight. A resolute look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He quickly turned around and rushed over. Is a martial grand master really undefeatable? I hope nothing happens to cousin Yulon. Thinking of this, when Xiao Chen rushed over, he discovered a trace of blood at the corner of Xiao Yulon's mouth. Her complexion was pale as she held her sword and stood in her original spot. The black-clothed man revealed an impatient expression. After he repelled Xiao Yulon once again, he wanted to turn around and leave. His heart was tied to the spirit blood jade, and he was not in the mood to fight with Xiao Yulon. Xiao Yulon wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth. She held the broken moon sword and looked at the black-clothed man with a resolute gaze. She did her best to send out a red sword light at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man waved his hand and the huge man-eating flower appeared once again. It opened its mouth and swallowed the red sword light. This person's martial spirit was Xiao Yulon's nemesis. You are seeking death. Don't blame me. The black-clothed man snorted coldly and quickly moved forward. He had already lost his patience with Xiao Yulon and wanted to kill her. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed by, and Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yulon. That black-clothed man was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen and retreated a few steps back. Cousin Xiao Chen, why are you here? A look of doubt appeared on Xiao Yulon's pale face. It was clear that Xiao Chen, who appeared with the lightning, was beyond her comprehension. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and did not answer Xiao Yulon's question. Instead, he took out a qi returning pill and handed it to her. I thought that cousin would not chase after me. Although this qi returning pill cannot treat injuries, it can quickly recover your essence. It should be of some help. Xiao Yulon received the qi returning pill from Xiao Chen. The confusion on her face became even more apparent. How could cousin Xiao Chen have such a strange martial technique? And where did this medicinal pill come from? Xiao Chen could roughly guess what Xiao Yulon was thinking. However, this was not the time to explain. He said, after this, if I am still alive, I will explain to you. For now, let me borrow your breaking water sword. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yulon handed the sword to Xiao Chen. Although she knew that Xiao Chen was hiding something from her, she still trusted Xiao Chen a lot. He was willing to be the bait for her and give up the chance to escape. Even if he had a secret to hide from her, it was because he had no other choice. Cousin Xiao Chen, be careful, Xiao Yulon said worriedly when she saw Xiao Chen pointing his sword at the black-clothed man. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand and did not turn his head. He casually waved the breaking water sword a few times and a pure line of energy came out from the spirit weapon. Very quickly, it established a strange connection with the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. The breaking water sword was worthy of being an inferior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the energy coming from the blue dragon martial spirit was much stronger than the lunar shadow saber. Seeing Xiao Chen brandishing the spirit weapon, the black-clothed man felt that there was a different aura coming from Xiao Chen's body. This aura carried layers of might, causing him to feel a faint pressure. Is this person really just an inferior grade martial disciple? A trace of doubt flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. The light in his eyes became sharp once again as he said coldly, "I will still say the same thing. Little friend, hand over the spirit blood jade and I will leave this place immediately. You and the girl behind you have a bright future ahead of you, there is no need to die here." Xiao Chen, who was holding the breaking water sword, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled and said, "Don't have such thoughts. I will not give you this spirit blood jade. Let's not talk about whether or not you will keep your word. This spirit blood jade was something that I risked my life to obtain. Furthermore, I even lost a spirit weapon. How can I casually hand this spirit blood jade over to you?" The black-clothed man's face was covered with a cloth, so Xiao Chen could not see his expression. He said in a deep voice, "As long as you are willing to hand it over, I can immediately compensate you with a profound ranked spirit weapon. It is not inferior to the one in your hand." Was this spirit blood jade really that useful? It was actually worth him using a profound ranked spirit weapon to exchange for it. Could it be that what they wanted to seal was not a rank 5 spirit beast? There were some doubts in his heart, but Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled indifferently, "Let me think about it. In a situation where you have the absolute advantage, why are you still willing to give me such generous conditions to exchange with me? You are afraid of fighting with us and exhausting too much essence. If you are discovered by the Xiao clan's guards, it would be difficult for you to escape, right?" When the black-clothed man heard Xiao Chen's intentions, a gleam appeared in his eyes. He said sternly, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me." With a seng sound, the black-clothed man took out a 2-meter-long sword from an unknown place. This sword could be the profound ranked spirit weapon that he was prepared to give to Xiao Chen as compensation. Xiao Chen had never seen such a long sword before. For a moment, he was somewhat astonished. There was a flash of sword light, and the black-clothed man had already closed in. The sword, which should have been ethereal and agile, was used by the black-clothed man in an incomparably tyrannical manner. It was like a saber, chopping, chopping, and chopping. Together with the 2-meter-long sword, its might was unfathomable. Xiao Chen was not proficient with weapons, much less sword techniques. He could only rely on the strong strength of the blue dragon martial spirit and the electric glow on the sword to barely contend with the black-clothed man. Immediately, he was surrounded by perils. Bang! The two of them clashed again. A huge rebound came from the sword, causing Xiao Chen's body to be knocked back a few meters. The essence in his body was fluctuating. The inner strength in the sword was wreaking havoc in his body. He had probably suffered significant internal injuries. The black-clothed man was not in a good state either. Every time the strong strength of the blue dragon martial spirit and the strange electric glow on the sword clashed, he would feel his palms go numb. If it were not for the difference in their cultivation realms, the sword in his hand would have been knocked away long ago. Doing his best to suppress the injuries in his body, Xiao Chen flicked his finger. A purple flame spun a few rounds on his fingertip before shooting at the black-clothed man with a su sound. The black-clothed man brandished his sword light. When the sword met the flame, there was a loud explosion. After the explosion, the purple flame actually did not extinguish. It soared to the body of the sword and started burning from top to bottom. Soon, it reached the sword hilt. A trace of astonishment flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. Then, before the purple flame could reach the sword hilt, he decisively stabbed the sword into the ground. "Now is the time, divine thunder break." Xiao Chen quickly switched the breaking moon sword to his left hand. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body, and pure lightning-attributed energy surged out of his right hand. It formed a resplendent electric light in the air, shooting at the black-clothed man. Although this divine thunderbreak was only an inferior-grade yellow-ranked martial technique, its speed was much faster than a regular profound ranked martial technique. When the black-clothed man lowered his sword, he should not have had the opportunity to dodge. Pu Kai. The resplendent electric light struck the black-clothed man's body. In an instant, the black-clothed man's body lit up. The crackling electric light flickered unceasingly, as though he was a man made of electricity. Xiao Chen was astonished. He did not know what martial technique this black-clothed man used, but he actually turned his essence into a veil, covering his entire body with it, blocking out the might of the divine thunderbreak. Kill! The black-clothed man shouted loudly. He raised the sword that was still burning, and his body shot out explosively. Before Xiao Chen could react, a fiery light had already appeared in front of him. Heavenly Lightning Shield. The sword that was enveloped by the purple thunder true fire struck the heavenly lightning shield violently. The huge force passed through the heavenly lightning shield and weakened significantly. Xiao Chen, who was within the shield, still vomited a mouthful of blood. It could be seen how powerful this sword was. This old man has never been forced into such a state by an inferior grade martial disciple in my entire life. Xiao Chen, you are the first. The black-clothed man seemed to have gone berserk. He raised the flaming sword and continuously struck the heavenly lightning shield. Bang! 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 Every time the large sword struck, the qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged even more violently. The color of his face slowly disappeared, becoming incomparably pale. Xiao Yulon, who had already recovered some of her qi, saw that Xiao Chen was in a dangerous situation. She ignored her own injuries and rushed forward, sending a palm strike at the black-clothed man. However, the black-clothed man's entire body was covered in a veil made of essence. It could even block the divine thunder break. Xiao Yulon's palm strike was useless against it. The black-clothed man turned around and sent Xiao Yulon flying with his sword. Bastard! Xiao Chen cried out in pain. He tossed the heavenly lightning shield aside and executed the lightning evasion to catch Xiao Yulon, who was sent flying. Cousin Xiao Chen, my earlier palm strike had already infused the poison of poinsettia into his body. As long as I leave a wound on his body, it would be enough to claim his life, Xiao Yulon said weakly as she collapsed in Xiao Chen's embrace. The black-clothed man laughed loudly. How naive. Did you think that by infusing the poison of poinsettia into my body, you would be able to kill me? Don't forget what my martial spirit is. There is no poison in this world that can kill me. Hearing these words, Xiao Yulon's pale face became even more desperate. Xiao Chen grasped his sword tightly, his heart trembling non-stop. If I were stronger, this situation would not have happened. To think that a girl would risk her life for me and suffer such injuries. Today, no matter who from your Xiao clan comes, the two of you will die. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is your fate, the black-clothed man said insolently. Is that so? A cold snort suddenly came from the forest. Xiao Chen released his spiritual sense, but he did not discover the figure of this person. The true body of this person was actually 800 meters away. Chapter 38. Who is playing tricks on me? Come out quickly. The sudden voice made the black-clothed man extremely nervous. He did his best to release his perception to search for the person. Even Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to detect him. Naturally, his perception would not be able to detect him. Is that all you have? That strange voice rang in the black-clothed man's ears again. However, he still could not detect anyone. Here it comes, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He could see a grey figure in his spiritual sense. He was flying over at a very fast speed. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to see his appearance clearly. Xiao Chen carried Xiao Yulon and retreated a few steps. He did not know if this person was friend or foe. Xiao Chen did not dare to lower his guard. Pu. Before the person arrived, a blue flying dagger was already flying over. The black-clothed man did his best to dodge, but a wound was still inflicted on his right arm. Fresh blood flowed out. The might of this flying dagger was really great. It could even easily break through the black-clothed man's essence cloak. Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. The black-clothed man cried out in pain. He glared at the direction the flying dagger came from. A huge man-eating flower appeared out of nowhere and flew towards that person. You dare to release such a weak martial spirit. You are truly reckless. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man finally revealed himself and charged straight at the man-eating flower. He didn't seem to make any movements, but when the man-eating flower was 2 meters away from him, it suddenly exploded in the air and turned into dust. This was different from Xiao Chen's earlier explosion. This time, the man-eating flower really turned into dust and disappeared into the air. It did not turn into spots of light and return to the black-clothed man's body. The instant the man-eating flower disappeared, the black-clothed man immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear as he said, You actually destroyed my martial spirit. Your martial spirit has not even reached the immortal realm, yet you dare to show off in front of the enemy. You deserve to be destroyed, the mysterious man said coldly. The black-clothed man weakly stood where he was and asked, You are from the Xiao clan? The mysterious man said indifferently, I guess so. Impossible, how could the Xiao clan have a martial saint expert? The black-clothed man said in disbelief. Not only the black-clothed man, even Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulon could not believe it. The two of them were direct descendants of the Xiao clan, yet they had never heard of the Xiao clan having a martial saint expert. A martial saint expert could be said to have the strongest combat strength in Mo City. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, a martial saint expert would have a place for themselves in any city. If a martial saint was willing to stay in the Xiao clan, there was only one possibility. This person must have broken through the bottleneck of a martial Grand Master when he was older. There was no way for him to increase his cultivation any further, so he could only find a small place to retire. But even so, the two of them were still incomparably shocked in their hearts. That was because he had concealed his strength too deeply. Senior, are you really a member of my Xiao clan? Xiao Chen asked cautiously. The mysterious man did not reply. He took out a medallion from his sleeves and flew it towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly caught it and took a look. On the black medallion, there were the words Xiao Clan's Special Grade Consecrator on one side and Liu Fenglin on the other. The Xiao clan did indeed have a mysterious Special Grade Consecrator. However, this person rarely showed himself. Outsiders had no way of knowing what he looked like, not to mention his cultivation realm. Seeing this medallion, this person's identity could be verified. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said, Many thanks for Senior's help. Liu Fenglin waved his hands and said with a calm expression, I took someone's money to get rid of a calamity. There is no need to thank me. Also, you can hand over that spirit blood jade to me. The first elder and the third elder will be here soon. You can leave the mountain now, Liu Fenglin muttered to himself for a while before saying. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a little angry in his heart. This person knew about the spirit blood jade. That meant that he had already arrived here long ago. However, he had not made a move yet. The moment he arrived, he wanted the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen was not in a good mood. Not to mention the fact that this person's identity had not been verified yet. Even if he was just a consecrator of the Xiao clan. This kind of consecrator was not restricted by the Xiao clan. They had a lot of freedom and could leave the Xiao clan at any time. How could Xiao Chen casually hand over the spirit blood jade to such a person? The most important thing was that this spirit blood jade was something that Xiao Chen had painstakingly obtained after risking his life. To him, it was already his and had nothing to do with the Xiao clan. He would not casually hand it over to anyone. I'm sorry, I really can't find a reason to hand this spirit blood jade to you, Xiao Chen said calmly as he looked at Liu Fenglin. Liu Fenglin's expression changed. It was obvious that he did not expect Xiao Chen to reject his request. He stared at Xiao Chen and the aura of a martial saint suddenly exploded forth. It pressed down on Xiao Chen, wanting to crush Xiao Chen with his aura. If it was a regular inferior grade martial disciple, they would definitely not be able to withstand the aura of a martial saint. The pressure that came from the depths of their hearts would cause them to unconsciously agree to this person's request. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not a regular martial disciple. The blue dragon martial spirit in his body was a holy beast that had existed since the ancient era. Its might and aura was not inferior to that of a martial god. Although Xiao Chen could not actively control this aura, the blue dragon martial spirit could automatically counterattack when it was suppressed. Furthermore, the stronger it was, the stronger it was. Thus, Xiao Chen faced the overflowing aura of a martial saint without any fear. When the two auras clashed in the air, Xiao Chen seemed to have the upper hand. Hey! The black-clothed man looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment. He did not expect that a mere inferior-grade martial disciple would actually be able to withstand his aura. He felt somewhat angry in his heart. Just as he wanted to increase his strength and make Xiao Chen submit completely, there was the sound of noisy footsteps coming from the forest behind him. The black-clothed man sensed for a moment and stopped his aura. Xiao Chen immediately felt relaxed. He looked behind the forest and discovered that it was the first elder and the third elder leading a large group of martial masters from the Xiao clan. When Xiao Qiong saw the incomparably pale Xiao Yulon, he immediately flew over and sent in strands of essence. After he checked the injuries in Xiao Yulon's body, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Elder Liu, many thanks to you this time," Xiao Qiong said to Liu Fenglin with a respectful expression. Liu Fenglin nodded his head indifferently and did not reply. He looked at Xiao Chen with an indistinct gaze. The look in his eyes seemed to be playing with something, causing Xiao Chen to feel a sense of fear in his heart. "You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, even if you are a martial saint, I will not let you have a good ending," Xiao Chen thought fiercely in his heart. With the arrival of the Xiao clan's troops, there was no need for Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulon. The two of them could be considered to have been completely saved. However, when he saw the expressions of the first elder and the third elder, Xiao Chen understood that the true danger had only just begun. The group of black-clothed men had already been completely annihilated. However, they had all committed suicide by biting their tongues. After some investigation, it was confirmed that this group of people were the Tang clan's death sworn. With such a strong force, they naturally did not enter Seven Horn Mountain to play around. Everyone could feel the severity of the situation. The night sky was filled with stars and the full moon hung high in the sky. Within one of the Xiao clan's encampments in Seven Horn Mountain, Xiao Chen was in the barracks of the encampment, cultivating non-stop. Cultivation was about perseverance and diligence. Xiao Chen did not want to waste any time. Not long after the first elder arrived, he brought everyone back to the encampment. After making arrangements for the two of them, he went to discuss the matters related to this matter with the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen did not have much interest in these meetings. He also felt some fear towards Liu Fenglin. He felt that this person was not a kind person. After he returned to his room, he started to cultivate. The sound of light footsteps could be heard. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Using his spiritual sense, he immediately found out the identity of the person who had arrived. He smiled to himself and got up to open the door. "Cousin Yulon, you are here," Xiao Chen smiled gently. He had already expected that Xiao Yulon would come looking for him, so he was not surprised. At this moment, Xiao Yulon had already changed her clothes. After resting during the day, her complexion was much better. When she saw Xiao Chen suddenly open the door, she was startled for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, how about going out for a walk with me?" Within the huge encampment, Xiao clan guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. The guards here were all martial masters, they could be said to be the elites of the Xiao clan. The two of them walked to a desolate area. The cold moonlight shone on Xiao Yulon's bright face, giving her a faint look of sadness. Xiao Chen accompanied her silently, not saying a word. "We are going to seal off the mountains tomorrow. Cousin Xiao Chen, what are your plans?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Yulon revealed a shocking piece of news. Sealing off the mountains. Ever since the Xiao clan took control of Seven Horn Mountain, this had never happened before. Xiao Chen still did not understand. Wasn't it just sealing a rank 4 spirit beast and above? Was there really a need to make such a big fuss? Seeing Xiao Chen's doubtful expression, Xiao Yulon explained, "This matter has something to do with the promise of 10 years. As for what the connection is, I am not too sure. For every promise of 10 years, the Tang clan would always choose to give up. This time, entering the mountains before the promise of 10 years and causing such a commotion would inevitably raise suspicions." "Cousin, actually, I had the opportunity to leave during the day," Xiao Chen said slowly after thinking for a while. "There were some things that needed to be explained." Xiao Yulon smiled gently. "I know. I guessed it after the incident. There is no need for you to explain it to me. Just like what you said to me before, everyone has their own secrets. I do not think it is a wise thing to pry into other people's secrets." Xiao Yulon paused for a while and looked at Xiao Chen with a resolute gaze. She continued, "All I know is that you are my cousin Xiao Chen, a cousin who was willing to give up his chance to escape for me. That is enough." Hearing these words, Xiao Chen felt incomparably grateful. If it was someone else who asked him about this, he could ignore it. However, if it was cousin Yulon, it would be hard to explain. "Actually, I have already guessed what kind of spirit beast the Tang clan wants to seal." After pausing for a while, Xiao Chen changed the topic, avoiding Xiao Yulon's resolute gaze. Chapter 39. For the Tang clan to pay such a high price, the spirit beast sealed was definitely not a rank 5 spirit beast. Actually, the highest ranked spirit beast in Seven Horn Mountain was only rank 6, equivalent to a human martial king expert. Within Seven Horn Mountain, there was only one type of rank 6 spirit beast, and that was the king of Seven Horn Mountain, the six-tailed spirit fox. The spirit fox was a special kind of spirit beast. This kind of spirit beast could evolve through continuous cultivation. For example, the two-tailed spirit fox that Xiao Chen had encountered in the outer perimeter was formed after the spirit fox evolved. However, the conditions for the spirit fox to evolve were rather harsh. In the vast Seven Horn Mountain, there were only 100 spirit beasts that had evolved to rank 5. As for the six-tailed spirit fox that had successfully evolved to rank 6, there was only one in the entire Seven Horn Mountain. This six-tailed spirit fox was the Tang clan's target. However, what made Xiao Chen feel strange was that the six-tailed spirit fox was as strong as an inferior-grade martial king. How could the Tang clan be confident in dealing with it? Could it be that they were like the Xiao clan, hiding a martial saint expert? If that was the case, it was not impossible. However, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. Xiao Yulon smiled gently. "You are not the only one who thought of this. My father and the third elder also thought of it. If they successfully sealed the six-tailed spirit fox, it would be equivalent to having another martial king expert. Furthermore, the lifespan of a six-tailed spirit fox is extremely long. It is sufficient to ensure that the Tang clan's position in Mo City will not be threatened for 100 years. Furthermore, their mission this time was related to the promise of 10 years that would take place in 3 months. It was no wonder that the first elder and the others had decided to seal the mountain in order to seal the spirit beast under the Xiao clan's nose. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the loud roars of spirit beasts suddenly came from within Seven Horn Mountain. The roars were like thunder, and even the ground trembled slightly. An unending stream of rumbling footsteps could be heard coming from the front. This encampment was built at the junction between the inner and outer regions of Seven Horn Mountain. The Great Elder and the others had chosen this location as their base of operations for the sake of convenience. At this moment, the angry roars of the spirit beasts could be heard one after another. It was deafening. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses were about to trample over this place. What's going on? How can there be so many beast roars? Are the spirit beasts on a rampage? The order in the encampment suddenly became chaotic. The guards were shouting in panic and had completely lost their usual discipline. Xiao Chen immediately released his spiritual sense, which spread out in all directions like ripples. However, he did not find anything special within 800 meters. With a thought, Xiao Chen retrieved all of his soul consciousness and released it in a different way, shooting it out in a straight line like a laser beam. This was another method that Xiao Chen had inadvertently discovered. By shooting out his divine sense in a straight line, the probing distance would be doubled. The downside was that it was not comprehensive enough. If he wanted to explore a 360-degree scene, he would have to keep moving in a straight line, which would consume even more mental strength. In an instant, everything within 1,500 meters could be seen clearly. Xiao Chen was finally able to see the situation clearly. A large group of spirit beasts of all sorts were rushing down the mountain at high speed. There were rank 3 scarlet moon tigers, rank 4 demonic scorpions, sinister wind rats, and all sorts of spirit beasts. It was as if they had received some sort of order and were rushing down the mountain in a frenzy. In less than 5 minutes, they would arrive here. What's going on? Everyone, be quiet. The first elder came out from the great hall. When he saw the chaotic scene, he immediately shouted. The first elder was the first elder after all. When everyone saw that he was the one making an appearance, the chaotic scene finally calmed down. Not long after, a Xiao clan disciple quickly ran in from outside. First Elder, this is bad. The spirit beasts in the encampment seem to have all gone crazy. They are all rushing down the mountain and will arrive here soon. Xiao Qiong's face was filled with shock. Spirit beasts going crazy? When had such a thing happened on Seven-Horn Mountain before? Elder Liu, what do you think? Liu Fenglin's old face did not change at all. He said indifferently, it is possible that they made their move in advance. As for why this group of spirit beasts went crazy, I am not sure. Xiao Qiong muttered to himself for a while before saying to the third elder, Xiao Tian, bring all the disciples below Martial Master and descend the mountain immediately. Elder Liu and I will bring a few Martial Grand Masters to take a look and see what exactly is going on. Great Elder, have you considered the matter that I mentioned to you earlier? Liu Fenglin asked without any change in his expression. In this place, only he could remain so calm. With his cultivation as a martial saint, even if all the spirit beasts in Seven-Horn Mountain came, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Spirit blood jade? I still have to ask Xiao Chen about this first, Xiao Qiong replied after muttering to himself for a while. He looked at Xiao Yulon who was walking over and asked, have you seen Xiao Chen? He left. He said he had something to do and went down the mountain first. He told us not to bother with him. What? He left. Liu Fenglin cried out involuntarily. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen had left 3 minutes ago because his spiritual sense had discovered something interesting. He might know the reason for the spirit beast's rampage. In a forest within Seven-Horn Mountain, a group of people had anxious expressions as they spoke. Among them, a blue-clothed man was the most eye-catching. This person was the mysterious martial saint that Xiao Chen had met in the Thunder King's cave. The other group of people were indeed the disciples of Mo City's Tang clan. Tang Yuan was also there. However, at this moment, his complexion was pale and he was trembling with fear. He was hugging a young spirit beast and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Mr. Lung, what should we do now? The Tang clan's first elder, Tang Feng, asked anxiously. That group of spirit beasts had been chasing them relentlessly. If they could not think of a solution, aside from the blue-clothed man, everyone else would die here. The blue-clothed man glanced at the young spirit beast in Tang Yuan's arms and said indifferently, Elder Tang, I have already helped you with the matter regarding the spirit beast. Although there was an accident during the process, the responsibility is no longer on this old man. Your Tang clan's agreement should still be in effect, right? Tang Feng's face twitched as he glared at Tang Yuan hatefully. When Tang Yuan, who was not far away, felt this gaze, he immediately raised his head in fright. For the sake of the six-tailed spirit fox in Seven-Horn Mountain, the Tang clan had been preparing for many years. Finally, the opportunity for the six-tailed spirit fox to give birth had arrived. After giving birth, the six-tailed spirit fox would be extremely weak. Its strength would drop to the martial saint realm. To the Tang clan, this was a rare opportunity. Coincidentally, at this moment, the blue-clothed man found the Tang clan. Both parties immediately came to an agreement. The blue-clothed man would deal with the six-tailed spirit fox and the Tang clan would seal the spirit blood jade that they had obtained from the auction in the Great Tang Nation. Who knew that after everything was prepared, as long as Tang Yuan and the others brought the spirit blood jade, they could take action immediately. However, Tang Yuan and the others had lost the spirit blood jade. This caused Tang Feng to fly into a rage out of humiliation. After he scolded Tang Yuan, he prepared to stake it all on one throw. He sent people from the Tang clan to bring the spirit blood jade back. When the appointed time arrived, the Deathsworn still did not return. Tang Feng guessed that the matter had been exposed and could not wait any longer. After the blue-clothed man lured the six-tailed spirit fox away, he sent people to steal the young it gave birth to. Feeling that its young had been stolen, the six-tailed spirit fox actually went berserk. Under its might, all the spirit beasts in Seven-Horn Mountain went berserk and chased after the Tang clan. Along the way, the Tang clan disciples either died or were injured. The originally strong group was now left with only a few dozen people. The only hope they had now was this blue-clothed man. Recollecting his thoughts, Tang Feng said anxiously, "Senior Leng, naturally, you did not go back on the agreement. Our Tang clan will definitely keep our promise. However, how do we leave the mountain now?" The blue-clothed man smiled faintly. "There is a rank 4 spirit beast, 3 rank 5 spirit beasts, and an uncountable number of rank 3 spirit beasts rushing over here." Hearing this, the already anxious faces of the Tang clan members became even more terrified. Along the way, they had resisted with all their might. However, when surrounded by a large group of spirit beasts, it was futile. "Senior Leng, what do you mean by this?" Tang Feng asked, trembling. The blue-clothed man smiled casually. "Elder Tang, there is no need to be nervous. Since I followed you here, I will guarantee that you will leave this place alive. Think about it, who would be more anxious than us now that such a situation has occurred?" Tang Feng thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. He said joyfully, "Are you saying that the Xiao clan?" "That's right. With such a big situation happening, the Xiao clan will definitely send people to investigate. However, the spirit beasts are already in a frenzy. They will not be reasonable and will only kill anyone they see. With them helping us block for a while, escaping should not be a problem. Right now, the biggest problem is the little spirit fox that young Master Tang is carrying. The six-tailed spirit fox can vaguely sense the position of the spirit fox. As long as we bring the spirit fox along, it will be very difficult to escape from the group of spirit beasts behind us." Looking at the little spirit fox with its eyes closed in his embrace, Tang Feng felt a headache. This little thing was like a death sentence. When he heard the blue-clothed man's words, he seemed to feel relieved. He said, "Senior Leng, are you saying that we should give up on this little spirit fox? You cannot let it go." Before the blue-clothed man could say anything, Tang Feng shouted. Originally, after sealing the six-tailed spirit fox, they would be able to form a strong fighting force. Now, they could only obtain the infant of the six-tailed spirit fox. Who knew how long it would take for it to form a strong fighting force? However, now that so many people had died and they had spent so much effort, if they let the little spirit fox go, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. The blue-clothed man smiled gently. "I do not intend to give up on this little spirit fox. What I mean is that as long as someone escapes with the little spirit fox, with the Xiao clan blocking for us, the rest of us will definitely be able to escape. There is not much time left. Elder Tang, please make a decision quickly." Tang Feng quickly thought about it and quickly agreed with the blue-clothed man's point of view. However, who should he send to lure it away was a problem. First of all, the blue-clothed man had to be eliminated. Not to mention whether he would agree or not, even if he agreed, Tang Feng would not be at ease leaving it to him. Otherwise, he could just leave and come up with a random excuse, saying that he had lost it. No one would dare to do anything to him. Next, he had to eliminate himself as well. Luring the six-tailed spirit fox away sounded simple, but if he was not careful, he might lose his life here. So many people had died along the way, Tang Feng was already very frightened. He did not want anything to happen to himself. Thus, the only candidate left was Tang Yuan, who had just made a huge mistake. After making up his mind, Tang Feng immediately said, "Follow the first young master and bring the little spirit fox down the mountain. If Tang Yuan loses this little spirit fox, I believe I do not need to tell you how the clan head will punish you." Chapter 40. Although Tang Yuan was dissatisfied, he did not dare to go against the first elder's wishes. He had made a huge mistake in this mission, resulting in his current situation. He originally thought that this mission would be very easy. After he completed it, he would be able to leave a good impression on his father. At the same time, he would be able to befriend the second elder and the first elder, completely suppressing his second brother. Now, it seemed like all his hopes were dashed. He could only hope to bring the little spirit fox back and see if he could make up for his mistake and reduce his punishment to the lowest. The blue-clothed man looked at the departing group with a strange expression. It was as though he already knew that Tang Feng would make such a decision. He withdrew his smile and said, "First elder, follow me back." "Senior Leng, are you right? Go back," Tang Feng said in astonishment. The blue-clothed man said coldly, that nine-tailed spirit fox is just a spent force. It will not have any combat strength left after a while. I do not wish to let the Xiao clan people off so easily. Tang Feng's brain could not process what the blue-clothed man was trying to do. Since that is the case, why did you ask Tang Yuan and the rest to leave? The blue-clothed man smiled. A group of martial masters would not be of much help even if they stayed. It would be troublesome if they were discovered by the Xiao clan. It would be better to leave as soon as possible. Actually, the blue-clothed man did not intend to let the group of people leave alive. This group of people brought along their cubs and would soon be caught by the six-tailed spirit fox. At that time, there would be no chance of survival. This group of people only had one purpose: to lure the six-tailed spirit fox away. They would not let the berserk six-tailed spirit fox find the blue-clothed man. The berserk six-tailed spirit fox was already a martial king. The blue-clothed man did not want to clash with it. He only hoped that they could lure it away for as long as possible. Just at this moment, the roars of spirit beasts came from behind them. The blue-clothed man looked at the spirit beasts behind him. They were 5 rank 4 spirit beasts, purple arm apes. Earth Dragon Wave. The blue-clothed man snorted coldly. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the ground. It spun slowly like a spiral, like a swimming snake. Boom! A huge earth dragon broke out of the ground. Its surging energy shattered all the rocks on the ground. It roared angrily and swung its tail violently at the 4 purple arm apes. The 5 purple-armed apes couldn't dodge in time and were all hit. The power of the dragon's tail instantly sent them flying. Then, the dragon's head charged forward, and the 4 purple-armed apes couldn't get up anymore. "Let's go." Looking at the dumbfounded Tang Feng, the man in blue said indifferently. The two of them walked away quietly, completely unaware that Xiao Chen's divine sense had already seen everything. By changing the way he used his spiritual sense, the range of his detection doubled. Xiao Chen inadvertently scanned this group of people. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. The strength of a martial saint was too horrifying. He defeated 5 rank 4 spirit beasts in an instant. After informing Xiao Yulon, Xiao Chen immediately left the encampment and chased after Tang Yuan and the others. Currently, the strongest person in this group was only a martial master. Furthermore, they were all injured. What Xiao Chen wanted to do now was to snatch the infant of the six-tailed spirit fox. The offspring of the six-tailed spirit fox were naturally rank 6 spirit beasts. When they grew up, they would not need to evolve to have 6 tails. There was a cultivation method for demonic beasts in the Compendium of Cultivation. It should be able to be used for spirit beasts as well. A spirit beast that was naturally rank 6, with the help of the Compendium of Cultivation, would definitely be of great help to Xiao Chen. This was the reason why Xiao Chen had to snatch the infant of the six-tailed spirit fox. Furthermore, he had the spirit blood jade. After he snatched it, he could instantly seal it and hide the aura of the infant, not fearing the revenge of the six-tailed spirit fox. After Xiao Chen left the encampment, he immediately used the gravity spell and slowly flew up. He did not dare to fly too high, as there were many flying spirit beasts in Seven-Horn Mountain. Because the gravity spell was too slow to execute, its usefulness in actual combat was greatly reduced. However, it was very useful for traveling. Xiao Chen locked his spiritual sense on Tang Yuan and the others as he slowly followed them. In his spiritual sense, Tang Yuan and the others were already entangled by a group of rank 4 spirit beasts. Xiao Chen also felt a strong aura in the distance, rushing over with all its might. It should be the six-tailed spirit fox that had already gone berserk. After traveling for a few more minutes, the figures of Tang Yuan and the others finally appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, quietly stopped on a tree branch, observing the group of people below. Of the 7 of them, aside from Tang Yuan, who was a superior grade martial disciple, the other 6 were medial grade or inferior grade martial masters. The group of spirit beasts surrounding them were 3 rank 4 blood wolves. A rank 4 blood wolf was equivalent to a martial grand master. It was only a matter of time before these 7 people were defeated. Even if they could defeat this group of blood wolves, with the speed of the six-tailed spirit fox, it would be able to catch up. At that time, they would die even more miserably. Xiao Chen just had to wait patiently for an opportunity. He did not need to take too much risk. First, young master, you should leave first. We will hold them off, one of the 7 people said. Tang Yuan had been waiting for these words. After saying these polite words, he immediately turned around and left with the infant spirit fox in his arms. The opportunity had come. Xiao Chen grinned. His body swayed gently in the air as he quietly followed. Tang Yuan ran down the mountain with all his might. Looking at the infant spirit fox in his embrace, he felt helpless and unresigned. If it were not for that strange person, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Boom! In the dark night, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in front of him. Tang Yuan was startled and quickly retreated. He thought in fear, could it be him? After the lightning faded, Xiao Chen's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Tang Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Tang, long time no see. When Tang Yuan saw Xiao Chen's appearance clearly, he said in disbelief, It's you, Xiao Chen. How is it possible? Hand over the infant 6-tailed spirit fox, Xiao Chen said coldly, ignoring Tang Yuan's astonishment. Tang Yuan was stunned for a while before he suddenly laughed loudly. You hid your strength very well. All of us misjudged you. However, I hate people like you who like to hide their strength the most. Do you want this infant spirit fox? I will kill it now and none of us will get it. Tang Yuan seemed to have recalled something extremely painful. He raised the infant spirit fox high up in the air and ruthlessly threw it to the ground. Su! A strand of purple flame spun a few times on Xiao Chen's fingertip and shot towards Tang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the purple flame arrived in front of Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was startled and held the infant spirit fox in his embrace again. He extended his right palm and used his essence to form a small essence shield. Kai! The flame was like an awl as it easily pierced through the essence shield in Tang Yuan's hand. After that, it drilled into his arm. Tang Yuan cried out miserably as his right hand was quickly burned to ashes. The spirit fox in his embrace also fell to the ground. Xiao Chen shouted and stomped on the ground. He flew up and kicked Tang Yuan, sending him flying. Then, he extended his hand and caught the infant spirit fox. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Tang Yuan, who was lying on the ground, looked at the ferocious Xiao Chen and begged for help. He no longer had the guts he had earlier. Leaving such a person alive would be a disaster. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not let him off. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and the purple thunder true fire shot out. In the next moment, Tang Yuan was struck by the purple flames. Before he could even cry out, he was burned to ashes. Looking at the ashes on the ground, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the infant spirit fox in his embrace. Its snow-white skin was not tainted by any dust. With its eyes closed, the spirit fox looked like a peaceful kitten. It was extremely cute. This little fellow did not know that its mother had gone crazy because of it. Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity. He took out the spirit blood jade and bit his finger. Then, he dripped a drop of his blood onto the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen immediately felt as if a trace of his soul had been extracted and poured into the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen was slightly astonished. Nature was truly a work of the gods. Such a miraculous item could be formed naturally. Recollecting his thoughts, he followed the method that Xiao Yulon taught him and made a small cut on the infant spirit fox. The spirit fox's blood also dripped onto the spirit blood jade. Zhiwei. The little spirit fox woke up from the pain and struggled to jump out of Xiao Chen's embrace. Before it landed, a strong suction came from the spirit blood jade and sucked the little spirit fox in. Xiao Chen sent out a strand of spiritual sense into the spirit blood jade. After it entered, an empty space appeared in front of him. The little spirit fox stood quietly in the air. The wounds on its body had already healed. It opened its eyes and looked around curiously. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense. Before he could do anything, a strong aura came over. In the dark night, a resplendent light appeared above Xiao Chen, suppressing Xiao Chen's aura. He did not dare to make any moves. Bang! The light landed on the ground and a 10-meter tall 6-tailed spirit fox appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Its 6 white tails were at least 20 meters long, pointing straight towards the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Xiao Chen. An overwhelming baleful aura came from the six-tailed spirit fox. Under this pressure, Xiao Chen found it difficult to breathe. His forehead was filled with sweat and his hands were trembling non-stop. Why did they come so quickly? Xiao Chen looked at the six-tailed spirit fox in astonishment. These six-tailed spirit foxes came at the wrong time. Ayo! At the critical moment, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body let out a long drawn-out cry. The might of a holy beast burst forth and blocked the soaring baleful aura. Xiao Chen finally regained his ability to move. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to retreat, the huge six-tailed spirit fox suddenly collapsed. With a loud boom, it broke countless trees and kicked up a large cloud of dust. Haha, this beast is finally out of strength. Elder Tang, go and deal with that Xiao clan brat and take revenge for your young master. This old man will deal with these six-tailed spirit foxes. The blue-clothed man chased after the aura of the six-tailed spirit foxes and laughed loudly. Tang Feng snorted coldly and did not say anything. He stared at Xiao Chen. He and the blue-clothed man had just arrived when they saw Tang Yuan dying at the hands of Xiao Chen. If it were not for the blue-clothed man holding him back, he would have rushed over. Chapter 41. Hu Kai. Just as the man in blue was about to make his move, a flying saber pierced through the air and flew towards him. The essence on the flying saber created a shockwave in the air. In the dark night, one could even see the sparks from the intense friction. The expression of the man in blue did not change. He looked at the glowing flying saber and circulated the essence in his body. A few stone lines gathered on his right hand and flowed into it, spinning continuously. Within the whirlpool, a rock shot out and accurately struck the flying saber. There was a loud explosion and the flying saber and the rock both shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions with the shockwave. Seeing Liu Fenglin walk out from the darkness, great waves appeared in the heart of the man in blue. Since when did Mo City have another martial saint? Could it be that the clan's information was wrong? However, he soon calmed down. This was because he discovered that the old man in front of him was only an inferior-grade martial saint. As for himself, he was already a medial-grade martial saint. At their cultivation realm, the difference of one grade would mean a huge difference in strength. Unless the other person had a divine weapon or a high-ranked martial technique, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Who are you? Do you also have designs on these six-tailed spirit foxes? Do you know the principle of first come, first served? After he saw Liu Fenglin's cultivation realm, the tone of the man in blue was no longer polite. Liu Fenglin smiled coldly and said indifferently, "First come, first served? I only know that those who are capable get it. I have never heard of this principle of first come, first served." This Liu Fenglin had only become a martial saint at the age of 60. His talent could only be said to be average. Many years ago, he already knew that he would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation realm. If he wanted to improve his strength, he could only think of other methods. This six-tailed spirit fox in front of him was a good opportunity. After he subdued it, it would be of great help to him. Furthermore, with his status in the Xiao clan, he believed that after weighing the pros and cons, the Xiao clan would definitely make Xiao Chen hand over the spirit blood jade. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, the Xiao clan would not offend a martial saint for an inferior-grade martial disciple. The expression of the man in blue turned cold and a gleam flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly. "You are just an inferior-grade martial saint, yet you speak so arrogantly." Liu Fenglin faintly smiled and casually pointed, "Look over there." The person in blue followed the direction of his finger and his expression changed greatly. Tang Feng, who was originally prepared to deal with Xiao Chen, was now dealing with the attacks of the three martial grandmasters of the Xiao clan in a sorry state. As for Xiao Chen, he had already dodged to the side, calmly watching the battle. With three martial grandmasters fighting Tang Feng, there would not be any mishaps. Tang Feng's defeat was only a matter of time. At that time, when the three of them worked together with Liu Fenglin, even if the blue-clothed man was a medial-grade martial saint, he would not be able to gain an advantage. The man in blue quickly thought of a countermeasure. A moment later, he made a decision in his heart. With a shout, he stomped his feet on the ground, and rocks appeared under his feet. The rock under his feet moved at a rapid speed. The rock was like a living creature as it twined around his legs. The speed of the blue-clothed man suddenly increased explosively. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Liu Fenglin and fiercely kicked him. Bang! 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 At the same time, there were 3 explosions behind the blue-clothed man. 3 earthen dragons burst out from the ground. They roared angrily and rushed at Liu Fenglin, sealing off all his escape routes. Liu Fenglin did not have an overly flustered expression on his face. He had already expected that the person in front of him would not give up so easily. He was constantly on guard against the sudden attack of the blue-clothed man. Liu Fenglin sent out a palm strike and blocked the kick of the blue-clothed man. Using the rebound force, he leaped into the air. Countless flying daggers appeared around him, spinning rapidly. Dance of 1,000 blade. The spinning flying daggers carried a huge amount of energy. They gave off a whistling sound and a tornado tens of meters tall suddenly formed, blocking the 3 earthen dragons. The flying daggers spinning in the wind caused thousands of holes to appear on the grey bodies of the earthen dragons. For a moment, the 2 of them were in a deadlock. The 3 earthen dragons circled around the strong wind. Occasionally, they would collide with the wall of wind intensely. The countless flying daggers on the wall of wind continuously exhausted the energy of the earthen dragons. The tornado that suddenly appeared and the circling earthen dragons formed an intense wind current. Gusts of wind spread out in all directions. The surroundings of the 2 martial saints were instantly filled with sand and rocks, and a strong wind howled. The first elder, Xiao Qiong, led 2 martial grandmasters to deal with Tang Feng. The situation was very relaxed. However, if they wanted to completely defeat Tang Feng, they would still need a period of time. After all, a martial grandmaster was not easy to deal with. Xiao Qiong glanced at the battle between Liu Fenglin and the blue-clothed man from the corner of his eyes. He could not help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. The 2 of them seemed to be equally matched and were locked in a stalemate. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Liu Fenglin was at a disadvantage. If Liu Fenglin was defeated, then the 3 of them would not be a match for the blue-clothed man. Tang Feng clearly understood the reasoning behind this. Hence, he expended his essence without a care for his life. He executed all sorts of martial techniques non-stop in order to delay the 3 of them. Only when the blue-clothed man won would he have a chance to live. The battle in the arena entered a strange situation. As long as one side could finish the battle quickly, the other side would immediately be defeated. Amidst the weak balance, everyone present had forgotten about Xiao Chen, who was quietly standing at the side. It was a very simple logic. No one would believe that an insignificant inferior-grade martial disciple would have the ability to interfere in a battle between a martial grandmaster and a martial saint. However, was the situation really like this? Seeing Tang Feng bitterly holding on, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His spiritual sense locked onto Tang Feng's body. The essence in his body was continuously exhausted, and the lightning descend spell was ready to be unleashed. Boom! A bolt of lightning that exhausted half of Xiao Chen's essence descended from the sky. The thunderous lightning lit up the dark night like it was daytime. The instant the lightning solidified, everyone's expression turned sluggish. Tang Feng, who was in a bitter battle, did not notice the lightning that suddenly appeared. After the light dissipated, the dark night arrived once again. The lightning that only existed for an instant gave people a feeling that it was unreal. However, Tang Feng, who was completely charred and had black smoke coming out of his head, felt very real. Attack! The first elder, Xiao Qiong, was the first to react. He sent a palm strike at Tang Feng's body. The 2 people beside him quickly made their moves. Another 2 sharp attacks landed on Tang Feng's body. Xiao Qiong turned his head and looked at the calm Xiao Chen. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "Go and help." With Xiao Chen making his move, the situation of the battle instantly turned around. Liu Fenglin led the 3 martial grandmasters to surround and attack the blue-clothed man. The blue-clothed man looked at Tang Feng's corpse hatefully, feeling extremely dissatisfied in his heart. At this moment, there was no longer any chance of victory. The blue-clothed man was a decisive person. After he blocked the attacks of the 4 people, he immediately retreated. Liu Fenglin looked at the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox on the ground, then looked at the nearby Xiao Chen. He said to the first elder, "Chase, he is not injured now. He can sneak attack us at any time." Indeed, the sneak attack of a medial grade martial saint could instantly cause 3 martial grandmasters to lose their combat prowess. At this point, Liu Fenglin did not dare to be careless. After all, the body of the six-tailed spirit fox was so huge. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to move it away, he would not have the ability to do so. Killing it was even more impossible. He was the only one here. If the six-tailed spirit fox died, everyone would know that he was the culprit. Without any worries, Liu Fenglin did not hesitate to lead the 3 of them to chase after the blue-clothed man. He did not hope to kill him, but he wanted to make sure that he did not have the ability to attack again. As Xiao Chen watched the 3 of them leave, he slowly walked towards the six-tailed spirit fox on the ground. When Liu Fenglin left earlier, the threat in his eyes was very obvious. Thinking of Liu Fenglin's attitude, Xiao Chen felt indignant. He snorted lightly, "An inferior grade martial saint. He is just a consecrator of my Xiao clan. Yet, he does not care about me at all." The moment he opened his mouth, he asked for the spirit blood jade. Now, he even dares to threaten me. This young master will not do as you wish. Focusing his gaze on the six-tailed spirit fox, Xiao Chen saw that its body was covered in horrifying wounds. Some of the horrifying wounds were even visible to the bone. These wounds should have been left behind when the six-tailed spirit fox fought with the blue-clothed man when it was weak. After it went berserk, it overdrafted its life force, causing its injuries to become even more severe. This was once a rank 6 spirit beast, an inferior grade martial king. Now, it was in such a miserable state. Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity. Even though they were animals, the relationship between mother and child was very sincere. Xiao Chen thought about the cute little fellow in the spirit blood jade. If it was not for this little fellow, the absolute king of Seven-Horn Mountain would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Chen measured the size of the six-tailed spirit fox. After he understood, he aimed the universe ring in his hand at the six-tailed spirit fox on the ground. With a su sound, the six-tailed spirit fox entered the universe ring. The spatial rings of this world could not contain living things. However, the universe ring was different. If the spirit beast was unconscious or willing to enter, as long as it could contain it, there would not be any problems. Liu Fenglin, who had left, did not expect that Xiao Chen would use the universe ring to bring the six-tailed spirit fox away. Otherwise, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have let Xiao Chen stay where he was. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense to investigate his surroundings. He discovered that the surrounding spirit beasts had mostly dispersed. This should have something to do with the six-tailed spirit fox fainting. After he figured out the direction in which Liu Fenglin and the others left, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and swallowed a qi returning pill. Then, he headed in another direction and continuously used the lightning evasion. After 10 claps of thunder, Xiao Chen was already 1,000 meters away. Seven-Horn Mountain was only 3,000 meters tall. The place where Xiao Chen stopped was halfway up the mountain. He rested for a while and waited for his essence to replenish. Then, Xiao Chen found a hidden cave and stopped. He released the six-tailed spirit fox from the universe ring. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "Just treat it as me repaying my debt of gratitude. I snatched away your child for nothing. I cannot watch you die like this. Furthermore, I will not let Liu Fenglin snatch you away. At that time, your fate will be even more miserable." Chapter 42. Liu Fenglin led the first elder and the other 2 and chased after the blue-clothed person anxiously. However, the blue-clothed person's speed was incomparably fast. The rocks around his feet twisted and turned continuously, allowing him to move as though he was flying. Not long after, they left the sight of the group. Everyone could only helplessly give up on the chase. Under Liu Fenglin's lead, they hurried back. "What's going on?" Why did the six-tailed spirit fox disappear? Liu Fenglin said in astonishment as he looked at the empty ground. Where's Xiao Chen? Where did Xiao Chen go? He must have secretly taken the six-tailed spirit fox away. The six-tailed spirit fox had disappeared and Xiao Chen could not find it. Liu Fenglin immediately thought that Xiao Chen might have taken the six-tailed spirit fox away. Then, he felt that something was wrong. The six-tailed spirit fox was over 10 meters tall. As an inferior-grade martial disciple, Xiao Chen would not be able to take it away without leaving a trace. When Xiao Qiong heard Liu Fenglin's reprimanding tone, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This Liu Fenglin was too arrogant. No matter what, Xiao Chen was the second son of the clan head. How could he, a consecrator, speak to him in such a manner? Hiding his emotions, the first elder carefully observed his surroundings. He discovered that there were no traces of the six-tailed spirit fox being dragged away. It was as though the six-tailed spirit fox had disappeared into thin air. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Qiong said, "Elder Liu, the way I see it, the six-tailed spirit fox's disappearance is too strange. It is too early to conclude that it was taken away by Xiao Chen." The other two martial Grand Masters looked at their surroundings and felt that it was very strange as well. This situation was unimaginable. One of them said, "Could it be that after the six-tailed spirit fox recovered from its injuries, it flew away with Xiao Chen? That's absurd. That six-tailed spirit fox was already severely injured. After that, it went berserk and exhausted a large amount of its life force. How could it recover so quickly?" Liu Fenglin retorted loudly. Xiao Qiong stood with his hands behind his back and carefully observed his surroundings. However, he did not discover any clues. It looked like only Xiao Chen knew the reason for the disappearance of the six-tailed spirit fox. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qiong said, "The most important thing now is to find Xiao Chen first. No matter what, he is the second son of the clan head. If anything happens to him, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Now that the spirit beast rampage has stopped, I've decided to seal off the mountain immediately. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. If you run into any remnants of the Tang family, you can kill them on the spot." Liu Fenglin did not have any objections to this arrangement. He also did not know how the six-tailed spirit fox had disappeared. He could only find Xiao Chen first. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. At this moment, Xiao Chen was in the hidden cave, applying golden salve to the six-tailed spirit fox. This golden salve was given to him by Xiao Yulon previously, but he had never used it. Now, it finally came in handy. Xiao Chen carefully applied the golden salve to all the wounds. The white medicinal powder gave off a sizzling sound as the skin of the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox trembled. After doing all this, Xiao Chen started to slowly infuse the essence in his body into the body of the six-tailed spirit fox. Streams of gentle essence silently nourished the severely injured internal organs of the six-tailed spirit fox. While Xiao Chen was concentrating on treating the six-tailed spirit fox, he did not notice that the originally unconscious six-tailed spirit fox opened its tightly shut eyes slightly. It had memorized Xiao Chen's appearance in its heart. After circulating the essence in the six-tailed spirit fox's body once, Xiao Chen discovered that the meridians of this spirit beast could be used to cultivate the cultivation methods recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation for Demonic Beasts. According to the Compendium of Cultivation, all living creatures with spirituality could cultivate. In the ancient legends of China, there were many famous demonic immortals. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen decided to teach the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation to the six-tailed spirit fox. There were very few records of demonic beasts in the Compendium of Cultivation. There was only the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. Following the circulation method of the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, Xiao Chen controlled his essence and slowly circulated it through the meridians of the six-tailed spirit fox. After an hour, the essence completed a small cycle according to the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. This was equivalent to leaving a circulation method for the essence in the body of the six-tailed spirit fox. After it woke up, it could follow the essence path that Xiao Chen left behind and cultivate by itself. Take it as compensation, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he withdrew his essence. This mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation was a mysterious cultivation method left behind by the legendary demonic realm. Idiot, why are you still not leaving? This fox is about to wake up. Suddenly, a melodious voice came from the empty cave. Xiao Chen, who was deep in thought, was startled. He immediately released his spiritual sense and looked around. However, in the empty cave, aside from himself and the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox, there was no one else. Using his spiritual sense, he did not find anyone within a kilometer of him. Was it an illusion? It doesn't seem like it, Xiao Chen thought suspiciously as he looked around vigilantly. Idiot, stop looking, I am here. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, a somewhat illusory figure of a girl slowly floated out from the universe ring in his hand. This girl looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. She wore red clothes and looked very cute. However, her body gave off a feeling of emptiness. Xiao Chen was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He asked, "Are you a human or a ghost? How did you come out?" Hearing Xiao Chen's question, a furious expression appeared on the girl's face. However, when this furious expression appeared on her adorable face, no one could sense any anger at all. "I am not a human or a ghost, I am just a sword spirit. Don't make such a big deal out of nothing. My name is Ao Jiao," the girl said with disdain. Sword spirit? Could it be the broken sword in the Thunder King's cave? Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that when he dripped his blood on the universe ring, he had heard a girl's voice. At that time, he thought it was an illusion and did not pay much attention to it. Just as Xiao Chen was about to ask a question, the infant spirit fox in the spirit blood jade suddenly leaped out and ran towards the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox. Xiao Chen was startled and was about to grab it back. "Don't chase after it. This little fellow has signed a blood contract with you. It will not get lost." Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen, who was preparing to make a move. After she spoke, she flew out of the cave. Although Xiao Chen was concerned about the infant spirit fox, he had too many questions about the sudden appearance of this girl. So he could only follow her. Outside the cave, the girl called Ao Jiao was not a girl. To be more accurate, she was a sword spirit. She had a grave expression as she looked up at the stars in the sky. It seemed like there was something she was chasing. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts. After he thought through the questions he wanted to ask, he stepped forward and said, "Who exactly are you? How are you related to me? You can tell me more clearly." Ao Jiao, who was floating in the air and looking at the stars, turned her head back. She did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. Instead, she sized up Xiao Chen from top to bottom, like she was sizing up goods. Her eyes revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable being stared at like that. He said somewhat impatiently, "Hey, wimpy brat. Can you not look at me like that? Answer my question. Where did you come from?" Ao Jiao frowned and clenched her right hand into a fist. She said ruthlessly, "Who are you calling a wimpy brat? You trashy master. Do you believe that I will throw you into the sea of skeletons to feed the zombies? Trashy master?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he thought about the clues he knew. This little fellow came out from his universe ring. The predecessor of the universe ring was the broken sword from the Thunder King's cave. Earlier, this little fellow said that every divine weapon would give birth to a weapon spirit. Sabers had saber spirits, swords had sword spirits, spears had spear spirits. Weapon spirits possessed intelligence no different from humans. However, their personalities were different. When a divine weapon possessed a weapon spirit, it would truly possess spirituality. In battle, its might would also become even stronger. The broken sword in the Thunder King's cave seemed to be a divine weapon. However, due to some unknown reason, the sword was broken in half. However, the sword spirit within it was not destroyed. In that case, it was very likely that the situation was like this. When I forged the broken sword into a universe ring and refined it into a magic treasure, I unintentionally subdued this sword spirit and became its master. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen smiled to himself. Taking in a lowly sword spirit as a servant was not a bad thing. However, This fellow's attitude seemed a little off. "Hey, idiot. Why are you laughing foolishly for no reason?" "Epilepsy?" Ao Jiao said suspiciously as she looked at Xiao Chen, who suddenly laughed. "Idiot? Epilepsy?" Xiao Chen nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. He said angrily, "I should be your master, right? Is this your attitude?" The corner of Ao Jiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile as she said, "Master? I was just about to tell you. Although I don't know how you became my master when I was unconscious, with your current strength, you are not even an ant in my eyes. Can you expect an elephant to have a good attitude towards an ant? Young man, this is illogical." "Ant?" Xiao Chen was somewhat annoyed. However, when he saw Ao Jiao's expression, he could not get angry. Even if this little girl was a poisonous snake, with her cute face, it was impossible to be angry at her. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. "In that case, Miss Ao Jiao, why did you suddenly appear? Is it just to look down on this trash of a master? I am just reminding you to leave quickly. That six-tailed spirit fox is about to recover. You have sealed her cub. If you do not leave now, only death awaits you. If you die, I will also be injured. So, quickly become stronger. Trash of a master, don't let a sword spirit live in fear. It is very embarrassing." After Ao Jiao finished speaking, she took one last look at the stars in the sky before entering the universe ring. No matter how Xiao Chen called out, she did not come out. Chapter 43. Although Xiao Chen could guess that the sword spirit Ao Jiao appearing out of nowhere was not as simple as she made it out to be, based on her current attitude, it was clear that she was unable to be honest with Xiao Chen. Furthermore, no matter how he called out, she would not come out. Xiao Chen could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Coincidentally, at this moment, the infant spirit fox ran back and entered the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the entrance of the cave and sent out his spiritual sense. He saw the six-tailed spirit fox trying to stand up. In a short while, it would probably run out of the cave. Hurriedly withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen executed the gravity spell and flew up. After flying for a long time, he found a big tree in the dark night and stopped on it. He sat down cross-legged and calmed himself down. After swallowing an essence-nurturing pill, Xiao Chen sat on this big tree and started to cultivate. The purple thunder divine incantation, which had already reached the second layer, circulated even faster in his body. The surrounding spiritual energy frantically poured into Xiao Chen's body. The thick spiritual energy in his body was like lead mercury, slowly circulating in his meridians. After a small cycle, it finally gathered in his dantian. Under the effects of the essence-nurturing pill, the amount of spiritual energy that Xiao Chen absorbed in a small cycle was more than double that of a regular cultivator. The blue dragon, which was surrounded by white clouds, opened its mouth and happily absorbed the huge amount of spiritual energy into its body. Immediately, the three white clouds floating in the surroundings became even more vibrant, and their color became even whiter. "Who?" The blue dragon opened its mouth and spat out a stream of pure essence. After that, it entered his meridians and entered his flesh and bones, continuously nourishing Xiao Chen's body. Normally, a cultivator's cultivation focused on cultivating their spirit. That was to say, they would use the spiritual energy they absorbed to cultivate their martial spirit. As their martial spirit and cultivation realm increased, they would strengthen themselves. Xiao Yulon was a classic example. After continuous cultivation, her martial spirit had already reached a very strong realm. The poinsettia could turn into countless petals and poisonous gas, strengthening her combat prowess in battle. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation method was somewhat different. With the blue dragon martial soul absorbing the spiritual energy, he could use it a second time to temper his bones and flesh. This was also because he did not know the exact abilities of the blue dragon martial spirit. However, every martial spirit had its own distinct abilities. For example, the poinsettia was extremely poisonous, while Zhonghe's Haotian sword allowed him to unleash sword qi at the martial master realm. However, no one knew what specific abilities Xiao Chen's blue dragon martial soul had. Regarding this aspect of inheritance, it could be said that the Xiao clan had been completely cut off. If they wanted to rely on themselves to uncover it, It would not be something that could be understood in a short period of time. Concentrating and guarding his qi, Xiao Chen circulated the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his body for 49 cycles. The blue dragon martial soul in his dantian suddenly began to swell. This kind of swelling feeling did not cause him any pain. Instead, it made him feel extremely excited. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This meant that he was about to make a breakthrough. Xiao Chen's foundations were good in the first place. These days, he had been using the essence nurturing pill to aid his cultivation. In addition to the continuous battles, it was only natural for him to enter the medial grade martial disciple realm. Bang! That swelling feeling was suddenly released. The dantian in his body was in a state of chaos. The spiritual energy was like a fog spreading out. Xiao Chen carefully tidied up the fog. After a while, the situation of the blue dragon martial spirit became clear. The white clouds that were originally floating around the blue dragon had increased from 3 to 5. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the essence stored in his body had increased significantly. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Xiao Chen continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation, consolidating his newly advanced medial grade martial disciple realm. The blue dragon martial spirit also continued to spit out essence, nourishing Xiao Chen's flesh and blood. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sky in the mountains was already bright. The mountain was covered in dew, causing Xiao Chen to feel incomparably refreshed. He took a deep breath and felt very refreshed. Jumping down from the tree, Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense. He felt that the range of his spiritual sense had increased significantly. I have to hurry back. When Liu Fenglin returns and sees me and the six-tailed spirit fox disappearing at the same time, he will definitely be suspicious. The longer I disappear, the harder it will be to explain the situation. Although he had to hurry back, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Along the way, he released his spiritual sense. The green dot in his spiritual sense was able to find the hidden herbs in an instant. With such a good opportunity and the free time Xiao Chen had, naturally, he would not let go of these herbs that he had obtained for free. Herbs from the lowest grade to the highest grade were categorized into 9 grades. Anything above grade 4 could be considered superior grade herbs. These herbs could be worth thousands of gold anywhere. Herbs above grade 6 were considered to be of the best quality. Grade 8 and 9 herbs were considered peerless. They were excellent ingredients for refining pills. Some natural treasures could even be consumed directly. However, there were no medicinal pills above grade 6 in Seven-Horn Mountain. The main reason was that the mountain did not have sufficient spiritual energy and there were no good spirit veins. The red nascent fruit that Xiao Chen obtained was only a grade 6 herb. Along the way, as long as it was a grade 2 herb, Xiao Chen would place it in his universe ring. In 2 hours, his universe ring was filled with a large pile of herbs. Such a large harvest was comparable to a day's worth of effort by a regular herb gatherer. It is actually a grade 5 earth poria. My luck is pretty good. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He carefully picked it and placed it in his universe ring. Just as he was about to reach the Xiao clan's encampment, Xiao Chen unexpectedly obtained a grade 5 earth poria. Grade 5 earth poria had a cold nature and a stable medicinal effect. It could play a supporting role in many medicinal pills. It could greatly increase the success rate of medicinal pills. When refined alone, it could also be used to detoxify and remove dampness. When Xiao Chen raised his head and looked, the Xiao clan's encampment was already in front of him. He stopped picking herbs and calmed himself down before slowly walking towards the encampment. When the guard in front of the encampment saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, he was stunned for a moment. Then, his face lit up with joy. He quickly ran over and said, "Second young master, you are finally back. The first elder and the others sent several groups of people to look for you yesterday. They sent several groups of people to look for me. It looks like I will have to spend a lot of effort to explain later. I have to think of a good excuse," Xiao Chen thought to himself. After he asked where the first elder was and obtained an answer, Xiao Chen walked towards the Great Hall. Releasing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen quickly saw Liu Fenglin and the others in the Great Hall. Within the Great Hall, the first elder, third elder, and Liu Fenglin all had ugly expressions on their faces. It looked like the events of the previous night had caused them a lot of trouble. In a corner, Xiao Chen was surprised to see Xiao Yulon. She was there as well, her face filled with worry. "First elder, have you not found second young master yet?" Liu Fenglin had a sullen expression as he asked indifferently. Xiao Qiong was feeling vexed over this matter. The people he sent out yesterday had searched for an entire night, but they did not find any traces of Xiao Chen. When he heard Liu Fenglin's tone, he could not help but feel displeased. However, no matter what, Liu Fenglin was the only martial saint in the Xiao clan. Xiao Qiong still had to rely on him for many things, so he did not dare to vent his anger on him. He restrained the displeasure in his heart and said, "There is still no news. The people I sent out reported that there were no obvious traces of him on the ground. It would be strange if they could find any traces." Xiao Chen's gravity spell allowed him to fly in the sky. How could he be found on the ground? With regards to this answer, Liu Fenglin was not too surprised. After all, the events of the previous night were too strange. The heavily injured six-tailed spirit fox and Xiao Chen actually disappeared at the same time. Furthermore, there were no traces of them at all. When Xiao Yulon heard this, her face became even more worried. In the instant she raised her head, she suddenly saw Xiao Chen standing outside the door with a smile. Xiao Yulon, who thought that she was seeing things, rubbed her eyes. Only then did she dare to believe that what she saw was real. She said happily, "Cousin Xiao Chen, you are back." When everyone in the hall heard this, they immediately turned to look outside. They only saw Xiao Chen standing outside the door, perfectly fine. He slowly walked in. "Xiao Chen, where is that six-tailed spirit fox? Where did you take it?" Liu Fenglin immediately asked loudly when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Qiong frowned slightly and said slowly, "Xiao Chen, speak slowly. What exactly happened last night? Where did the six-tailed spirit fox go?" Xiao Chen had already thought of a countermeasure in his heart. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure. After you all left, I felt that I was about to make a breakthrough. So, I found a place to advance. I only just heard what happened after that." He advanced. Only now did everyone realize that Xiao Chen had already broken through from inferior grade martial disciple to medial grade martial disciple. They could not help but feel astonished. This Xiao Chen's cultivation speed was too fast. He had only condensed his martial spirit a month ago. Now, he had already broken through to medial grade martial disciple. This speed was comparable to the geniuses of some of the big clans. When Xiao Qiong heard this, he felt joy in his heart. With Xiao Chen advancing at such a godly speed, his chances of winning the promise of 10 years in 3 months had increased significantly. He smiled and said, "Congratulations. Elder Liu, are you satisfied with this reason?" Liu Fenglin snorted coldly, "I don't care whether you advance or not. Hand over the spirit blood jade." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sat down on a chair. He drank a mouthful of tea and tossed the spirit blood jade onto the table. Liu Fenglin felt joy in his heart and stretched out his hand to grab it. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He said unhurriedly, "Elder Liu, I have already sealed the infant spirit fox in this spirit blood jade. If you want it, then take it. However, I believe that you will not live to see the day the spirit fox grows up." Liu Fenglin's expression changed greatly. He released his aura and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Are you seeking death?" Under the aura of a martial saint, along with Liu Fenglin's angry roar, the aura pressed down on Xiao Chen. The surrounding air seemed to freeze momentarily. Everyone could feel Liu Fenglin's anger. Xiao Chen did not feel any fear. This was not the first time he had faced the aura of a martial saint. The blue dragon martial spirit in his body gave off a faint pressure, easily blocking this overflowing aura. With a thought, the infant spirit fox in the spirit blood jade leaped out. Although this little fellow did not have much strength, it was still a spirit fox. Although this little fellow did not have much strength, it was the descendant of a six-tailed spirit fox. It was a natural rank 6 spirit beast. Naturally, it was not afraid of this aura. With a gentle jump, it landed in Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen gently stroked the pure white fur of the infant spirit fox and said, "Elder Liu, you saw it for yourself. I did not lie to you, right?" Chapter 44. When Xiao Qiong saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was not right, he quickly said, "Xiao Chen, what's your attitude? Since you have already obtained the infant spirit fox, why are you not apologizing to Senior Liu?" On the surface, Xiao Qiong's words seemed to be reprimanding Xiao Chen. However, in reality, he was tacitly admitting that Xiao Chen had obtained the spirit blood jade. He was just giving Liu Fenglin a way out of this embarrassing situation. With Xiao Chen's intelligence, how could he not understand the first elder's intentions? He gently placed the spirit fox on the table and cupped his hands, smiling. "Senior Liu, this junior did not know what was good for me and spoke rudely. I apologize for offending you." Liu Fenglin snorted coldly and withdrew his aura. He did not say anything and the expression on his face did not change for the better. It was obvious that he was still in a bad mood. "Senior Liu, this is a medial-grade profound ranked spirit weapon. I see that you do not have a suitable weapon. How about you bear with it?" Xiao Qiong said as he took out the huge sword he obtained from the Tang clan from his spatial ring. Liu Fenglin looked coldly at the medial-grade profound ranked spirit weapon that Xiao Qiong handed over. He did not extend his hand to receive it. After losing the six-tailed spirit fox, he was unable to accept the huge disparity in strength. "First uncle, it seems like Senior Liu does not think highly of this profound ranked spirit weapon. Coincidentally, my nephew's spirit weapon was destroyed. How about Senior Liu give it to me?" Xiao Chen said half-truthfully when he saw that Liu Fenglin was unwilling to receive it. Although Liu Fenglin was furious, he did not flare up this time. He stood up and left. Xiao Qiong did not see him do anything, but the huge sword in Xiao Qiong's hand automatically flew towards him. Xiao Chen thought to himself that it was a pity. After all, it was a medial-grade profound ranked spirit weapon. In Mo City, it could be said to be a peak existence. When Xiao Qiong saw that Liu Fenglin finally accepted the huge sword, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned around and lectured Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you cannot be so rude to Elder Liu in the future. He is of the same generation as your grandfather. You cannot forget basic etiquette." Xiao Chen thought otherwise. This Liu Fenglin relied on his own strength to snatch the things of a junior. He did not have a good impression of him. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Xiao Qiong roughly knew what he was thinking. He explained, "Elder Liu, although he did go overboard in certain aspects, I can guarantee you that he would not do anything detrimental to the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen found it funny. It seemed that girls did not have any resistance towards such cute things. He explained, "Clan, Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen." Chen did not want to continue. He of Xiao Chen of the Chen. Xiao Chen did not want to and Xiao Chen's and the spirit Xiao Chen's. After all, Chen and the Qiu, and spirit, were both. He and would be, and the Chen, and family would. The Xiao and Efting. The beast was that the Xiao Chen, and the Chen, and Xiao, who, and Xiao, there, they, was. Xiao, Chen, Xiao, and. He, Liu, I, a Xiao, and. When Xiao Yulon heard this, she did not show any expression. In her opinion, the death of such a person was not worth pitying. On the other hand, when Xiao Qiong heard Tang Yuan's identity, his expression changed. He seemed to be thinking about something. When Xiao Chen saw the change in Xiao Qiong's expression, he felt suspicious. Just as he was about to ask a question, a Xiao clan disciple rushed in from outside the hall. He was holding a letter in his hand and handed it to Xiao Qiong with an anxious expression. "First Elder, this is an urgent letter sent by the second elder." "A letter from the second elder?" A look of confusion flashed in Xiao Qiong's eyes. Why would the second elder send a letter at this time? The second elder of the Xiao clan often worked in the Chizhi County's county lord's residence. He was the favorite of the county lord. In terms of prestige in the Xiao clan, the second elder's prestige was even higher than that of the first elder, Xiao Qiong. This was because the Xiao clan's greatest backer was the Chizhi County lord. Currently, the only person who had a say in the Chizhi County was the second elder. Xiao Qiong opened the letter and quickly read it. After he saw the contents clearly, his eyes turned grave. After he finished reading, his expression was a mixture of joy and worry. "What's wrong? What's written in the letter?" Xiao Yulon asked worriedly when she saw her father frowning. Xiao Chen also looked at Xiao Qiong suspiciously. He did not know what was written in the letter for the first elder to have such a grave expression. Back then, when they sealed the mountains, he did not have such an expression. Xiao Qiong put away the letter and said in a deep voice, "The trial of Gloomy Forest will be brought forward. This is the first-hand news I got from the county lord. It will reach Mo City in a few days." When Xiao Chen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. From the memories of this body, he had some understanding of the trial of Gloomy Forest. Gloomy Forest was a demonic beast forest in the Chizhi County. There was a spatial crack that connected the demonic world and the Tianwu continent. The demonic qi from the demonic world in the crack had contaminated the spirit beasts and trees in the forest. Under the contamination of the demonic qi, these spirit beasts all turned into horrifying demonic beasts. After turning into demonic beasts, all the spirituality of the spirit beasts would disappear, leaving behind only a bloodthirsty and tyrannical nature. Their strength would also become even more powerful. A rank 2 demonic beast was as strong as a rank 3 spirit beast. Furthermore, it would always be in a berserk state, making it extremely ferocious. Some of the trees in the forest had also mutated due to the contamination of the demonic qi. Horrifying tree spirits and man-eating flowers that were tens of meters tall were everywhere. After the demonic calamity, there were many spatial cracks in the Tianwu continent. The larger spatial cracks were all sealed by the senior experts of the 3 Holy Masters' lands. They were classified as forbidden lands and outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, there were too many of these spatial cracks in the continent. It was not realistic for the people of the 3 Holy Masters' lands to seal them all. Thus, some of the smaller spatial cracks remained. Unless something big happened, the 3 Holy Masters' lands would not send people to seal these small spatial cracks. The spatial crack in Gloomy Forest was one of these small spatial cracks. The demonic qi would only spread within the forest and would not radiate out. As long as ordinary people did not go into the forest, there would not be any danger. However, if left alone, when the number of demonic beasts reached a certain level, they would come out of the forest and threaten the surrounding cities. Thus, the various countries of the Tianwu continent would send people to keep an eye on these demonic beast forests. Once there were any abnormal reactions, they would send out strong cultivators to deal with these demonic beasts. The experimental training in Gloomy Forest referred to when they were dealing with these demonic beasts. The powers of the surrounding cities would send out their young disciples to the periphery of the demonic beast forest for experimental training. The environment of the demonic beast forest was vile, and the demonic beasts were incomparably ferocious. However, there would not be any strong demonic beasts in the periphery. To the young cultivators, it was a very good place for experimental training. During the experimental training, the various clans would compare themselves with each other. It could be said that it was a big test for the various clans. If the Xiao clan's results in the experimental training were very bad, the news would quickly spread throughout the entire Mo city. It would be a huge blow to the reputation of the entire Xiao clan. What was more serious was that the Chizhi County Lord and the city lords of the surrounding cities would appear during the experimental training. As the number 1 power in Mo City, the Xiao clan had to have a good result. If they were not able to obtain first place, they would leave the impression that they were not strong enough and had no successors. This was also the reason why Xiao Qiong was happy and worried at the same time. If they performed well this time, they would be able to greatly increase the morale of the Xiao clan before the promise of 10 years. If not, it would leave a huge shadow on the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts, but he was not afraid at all. He asked with some anticipation, "When exactly will the experimental training begin?" 7 days later. This is the information that I obtained from the county lord. It will take about 2 days before it reaches Mo City. The 2 of you should pack up and leave the mountain as soon as possible. The 2 of you will be participating in this experimental training. The environment of the demonic beast forest is very vile. I have to hurry back to discuss it and make early preparations, Xiao Qiong said as he looked at the two of them. Although Xiao Chen was only a medial grade martial disciple, when he was an inferior grade martial disciple, he had defeated the superior grade martial disciple Xiao Jian. Now that he had advanced to medial grade martial disciple, his strength would naturally increase. Because Xiao Yulon had awakened her martial spirit at the age of 5, she had long since become a medial grade martial master. With such a realm, she could definitely be considered a peak existence in the entire Mo city. Whether or not the Xiao clan could obtain a good result in this experimental training depended largely on the performance of these two people. Xiao Qiong's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at the two of them. In that case, how are we going to settle the score for the Tang clan causing trouble in our Seven-Horn Mountain? Xiao Yulon had always remembered the Tang clan's people injuring Xiao Chen and damaging her wooden hut. Now that she heard the meaning behind Xiao Qiong's words, it was clear that he wanted to let go of this matter and focus on the experimental training in Gloomy Forest 7 days later. Xiao Yulon was somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Qiong muttered, "Yesterday, the third elder already sent people to the Tang clan. Now that there are many things happening, it is not suitable for us to start a war with the Tang clan. Yulon, don't mention this matter again." Xiao Yulon curled her lips and did not say anything. In her heart, she felt indignant at her father's words. With regards to the first elder's words, Xiao Chen agreed with him. From the moment the blue-clothed man suddenly appeared in Seven-Horn Mountain and walked together with the Zhong clan. Now, the Tang clan suddenly broke their agreement with the Xiao clan and entered Seven-Horn Mountain en masse to capture the six-tailed spirit fox. There was also that mysterious girl, Feng Feishue. Connecting all these together, the small Mo city was indeed not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. The situation was clearly not in the Xiao clan's favor. Thus, he did not think of immediately seeking revenge on the Tang clan. Firstly, he was not strong enough. Without the Xiao clan's help, his hopes of shaking the Tang clan were very slim. Secondly, although the Tang clan's operation had nearly forced Xiao Chen into a dead end, in the end, he did not suffer any losses. Furthermore, he had completely ruined their operation. However, the Tang clan's operation this time resulted in heavy losses. 2 elders and the Tang clan's first young master died tragically. The precious spirit blood jade also fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Their meticulously designed capture plan had completely failed. In the past, the 2 clans did not interfere with each other's business. This time, however, they were about to completely fall out with each other. However, the situation in front of them was very delicate. The 2 clans would probably control their emotions and not act rashly. Chapter 45. Although Xiao Yulon was dissatisfied in her heart, she was not an unreasonable person. Seeing that Xiao Qiong was firm in his decision, she did not say anything else. After the 3 of them had lunch, Xiao Chen rejected their request to go down the mountain with them and made up a reason. He only said that he had just advanced to medial grade martial disciple and that the qi in his body was not stable, so he needed to recuperate for a period of time. After most martial disciples advanced, they would recuperate for a period of time. This was not a strange thing, so Xiao Qiong did not force Xiao Chen. He only requested that he return before the sky turned dark. Actually, Xiao Chen did not need to recuperate. His advancement to medial grade martial disciple could be said to be a natural and smooth process. He did not forcefully advance, so he did not need to deliberately recuperate. The reason why he did not go down the mountain with Xiao Yulon was because he wanted to gather more herbs before he left. It was rare for him to come to Seven-Horn Mountain, so naturally, Xiao Chen would not return so easily. After Xiao Yulon and Xiao Qiong were far away, Xiao Chen immediately went out and strolled all over the mountain. Using his spiritual sense, not a single spirit herb could escape his detection. Because of the Tang clan, Seven-Horn Mountain had been sealed off the previous day. At this moment, there were very few people on the mountain. Even the places that were usually crowded were now empty. Xiao Chen could also use the lightning evasion without worry. Once he discovered a good spirit herb, he would immediately fly over. If it grew on a cliff, he would use the gravity spell to fly up. Using both methods at the same time, there were no spirit herbs that Xiao Chen could discover that he could not pick. However, when Xiao Chen picked herbs, he also abided by his principles. He did not pick herbs below grade 2, herbs that were not fully matured, herbs that were not old enough, or seedlings. These were the principles that a herbalist had to abide by. If the Seven-Horn Mountain Range were to be harvested indiscriminately, the entire Seven-Horn Mountain Range would dry up and become a dead mountain in less than 3 years. When the sun set, Xiao Chen's universe ring was filled with all sorts of medicinal herbs. 10-year grade 4 snow ginseng, 20-year grade 3 wind spirit grass, 20-year grade 8 octagonal lotus. Xiao Chen grinned with satisfaction. With the help of his divine sense and the lightning evasion technique and gravity technique, his harvest today was equivalent to half a year's harvest for an ordinary person. Furthermore, there were some rare medicinal herbs that ordinary people would never be able to discover if they did not have a spiritual sense. This benefited Xiao Chen. It's time to go down the mountain. If we don't, we'll have to spend the night here again, Xiao Chen muttered. He returned to the Xiao Manor without any accidents. When he arrived at his courtyard, Xiao Chen felt like he had returned home. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do I, Xiao Chen, really have a home in this world? Second young master, are you back? The moment Xiao Chen stepped through the gates, he heard Bao Er's joyful voice. It was already close to dusk. Bao Er was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. When she saw Xiao Chen return, she quickly put down what she was doing and ran over. Her face was filled with unconcealable joy. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I'm back. How have you been?" Bao Er was very happy in her heart. She told Xiao Chen everything that had happened in the Xiao residence in the past few days. They were all trivial matters. Although Xiao Chen was not very interested, he did not stop Bao Er. After all, the days in the mountains were too lonely. Now that he heard someone chattering by his ear, he found it a kind of joy. "That's right, young master, you must be hungry. I'll make you some fish porridge." Bao Er seemed to have thought of something. She quickly said goodbye to Xiao Chen and headed for the kitchen. The effects of the fasting pill had not passed yet. Xiao Chen was not hungry. It was just that he had not been in contact with oil for the past few days. He was filled with anticipation for Bao Er's cooking. When he returned to his room, Xiao Chen took out all the herbs in the universe ring and prepared to categorize them. Hua! A large pile of herbs appeared out of nowhere. They took up most of the empty space in the room. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It was not easy to categorize so many herbs. This was a blissful problem. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to figure it out. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to use them in the future. Xiao Chen first categorized the herbs according to their attributes into 5 categories. Those that replenished qi and blood were categorized into 1 category. Those that healed injuries were categorized into 1 category. Those that nourished one's body were categorized into 1 category. Those that could directly increase one's cultivation were categorized into 1 category. The last category was categorized into 1 category. After that, Xiao Chen carefully categorized these 5 categories based on their grades. After he took out the spirit herbs that he needed, he divided them into different areas in the universe ring and placed them back in their original positions. After he was done with everything, Xiao Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. At this moment, there was the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. Xiao Chen quickly released his spiritual sense. If someone discovered that he had so many herbs, he would not be able to explain himself. When he used his spiritual sense to check, he discovered that it was Bao Er carrying the fish porridge over. He relaxed. When Bao Er entered and saw the herbs on the floor, she understood what Xiao Chen wanted to do. She knew that she could not disturb him. She smiled gently and placed the fish porridge on the table before she took her leave. After sending Bao Er off, Xiao Chen returned to his room. He was immediately attracted by the fragrance of the fish porridge. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating happily. Piyu Tong. Suddenly, the infant 6-tailed spirit fox jumped out of the spirit blood jade. It looked pitifully at Xiao Chen, who was eating happily. Its white tail wagged around and its eyes were misty. It was as pitiful as it could be. Ever since he signed a blood contract with this infant spirit fox, It had not eaten anything. Xiao Chen only cared about eating the fasting pill and completely ignored the feelings of the infant spirit fox. At this moment, the infant spirit fox must be very hungry. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly and brought the bowl to the infant spirit fox. "You want to eat too? Never mind, you can have it." The infant spirit fox stuck out its tongue and licked the bowl a few times. After that, it stopped moving. It raised its head and looked pitifully at Xiao Chen. The meaning in its eyes was clear: this thing was not to her taste. Xiao Chen could not help but feel anxious. He knew very little about the feeding of spirit beasts. He did not know what to do with the current situation. What if this infant spirit fox starved to death? That would be a great sin. In his anxiety, Xiao Chen thought of the worst. Idiot. It was unknown when the Thunder Sword Spirit had appeared behind Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw her, he could not help but see some hope. As for her calling him an idiot, he automatically ignored it. "Thunder sister, do you know what exactly this spirit fox eats?" "Idiot, this infant spirit fox is only a month old. Of course, it drinks milk. Otherwise, what do you think it eats?" When others sign a blood contract, they will wait until their infant spirit fox is 3 months old. You, on the other hand, signed a blood contract before a month has passed. So, there is such a saying, Xiao Chen thought. However, the situation was urgent and he had no other choice. If he had not used the spirit blood jade, it would have been snatched away by Liu Fenglin. Xiao Chen's gaze unconsciously shifted to the Thunder Sword Spirit's chest. Although this infant spirit fox was only a sword spirit, her chest seemed to be very full. "I wonder if I can, damn it. Where did I think I went?" Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, the Thunder Sword Spirit said angrily, "Idiot, you hooligan, what are you looking at?" Xiao Chen blushed and said awkwardly, "It's a habit. It's purely a habit." "No, it's not a habit. I just didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention. Do you understand?" The Thunder Sword Spirit could not be bothered with him. She floated over and hugged the pitiful infant spirit fox. She extended her right index finger and gently placed it in the spirit fox's mouth. Kai kai. Streams of pure energy gathered on the Thunder Sword Spirit's index finger, giving off a milky white glow. Finally, this energy actually condensed into a milky white liquid. The little spirit fox seemed to have tasted the most delicious food in the world. It happily sucked and closed its eyes. There was a satisfied expression on its adorable face. How could this be? Xiao Chen looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to think that the milky white liquid was that. This was clearly the energy of heaven and earth turning into a substance. If the Thunder Sword Spirit wanted to, this pure energy could immediately turn into a destructive and invincible qi. Furthermore, it would be a solid qi. If a cultivator like Xiao Chen faced such a qi, he would not even need to wait for the qi to approach. The shockwave from the qi would be able to easily tear him to shreds without any resistance. Such strength meant that she was at least a martial monarch. It was no wonder that the Thunder Sword Spirit had looked down on Xiao Chen. A martial monarch was already a national guardian in the great Qin nation. National guardian, national guardian. What was national guardian? Using the strength of a single person to suppress mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers, this was a national guardian. In the great Qin nation, there were 3 prefectures, 9 provinces, and 72 counties. There were tens of thousands of kilometers of beautiful mountains and rivers. On the surface, there were only 10 national guardians. Could this girl in front of him be a national guardian? Is she really just an insignificant sword spirit? After a while, the milky white light finally stopped. The Thunder Sword Spirit withdrew her index finger and her body swayed in the air. She was clearly weak, but the expression on her face was one of gratification. "Hey, Sister Thunder, are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked worriedly when he saw how weak she was. The milky white light that the cub had absorbed earlier did not seem to be much. In reality, it contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. If a regular cultivator absorbed it, they would be able to raise their cultivation by an entire cultivation realm. With such exhaustion, Xiao Chen was afraid that she would not be able to endure it. The Thunder Sword Spirit shook her head and said, I'm fine. The energy that it absorbed earlier was enough for it to last for 3 months. After that, I can feed it meat porridge. This little fellow has not given it a name yet, right? Why don't you give it one? The Thunder Sword Spirit suddenly thought of this problem. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, Is this little fellow a boy or a girl? No, that's not right. Is it male or female? Idiot, there is no need for you to give it a name. Just call it Bai, the Thunder Sword Spirit said hatefully. Bai, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. This name should be a girl. Doesn't that mean she will be a vixen in the future? Damn it, what am I thinking of again? Chapter 46. After settling Bai's matter, Xiao Chen took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron and started to refine the medicine. Ao Jiao teased Bai at the side, showing no intention of avoiding him. Xiao Chen sighed. In the future, he would not be able to hide any secrets in front of Ao Jiao. This was something that could not be helped. Ao Jiao's strength was much higher than her master's. Even if he wanted to resist, he had no chance of winning. However, he had a feeling that although this little girl's words were not pleasant to hear, she was not a scheming person. She would not do anything to harm him. Under certain circumstances, she would even help him solve some problems. Just like Bai's feeding problem, she spent a lot of effort to produce those few drops of milky white heaven and earth essence. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen tossed all these messy thoughts to the back of his mind. He started to concentrate on refining medicine. Now, he wanted to refine a new type of medicinal pill for treating injuries and a type of explosive medicinal pill. His experience at Seven Horn Mountain made him realize that injuries were unavoidable in battle. If he had a pill that could quickly heal his injuries, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state during the battle. As for the explosive type of pill, it was a pill that could temporarily increase a person's strength. When necessary, it could be used to launch a counterattack. These 2 pills were the blood replenishing pill and the cloud swallowing pill. The latter pill had extremely strong side effects. Although it was very effective for a short period of time, it would cause great damage to the body after the effects wore off. Xiao Chen refined these 2 pills to protect his life. As long as he did not use them frequently, they would not leave behind long-term hidden dangers in his body. Compared to the similar pills on the continent, their effects were much better. Xiao Chen took out the herbs that he had prepared earlier. The green spiritual core in his sea of consciousness followed his spiritual sense and entered the herbs. He could clearly see the internal structure of the herbs. With a pu sound, a purple flame rose up from his palm. Xiao Chen focused all his attention, not daring to be distracted at all. These 2 pills were not very high ranked in the compendium of cultivation. Thus, it was not particularly difficult to refine them. With the help of his spiritual sense and spiritual sense, Xiao Chen could refine them with ease. Soon, a fragrance came from the medicine cauldron. The first pill was successfully refined. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. He took out a porcelain bottle and stored the blood-replenishing pill inside. Stupid master, I couldn't tell that you know how to refine medicine. Furthermore, this method of refining medicine is different from the ones on the continent. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment. Earlier, because she was afraid of disturbing Xiao Chen's refinement, she did not say anything. Hearing Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen felt a sense of pride in his heart. He smiled and said, You are underestimating me. You are not the only one. I know this. Ao Jiao snorted and said, You only know a little and you are already so cocky. I think you do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. What did she mean by only knowing a little? Xiao Chen used the alchemy techniques in the compendium of cultivation. His success rate for rank 3 and below was over 90%. He was many times better than the ordinary alchemists on the continent. Xiao Chen said with some dissatisfaction, If you have the ability, then refine a pill that is exactly the same as this one for me to see. Ao Jiao was stunned for a moment. Her cute face looked like she had seen something extremely funny. She was clearly astonished. After a while, she smiled coldly and said, If I refine it, what will you do? There has to be some sort of reward. Deal. If you succeed, you can make any request of me. If you fail, You are not allowed to call me an idiot, Xiao Chen said without thinking. Xiao Chen was rather confident in his alchemy skills. Even if Ao Jiao really knew how to refine pills, she had only seen it once and did not know the recipe. There was no way she could succeed. Ao Jiao said, "You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I will teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, when you go out and get beaten to death, you will not even know how you died." After Ao Jiao spoke, she flicked her fingers 3 times and 3 white flames appeared out of nowhere. They floated quietly in the air. Her hands moved continuously and the herbs on the table all flew into the air under her control. For a moment, it was very dazzling. Xiao Chen actually thought of the fancy bartenders he saw in bars in his previous life. They seemed to be like this as well, gorgeous and dazzling. Xiao Chen, who had been watching from the side, consoled himself, there is no need to worry. She is definitely playing around by making such a dazzling display. Alchemy is a very serious matter. Su, su, su. Ao Jiao's hands moved like lightning. Among the herbs flying in the air, she accurately found the first 3 herbs that needed to be calcined. She flicked them into the 3 flames. The 3 flames each calcined a herb, giving off a zzz sound. Ao Jiao was not done yet. She changed her hand gestures again and the herbs that were about to fall floated into the air again. Dong, dong, dong. Ao Jiao was multitasking. It was unknown when 3 porcelain bottles appeared in her left hand. She accurately caught the medicinal liquid that dripped from the flames. She flicked her right hand a few more times and the 3 white flames started to calcine the remaining 3 different medicinal liquids. After a while, the 6 medicinal pills needed for the blood replenishing pill were completely calcined. Xiao Chen watched all this in astonishment. At this moment, he finally understood Ao Jiao's intentions. This was an extreme alchemy technique that pursued speed. Xiao Chen already found it difficult to use 1 flame to calcine the medicinal liquid. However, Ao Jiao was able to use 3 flames to calcine the medicinal liquid at the same time. This was something that Xiao Chen did not even dare to think about. Ao Jiao's control over the flames had already reached a daunting level. Xiao Chen knew that he was going to lose today's bet. However, he did not feel that it was a pity. Being able to observe such exquisite and peerless alchemy techniques was also an excellent learning opportunity for him. Indeed, it was as he expected. Ao Jiao executed the remaining steps smoothly. There were no mistakes or pauses. However, at the final step, during the process of nourishing the medicinal pill, Ao Jiao's face suddenly revealed an extremely weak expression. A soft explosion came from within the blue dragon medicine cauldron. The refinement of this medicinal pill actually failed. It failed at the most impossible step. Xiao Chen thought to himself that he was lucky. Soon, he thought of the reason for Ao Jiao's failure. Earlier, Ao Jiao condensed the essence of heaven and earth to feed Bai. She had exhausted too much essence. She did not rest for long before she started refining the medicinal pill again. Her essence could no longer support the last step. How is this possible? Ao Jiao was in disbelief as she looked at the dregs flowing out of the dragon's mouth. She actually did not succeed. Xiao Chen coughed and said, "That. Sister Ao Jiao, do you mean what you said?" Ao Jiao's face turned red as she said, "Bastard, I will not call you an idiot in the future." After she said that, she entered the universe ring. When Bai saw Ao Jiao suddenly disappear, he was confused. He jumped around trying to find where Ao Jiao was hiding. However, after searching for a long time, he could not find her. He looked at Xiao Chen anxiously. When Xiao Chen saw Bai's appearance, he smiled and said, "There is no need to look for her. Your mother is hiding." For the next 2 days, Xiao Chen did not go out. He stayed in his room, continuously refining medicinal pills. Aside from the 2 new medicinal pills, Xiao Chen did not go out at all. Aside from the 2 new medicinal pills, he also refined quite a few of the 3 medicinal pills that he refined earlier. After all, he was not lacking in ingredients and did not need to go out and buy them. Aside from refining medicinal pills, Xiao Chen spent the rest of his time researching the usage of the Purple Thunder True Fire. He tried to increase the penetrative power of the Purple Thunder True Fire, and the results were very obvious. The purple thunder true fire could already penetrate through 2 feet of essence iron without exploding. 2 days later, early in the morning, Xiao Chen changed into the black cloak once again. He stored all the moonstones that he had left at home into the universe ring and left the Xiao residence, heading towards Mo City. The city was as bustling as before. Although Xiao Chen's attire was a little strange, it did not attract any attention. He walked unhurriedly towards Linlang Pavilion. Aside from retrieving the money he earned from the auction, the more important reason he came out today was to forge a new spirit weapon. When his figure appeared at the entrance of Linlang Pavilion, one of the guards at the entrance wanted to stop him when he saw his strange attire. At this moment, someone at the side quickly stopped his companion. "Senior, you are finally here. Our pavilion master has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that someone at the entrance actually recognized him. After carefully sizing him up, he realized that it was Gao Long, who he had injured the other day. "It's you. Since you know him, then help me pass a message," Xiao Chen said indifferently. I'll go immediately. Quickly bring this esteemed guest to the inner pavilion," Gao Long quickly nodded and said. Because of the incident with Xiao Chen, he had been demoted to a guard. Now that he saw Xiao Chen again, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. Before he left, he instructed his companions to bring Xiao Chen to the inner pavilion. Although the people beside Gao Long did not recognize Xiao Chen, seeing Gao Long's cautious attitude, they did not dare to be careless. They quickly led Xiao Chen in. After entering the Great Hall, Xiao Chen discovered that the number of people he saw this time was more than double the previous time. The Great Hall could be said to be packed with people. It was difficult to move even an inch. Secretly circulating his essence, Xiao Chen's body nimbly avoided the few people who bumped into him. Among these people, there were quite a few who purposely bumped into him. Xiao Chen saw everything clearly and guessed the identity of these people. They should be some skilled thieves. They were very confident in their skills and actually came to Linlang Pavilion to fish in troubled waters. The few thieves tried to get close to Xiao Chen a few times but to no avail. They knew that they had met a tough opponent and wisely made a decision. They no longer purposely got close to him. In the inner pavilion, Xiao Chen drank his tea as he quietly waited for Nangong Yang's arrival. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Today, Linlang Pavilion seemed to have an unreasonable number of people. However, it was not the end of the month and there was no auction being held. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and asked the attendant beside him, "What day is it today? Why are there so many people in Linlang Pavilion?" The attendant knew that Xiao Chen was the esteemed guest of the pavilion master. He did not dare to be negligent and replied, "Today." Before he finished speaking, there was a hearty laughter coming from outside the inner pavilion. The attendant quickly stopped what he was saying and retreated from the inner pavilion. This was because Nangong Yang had already arrived. The following conversation was not something that he could listen to. "Little friend, you are finally here. This old man has been waiting for you to come for the past few days." Chapter 47. Haha, I never thought that the pavilion master would think so highly of a junior. Xiao Chen's face was completely hidden under the cloak. Others could not see his expression. Nangong Yang took out a stack of banknotes and handed it over. "This is the money from the previous auction. There is a total of 1 million taels of silver." There was actually 1 million taels of silver. This was out of Xiao Chen's expectations. He received the banknotes without batting an eyelid. Xiao Chen said, "It is just a fasting pill, and it actually sold for 1 million taels of silver. Linlang Pavilion truly lives up to its name." Nangong Yang smiled and said, "This fasting pill is a new pill. I have never heard of it before. Furthermore, it has a unique effect. Furthermore, with the help of my Linlang Pavilion, it is normal for it to sell for 1 million taels of silver. If this was the imperial capital's Linlang Pavilion, the price would be doubled. I wonder if little friend brought anything to auction this time?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he took out a blood replenishing pill, a qi returning pill, and an essence nurturing pill. After that, he placed them on the table and introduced the effects of these pills. "Pavilion Master Nangong, please state your starting bid for these 3 pills." Nangong Yang was very happy. These 3 pills were brand new pills. Although there were similar pills in the continent, he was certain that the recipes for the pills in the continent were different from these 3 pills. When Xiao Chen brought the fasting pill previously, he had studied it carefully. Although he was unable to decipher the recipe, it gave him a lot of inspiration. This made him, who had been standing at the peak of a Tier 7 alchemist for many years, overjoyed. This time, Xiao Chen brought 3 different pills. His alchemy realm would definitely have a breakthrough. Only one? Nangong Yang asked suspiciously when he saw that Xiao Chen had no intention of taking out more pills. If there was only one of each pill, it would not be easy. Sometimes, when he was researching, he would accidentally damage the pill. If he wanted to research it again, it would be troublesome. In truth, Xiao Chen's original intention was not to even take out a single medicinal pill. However, considering that he had once been here and had received some help, he took out 3 medicinal pills each and put them up for auction. He didn't have much desire for money. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a special need for it, it would be best if he kept all the pills he refined for himself. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to tell the truth and said, "Pavilion Master Nangong, I'm actually not interested in bidding at the moment. If Pavilion Master needs them, I can give these 3 pills to you." Nangong Yang shook his head and smiled. "You have misunderstood my meaning. With this old man's cultivation, these 3 pills would not be of much use. Do you know what day it is today?" "What day?" Xiao Chen also wanted to know the answer. If Nangong Yang had not arrived, the attendant would have already told him the answer. However, it was not too late for Nangong Yang to tell him now. Nangong Yang smiled gently. "I believe that little friend has discovered that there are a lot of people in our pavilion today. This afternoon, our pavilion will be holding our annual large-scale auction ahead of schedule. So that's why. No wonder there are so many people here." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Every year, Linlang Pavilion's large-scale auction was a grand event in Mo City. It was reasonable for so many people to appear. However, Xiao Chen remembered that large-scale auctions were usually held at the end of the year. It was not even the middle of the year yet. Why were they holding a large-scale auction already? Nangong Yang seemed to have noticed the doubts in Xiao Chen's heart and said, "This is because this old man will be going to the imperial capital at the end of the month. Thus, before I leave, I want to hold a large-scale auction." Imperial capital? The old man in front of me is indeed not an ordinary person, Xiao Chen thought to himself. From the first time he saw this person, he felt an unprecedented pressure. This kind of pressure was much stronger than when he faced Liu Fengyin. In front of him, he felt as though he was being seen through. This person's position in the Nangong clan was definitely not simple. Xiao Chen did not know why he was going to the imperial capital. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Chen, so there was no need to think too much about it. Unfortunately, the world was like a game of chess, unfathomable. Xiao Chen, who was under the cloak, did not know that the old man in front of him was going to the imperial capital. What the old man was doing was not only related to him, but it was also related to him greatly. Xiao Chen's face under the cloak was completely hidden in the shadows. Nangong Yang could not see Xiao Chen's expression and could not help but feel disappointed. He continued to say, "Thus, I would like to ask little friend to take out a few more pills to put up for auction. As the finale of this auction, I would like to save some face for this old man." Hearing these words, Xiao Chen found it somewhat funny. If it was someone else who said this, saying that they wanted his pills to save face, he might have believed them. However, if an important person of the Nangong clan actually said that he wanted these pills to save face, then he was thinking too highly of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was very clear on how useful these pills were. The Nangong clan was one of the 4 great clans of the Great Qin Empire. The clan head, Nangong Lai, was a martial monarch expert. Among the 10 great generals of the Great Qin Empire, he was ranked second. Even if these pills were at the peak, they would only be equivalent to rank 4 pills in the continent. To the Nangong clan, they were not even worth mentioning. It was clear that the old man in front of Xiao Chen had an extraordinary position in the Nangong clan. He had countless rare treasures in his hands. Why would he be lacking in rank 4 pills? It was clear that he wanted these pills for himself. The old man in front of him should be an alchemist. This was what Xiao Chen's intuition told him as an alchemist. Furthermore, he was of a very high rank. He could tell that the pills that Xiao Chen refined were different from the traditional method of refining pills. Hence, he wanted more for his own research. This was the reason why Xiao Chen gave him 3 pills. However, he was not satisfied. It was even possible that he had already bought all the pills that Xiao Chen put up for auction previously. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He placed his hand in his bosom to disguise it. After that, he took out 3 porcelain bottles from his universe ring and removed the caps. The fragrance of blood-replenishing pills, qi-returning pills, and essence-nurturing pills instantly spread out. Xiao Chen said, "Pavilion Master Nangong, we are straightforward people and will not beat around the bush. You just want these pills, right? There are 20 pills in each porcelain bottle. Just tell me what you can use to exchange for them." Xiao Chen was not lacking in money. However, he believed that Nangong Yang definitely had treasures that could interest him. Hence, he might as well take this opportunity to extort some money from him. Nangong Yang's smiling face suddenly changed. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. His gaze was like a saber as he stared at Xiao Chen. Although Nangong Yang did not use any strength, he did not even release any of his aura. He simply stared at Xiao Chen, causing Xiao Chen to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen did his best to remain calm. He sank his consciousness and stabilized his trembling body. However, sweat continued to pour down his back. "Haha, young man, you are very bold. Are you not afraid that I will kill you and snatch away all these things?" Nangong Yang suddenly laughed. The pressure on Xiao Chen also disappeared. "You won't. It is because I cannot feel any killing intent from you. Furthermore, the last time I walked out of this place, your pavilion did not send anyone to follow me. That is why I dared to come again." Xiao Chen calmed down and said unhurriedly. When Nangong Yang heard this, he smiled and said, "You are very courageous and smart. It is indeed this old man who wants these pills of yours. Your straightforward character is quite to my liking." After Nangong Yang said this, he paused for a while. He got up and paced back and forth a few steps before saying, "It is hard to say how much these pills of yours are worth. To those who are knowledgeable, it would be a sky-high price. To those who are not knowledgeable, they are merely rank 4 pills." Xiao Chen nodded his head and did not deny it. He smiled and said, "That Pavilion Master Nangong is clearly someone knowledgeable. I wonder what kind of sky-high price he will offer." Nangong Yang smiled and said, "Little demon, stop playing word games with me. Although I really need these pills, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to discover anything useful. Little friend, can you introduce me to your master?" Seeing that Nangong Yang suddenly changed the topic, Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. He said, "My master likes peace and quiet. He will not meet outsiders. I have already said this the last time. If Pavilion Master does not need these pills, then I will take my leave." After Xiao Chen spoke, he got up and walked out of the door. This was Xiao Chen's bottom line. How could he have a master? All the pills were refined by himself. If this was exposed, Nangong Yang would definitely put him under house arrest. Nangong Yang hurriedly stopped Xiao Chen and pulled him back. "I was just speaking casually. Little friend, don't worry. I will definitely buy these pills. How about this? I will not be a spendthrift and will not let you suffer a loss. How about this? In the afternoon's auction, you can choose any 3 items. Regardless of the price, our Linlang Pavilion will pay for it." The reason why Nangong Yang said this was because he knew that Xiao Chen would definitely not use the silver banknotes. Otherwise, he would directly use the pills to auction. However, Nangong Yang was somewhat reluctant to take out some valuable treasures. After all, the true value of these pills was only a rank 4 pill. In the end, he thought of a cheap way to satisfy Xiao Chen's wishes. He also did not need to part with his treasures, he only needed to fork out some money. Furthermore, he had already seen the list of items to be auctioned. Although there were many good items, they were not able to move his heart. It could be said that he would not suffer a loss. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed Nangong Yang's words and quickly understood what Nangong Yang was planning. He could not help but curse in his heart, this old fox is really cunning. However, he immediately thought of a countermeasure and said, "Can I take a look at the list of items to be auctioned?" This request was not excessive. Normally, an auction would send out the list of items to be auctioned in advance. They would also list out the main items and the finale items. This was mainly to attract the guests who came to the auction. Although Nangong Yang was unwilling, he still took out a list of items to be auctioned and handed it to Xiao Chen. In this large-scale auction, there are many good items. You will definitely not be disappointed. Xiao Chen took the list and looked at it carefully. After looking through it, he quickly made a decision. He smiled and said, "It is decided. I will choose 3 items to be auctioned. These pills will belong to Pavilion Master." Chapter 48. Linlang Pavilion, in the VIP booth on the 4th floor of the auction house. Xiao Chen stood in front of the window and looked down. The seats in the hall were already filled with people. There was a hubbub of voices and discussions. The auctioneer had already taken his place. Xiao Chen said to the universe ring, "Sister Ao Jiao, you were the one who told me to agree to that old man. Why aren't you saying anything now?" Earlier, when Xiao Chen had just received the auction list, before he could finish looking through it, Ao Jiao's voice resounded in his mind. She was telling him to agree to Nangong Yang's suggestion. "I told you to agree, so just agree. Do you think I will let you suffer a loss?" Ao Jiao floated out from the ring and said unhappily. When Xiao Chen saw her running out so casually, he was startled. He said, "Hey, why did you run out? What if there are people watching us?" Ao Jiao said, "If I don't want people to see me, no one can see me. Furthermore, there are no people watching us. You are worrying too much. That old man already took the pill and ran off somewhere." Xiao Chen relaxed and said, "The auction is about to start. You can now say which 3 items you want to bid for. What's the rush? I will inform you when the time comes. I will go out and take a look." After Ao Jiao spoke, she leaped out of the window and flew out. When Xiao Chen saw Ao Jiao jump down like that, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. If he were to jump down, he would beat this damn brat up. Unfortunately, not to mention whether he could defeat her or not, Xiao Chen did not dare to jump down like that. There were thousands of people in the hall below. If he jumped down like that, he would immediately become the target of attention. Despite Xiao Chen's resentment, the auction continued. The first item was a rank 4 fire attributed spirit core. In most auctions, the first item to be auctioned would not be too good or too bad. If it was too good, it would cause the expectations of the people below to be too high. If it was not able to bring out a pleasant surprise, it would cause them to be extremely disappointed. It would be even more impossible if the item was too poor. It would directly lower the quality of the auction, and people would think that there was nothing good to offer. Impatient customers might even leave immediately. The first item was a rank 4 fire attributed spirit core. It was an item that was neither too good nor too bad. Although it was not a precious item, it was still rare in Mo City. The spirit cores of the continent were mainly used to refine medicine. The method that Xiao Chen learned was different from that of the continent. Thus, Xiao Chen did not care about this spirit core. However, just as Xiao Chen was feeling dispirited, the auctioneer suddenly said, "Chen, everyone, this spirit core is not an ordinary spirit beast, but the spirit core of a spirit. For people who practice fire-attributed cultivation techniques, it can directly raise the might of their flames by a level. Its value is not something that a regular spirit beast can compare to. The starting price is 500,000 silver taels. The auction will begin now. Each bid must not be lower than 50,000 silver taels." After the auctioneer finished his introduction, the atmosphere in the hall became lively. No one expected that such a precious item would appear right at the start of the auction. 600,000 silver taels, 700,000 silver taels, 900,000 silver taels. Very quickly, there were people bidding. The price of this spirit core of the spirit core of the spirit core reached 1,000,000 silver taels. Xiao Chen noticed that the person in the VIP booth opposite him was calling out the fiercest bids. Every time, he would immediately follow up, appearing to be in a hurry. From Xiao Chen's angle, he could not see the situation in the booth opposite him. However, this was not a problem for Xiao Chen. He extended his spiritual sense and the situation inside immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. There were 5 cultivators in the private room. Only a young man wearing an embroidered robe was sitting there. The others were standing beside him with a respectful look on their faces. That youth should be the young master of some clan, and the people behind him should be his followers. Out of the 4 followers, 3 of them were superior grade martial disciples. The last one was actually an inferior grade martial master. Xiao Chen thought to himself, who is this youth? Even his followers are so strong. Why have I never seen them before? Second young master, I heard that this spirit core of the spirit beast is the purest fire-attributed spirit beast in the world. Its spirit core is the essence of its entire body. It will definitely be of great help to your cultivation technique. The handsome face of the youth in embroidered robes revealed a faint smile. There was a rare calmness in his eyes. He smiled and said, "The way you speak, it is as if I have already won the bid for this spirit core." Another follower smiled and said, "In Mo City, in terms of strength, the Xiao clan might be the strongest. However, in terms of wealth, who can surpass our Tang clan? Furthermore, the promise of 10 years is approaching. Once the Xiao clan falls, our Tang clan will be the undisputed #1 clan in Mo City." The Tang clan's second young master smiled faintly and did not deny it. His eyes revealed a proud expression as he clenched his fist and said, "I must obtain this spirit core of the rainbow flame python. Bid me 2 million silver taels." So he is from the Tang clan. No wonder he is so rich and overbearing, Xiao Chen thought to himself. In the past few years, the Tang clan had made use of the conflict between the Xiao clan and the Zhong clan to amass an uncountable amount of wealth. This Tang clan's second young master was called Tang Feng. The Tang clan had always kept a low profile. It was not strange that Xiao Chen did not recognize him at first glance. The moment Tang Feng spoke, the follower immediately took out a bidding card and gently peeked it out of the window. The bidding card with red words on a white background was exceptionally eye-catching. When the auctioneer below saw it, he immediately said excitedly, "VIP room 13 bids 2 million silver taels. 2 million silver taels. Is there any higher bid than 2 million silver taels? This is the spirit core of the rainbow flame python. Is there no one else? Even in the entire Great Qin nation, this kind of spirit core is extremely rare." The auctioneer called out a few more times. Seeing that there was still no one raising the bid, he started to slowly explain the rarity of this spirit core. However, there was no one raising the bid. Although this spirit core was rare, it could only increase the strength of fire-attributed cultivators. It would not be of much help to cultivators of other attributes. If it was not a fire-attributed cultivator, spending 2 million silver taels on it would not be worth it. Hence, there was no one raising the bid. 2 million silver taels going once. 2 million silver taels going twice. When the auctioneer saw that there was no one raising the bid, he gave up on explaining and started the final countdown. The Tang clan's second young master revealed a pleased smile. A rank 4 spirit core for 2 million silver taels. In the entire Mo City, he was the only one who could pay such a price. 2 million silver taels going thrice. Just as the auctioneer was about to count thrice, his expression suddenly became excited. He said loudly, "Look, someone in VIP room 11 has bid 5 million silver taels. 5 million silver taels. Is there any higher bid than 5 million silver taels?" The auctioneer of the Glittering Jewels Pavilion had obviously received excellent training. His words were always so tempting. When he heard someone bid 5 million silver taels, Tang Feng was stunned. He smiled coldly and said, "Bid 3 million silver taels. Every time the other party makes a bid, add another 500,000 silver taels. Let's see how long he can last." One of the attendants behind him said, "Second young master, that VIP room 11 seems to belong to the Xiao clan. I saw Xiao Jian come out from there earlier." Tang Feng's eyebrows twitched as he toyed with the wine cup in his hand. He smiled evilly. Interesting. That Xiao Jian seems to cultivate a fire-attributed cultivation technique. All the more reason why we cannot let him obtain it. Xiao Chen did not have much interest in this rainbow flame python spirit core. The attribute of the purple thunder divine incantation that he cultivated was lightning. Consuming this spirit core would not be of much benefit to him. As for his purple thunder true fire, it was a lightning-attributed fire. It was different from regular flames. If he wanted to raise the might of the purple thunder true fire, he would have to consume lightning-attributed lightning and not a fire-attributed spirit core. However, with the atmosphere of the auction and the two booths raising the bid, the price of the spirit core actually rose to 4 million silver taels. This made Xiao Chen feel that it was interesting. Who was so bold to actually pay such a high price to purchase such a spirit core? Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense to VIP Room 11. Soon, the situation in VIP Room 11 appeared in front of him. After he saw it clearly, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He said indifferently, "No wonder the competition is so intense. So it is my big brother who wants this spirit core." In VIP Room 11, Xiao Jian's forehead was already covered in sweat. Originally, he was determined to obtain the rainbow flame python spirit core. However, the current situation had greatly exceeded his expectations. Before the auction started, he had already seen the news of this spirit core on the auction list. This spirit core would be able to improve the quality of his fire cloud incantation. He immediately made a request to the First Elder. When the First Elder saw that the promise of 10 years was imminent and that Xiao Jian really needed this spirit core, he did not say anything and immediately transferred 4 million silver taels to him. With 4 million silver taels, he originally thought that obtaining a mere rank 4 spirit core would be a piece of cake. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. When he called out 2 million, Tang Feng immediately chased up to 2.5 million. When he called out 3 million, Tang Feng immediately increased it to 3.5 million without any hesitation. Xiao Jian, who had just called out 4 million, felt his heart thumping non-stop. This was already his limit. If the other party continued to increase the bid, he would not have any more chances. Please don't increase the bid anymore. If I do not have this rainbow flame python spirit core, how am I going to defeat that trash? Xiao Jian wiped his sweat as he said, "Furthermore, I recently heard that that trash is already a medial grade martial disciple. I must obtain this rainbow flame python spirit core." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but laugh. He could not understand why Xiao Jian was still so cautious when facing a medial grade martial disciple, even though he was already a martial master. Could it be that the failure in the dueling grounds had left too much of a shadow on Xiao Jian? Chapter 49. 4,500,000 silver taels. Booth 13 bid 4,500,000 silver taels. Is there a higher bid? No matter how Xiao Jian prayed, the voice that he did not want to hear the most was called out by the auctioneer with a beaming smile. 4,500,000 silver taels, say it again. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer's voice was filled with passion, enticing the people below. The people in the hall were all discussing this. No one expected the first item to be auctioned to be sold for a sky-high price of 4,500,000 silver taels. Within the booth, a mocking smile flashed on Tang Feng's face. He said, "I was wondering how much he would bid. Only 5 million silver taels and he can't hold on anymore. How boring. How can their Xiao clan bid more than our Tang clan? Furthermore, the clan head trusts second young master so much this time. He even brought 10 million silver taels over. How could Xiao Jian compete with young master?" One of Tang Feng's attendants flattered. A satisfied smile appeared on Tang Feng's face. He wondered how much his strength would increase after he obtained the inner core of the rainbow flame python. 4,500,000 silver taels, going thrice, success. When the auctioneer said this, he suddenly stopped. He revealed a pleasantly surprised smile and said, "Quick, look, the guest in booth 1 has bid." The auctioneer's words immediately attracted everyone's attention to booth 1 on the 4th floor. Tang Feng also frowned. Why is there someone else bidding? Don't be fooled by how relaxed he sounded earlier. Actually, the highest he could go was 5 million silver taels. Any higher and he would not be able to bid. This was because he still had to leave 5 million silver taels to bid for another item. That item was something that his father had personally instructed him to do. Thus, he did not dare to be careless. He had to preserve his 5 million silver taels. He could not help but feel nervous. Tang Feng instructed one of his attendants, "Go and see how much the other side is bidding." Not only was Tang Feng concerned about the bid from booth number 1, but the auctioneer was also more concerned about the bid from booth number 1. After all, the higher the auction item's price was, the higher the commission he would receive would be. Why did booth 1 only bid 1 million silver taels? Tang Feng's attendant asked, feeling it was strange. Tang Feng rejoiced in his heart. It seemed like this fellow was here to cause trouble. He would not be able to bid more than 4,500,000 silver taels. Now he could relax. However, the auctioneer below suddenly revealed a shocked expression. He opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a long time. My God! How? How is this possible? VIP Booth 1's bid is 10 million gold taels. Tang Feng spat out a mouthful of wine and said in disbelief, "Damn, how is this possible? 10 million gold taels? Even the 3 great clans of Mo City do not have so much money." It wasn't just Tang Feng who didn't believe it. Everyone in the Linlang Pavilion didn't believe it. What kind of concept was 1,000 taels of gold? 1 taels of gold was 10 million gold taels. 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 Taels of silver taels. Silver taels of gold taels. Silver taels. Gold taels. 1 gold taels. Even in the imperial capital, no one would casually offer 10 million taels of gold. This was such a large sum of money that ordinary people would never be able to earn so much money even if they spent hundreds of lifetimes. How is it possible for someone to spend so much money to buy a rank 4 in a corps? He must be a swindler. I did not expect Linlang Pavilion to have such a swindler. Get that person to take out the gold taels. Who doesn't know how to talk big? The situation below the stage was in complete chaos. No one would believe that such a thing could happen in this small Mo city. They all thought that the person had run away after talking big. Tang Feng, who was in the booth, slowly calmed down after his anger. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was impossible. He was too nervous and should not have lost his composure. Second young master, I think that person is just talking big. I don't believe that he can really take out the 10 million taels of gold taels. The one who spoke was because he did not see Ling's attendant due to the angle. At this moment, he was afraid that Tang Feng would vent his anger on him. The auctioneer did not expect such a situation to occur. Regarding the matter of Booth 1, Nangong Yang had already informed him about it. No matter what price the other party offered, there would not be any problems. Seeing the chaotic situation, the auctioneer hurriedly said loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. Our Linlang Pavilion will definitely not allow swindlers to sneak in. What I want to say is that the guest in Booth 1 is definitely able to afford this price. The auction will continue. Rest assured, our Linlang Pavilion will definitely hand over the 10 million taels of gold to you." Xiao Chen, who was in the booth, laughed softly. 10 million taels of gold, I do not have that much money. However, that old man Nangong should have it. As for how Nangong Yang would solve the problem without the 1,000 taels of gold, it was not within Xiao Chen's scope of consideration. Bang! On the other side, Tang Feng clenched his fist tightly, shattering the wine cup in his hand. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. "The 2 of you, go and guard outside the booth. I want to see who this fellow is, to be able to spend so much money." Xiao Jian, who was in booth 11, was similarly depressed. Even if Xiao Chen did not make a move, the Rainbow Flame Python inner core would not belong to him. Xiao Jian pushed open the door of the booth and walked out dejectedly. He did not manage to buy what he wanted. He did not want to stay in this bustling auction any longer. In a secret room at the bottom of Linlang Pavilion, there were all sorts of medicinal herbs and all sorts of refining equipment. Just the medicinal cauldrons alone were there. Nangong Yang took out all the medicinal pills that he obtained from Xiao Chen. His eyes revealed a fanatical expression. These were his opportunity to advance to grade 8 divine grade alchemist. However, this was not a good time. With the equipment here, the results of his research on these medicinal pills were limited. If he wanted to truly understand the secrets of these medicinal pills, he would have to return to the Nangong clan's headquarters. Only the imperial capital had the necessary equipment. However, when he thought of returning to the imperial capital, Nangong Yang's eyes revealed an indescribable rage. Nangong Yang sighed, "It has already been 10 years, it is time to go back and take a look." The door to the secret room suddenly opened and 2 people wearing black robes appeared behind Nangong Yang. Nangong Yang turned around and looked at the 2 of them. "After I leave, you 2 start to keep a close eye on that black-clothed man. You must investigate him and the mysterious alchemist behind him." The 2 black-clothed men were martial grandmasters. They were death-sworn, trained by Linlang Pavilion and specialized in carrying out shady missions. As for the missions that Nangong Yang gave them, it could be said that they would listen to him and would not resist at all. Nangong Yang muttered, "The ancient method of refining medicinal pills has been lost for thousands of years. I cannot miss out on this opportunity." Just as he was muttering to himself, a dangerous aura suddenly appeared. Nangong Yang's eyes lit up and he released his perception with all his might. "There is danger, be careful." The 2 martial grandmasters did not feel anything was wrong. When they heard this, they quickly put up their guard. They turned around and fixed their gazes on the stone door of the secret room. Suddenly, a petite figure descended from above the secret room. She held a short sword with both hands and appeared above the heads of the 2 black-clothed men. The petite figure moved in a ghostly manner in the air and the short sword gave off a resplendent glow. Puci. Blood spurted out from the necks of the 2 black-clothed men. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious girl had easily killed the 2 martial grandmasters. Nangong Yang looked at the girl who had appeared. When he saw her true identity, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He said, "How can this be? A sword spirit actually left her body to kill people." Ao Jiao did not answer Nangong Yang's question. She released the 2 broken swords in her hands. The broken swords turned into a flash of light and ruthlessly flew towards the walls of the secret room. Bang! The swords stabbed into the wall and easily sank into it. Cracks appeared on the wall like a spider web. The cracks extended continuously and the entire secret room actually started to show signs of collapsing. Nangong Yang did not have the time to be astonished because Ao Jiao was already flying towards him. She was really flying towards him. She did not stay on the ground for even a moment. She carried an incomparably tyrannical aura as she flew over and ruthlessly sent a palm strike at him. Bang! In a hurry, Nangong Yang quickly sent out a palm strike and received Ao Jiao's unparalleled strike. The 2 palms collided. Nangong Yang's body was continuously pushed back. The table and the cabinets containing the herbs behind him were all smashed into pieces. Puci. The huge force from Ao Jiao's palm instantly shattered the essence that Nangong Yang had gathered. His body crashed into the wall with a loud boom and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Nangong Yang had a pained expression on his face. Before he could say anything, he felt the force from Ao Jiao's palm increase again. With a loud boom, his entire body sank into the wall. Under the heavy palm strike, Nangong Yang felt his internal organs shift positions. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Despite being a martial king, the person in front of him could not retaliate at all. This sword spirit is at least a medial grade martial monarch. In that case, how strong is her master? Nangong Yang thought in horror. However, he could not figure out which expert he had offended. Although he held a high position in the Great Qin nation, he was very low profile. This was especially so in the past 10 years. He had been living in seclusion and had never left Mo City. "May I ask who your master is? What kind of grudges do I have with him?" Nangong Yang asked in a hoarse voice. Even if he was going to die, he had to know the reason. The reply he got was an even more ferocious palm strike from Ao Jiao. Nangong Yang vomited another mouthful of blood and his body sank deeper into the wall. A human-shaped hole that was tens of meters wide appeared in the wall. It was formed when Nangong Yang was struck by an irresistible force. Suddenly, Ao Jiao withdrew her palm. Nangong Yang felt his body freeze. He had no time to catch his breath. Ao Jiao had already grabbed him by the collar and brought him back to the secret room. Inside the secret room, the cracks in the wall where the short sword stabbed earlier were still spreading. Rocks kept falling from above. This secret room that was built underground was actually going to collapse. Don't try to do what you just did. Never, ever. After Ao Jiao said this, she quickly left in a flash. The horrified Nangong Yang finally knew who he had offended. He looked at the secret room that was about to collapse. He felt extremely pained in his heart. Most of the medicinal pills that he had refined over the past 10 years were stored in this secret room. Although some of the peak-grade medicinal pills were stored in his spatial ring, it looked like he would not be able to keep the medicinal pills that were rank 7 and below. After Nangong Yang found the medicinal pills that he obtained from Xiao Chen, he did not linger. He immediately left the secret room in a flash. 2 seconds after he left, the secret room collapsed with a loud crash. Nangong Yang, who was on the ground, looked at the large hole in the ground with lingering fear. He felt like he was still in a daze. In just a short 5 minutes, his 10 years of hard work had vanished. Chapter 50. Although the commotion in the secret room in the backyard of Linlang Pavilion was huge, the people in the hall did not notice it. After the chaos caused by the first auction item, the annual large-scale auction continued in an orderly manner. Xiao Chen watched helplessly as the auction continued. At this moment, the auction was already halfway through. However, Ao Jiao had not arrived yet. He did not dare to casually make a move. He had already bought a Rainbow Flame Python Spirit Core. If he were to make a move, he would only have one chance. At this moment, the second climax of the auction was about to begin. When the auctioneer announced that the next item was an inferior-grade spirit stone, the atmosphere in the auction hall immediately flared up. Spirit stones were a special kind of natural treasure. It contained the purest spiritual energy in the world. When a normal cultivator used a small piece of spirit stone, they could immediately raise their cultivation by 1 realm. Aside from that, if it was used in battle, it could immediately replenish one's essence. It was not like the fire-attributed spirit core from before, which could only be used by a certain group of people. It was very effective for cultivators below Martial Saint. The rarity of a spirit stone was comparable to the precious moonstone. In the Tianwu continent, aside from the Great Jin Nation, which had the largest spirit vein, the other spirit veins were all monopolized by the royal clan or some super sects. The other spirit veins that were given out were all monopolized by the country's royal family and some super sects. Ordinary warriors and some small forces could only obtain spirit stones through other unorthodox means. The auctioneer below introduced loudly, "Everyone, please look carefully. This is a genuine inferior-grade spirit stone. I will not say much about the value of a spirit stone. I believe everyone is clear on it. Although it is the lowest-grade spirit stone, it is still worth 1 million. Hence, the starting bid is 500,000. Each bid must be no less than 100,000. Just as the auctioneer finished speaking, there were enthusiastic calls for bids. Everyone here knew about treasures. Naturally, they understood the value of this inferior-grade spirit stone. Many of the guests had come specifically for this inferior-grade spirit stone. The price of the spirit stone continued to rise. Only when it reached 1 million did the number of people calling for it slowly decrease. 1 million was actually a threshold. After all, not everyone was like the Tang clan or the Xiao clan, who would bid 4 or 5 million. Even if other people had so much money, they would have to weigh their own assets before bidding cautiously. Tang Feng, who was in VIP room 11, smiled and said, "It is time for us to make a bid. The clan head specifically instructed us to obtain this inferior-grade spirit stone. Bid 2 million. As soon as Tang Feng made his bid, the auctioneer immediately shouted out his bid excitedly. Guest number 11 has made his move again, calling out a bid of 2 million taels of silver. He is indeed very generous. Is there any higher bid?" With regards to the high price of 2 million taels of silver, the people sitting in the hall actually did not have much hope. The people who would be fighting next should be those in the VIP booths on the 4th floor. As expected, someone in room number 3 quickly raised the price to 2,200,000 silver taels. Immediately, the person in room number 4 raised the price to 2,500,000 silver taels. 2,500,000, this is not an auspicious number. The person in room number 4, are you sure you are not going to increase the bid? After the person in room number 4 made his bid, the auctioneer immediately said humorously. The person in room number 4 cursed in his heart. He steeled his heart and raised the price to 3 million silver taels of silver. The auctioneer immediately smiled and announced his bid. Xiao Chen was actually very interested in the inferior grade spirit stone. This inferior grade spirit stone was even more beneficial to martial disciples. Using himself as an example, if he used this inferior grade spirit stone, his cultivation realm would immediately rise to superior grade martial disciple. Furthermore, it would not be like other medicinal pills, which would leave behind an unstable foundation or hindering cultivation. This was because the spirit stone contained the pure essence of spiritual energy. After using it, it would immediately rise. The essence in a martial disciple's body only needed to be digested for a day and they would be able to completely stabilize their cultivation realm. There would not be any side effects. Unfortunately, Ao Jiao was not here. Xiao Chen did not dare to make any rash decisions. He had already done so once before. Now, there were only 2 chances left. He could not miss it. Ao Jiao had already locked onto her target. However, when he saw the inferior grade spirit stone being auctioned off, Xiao Chen could not help but feel an itch in his heart. This was a spirit stone that could raise one's cultivation realm. Xiao Chen grumbled, I have no idea where Ao Jiao ran off to. She still has not returned. Since you want to buy it, then take it. The sudden voice startled Xiao Chen. He turned his head to take a look. Indeed, it was Ao Jiao standing behind him. Xiao Chen originally wanted to grumble a little. However, when he saw that her expression was not right, he took back his words. Hey, Ao Jiao, are you alright? Why is your complexion so bad? Ao Jiao said, if something happens to you, nothing will happen to me. Do you think my body is the same as yours? You actually know how to look at my complexion. This spirit stone is a good thing for you now. You can buy it. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. Ao Jiao was a weapon spirit. If her complexion was not right, it could not be explained with human logic. On the other hand, Ao Jiao's words made Xiao Chen happy. Can I really buy it? I already bought a 7-colored flame python spirit core earlier. If I buy it, I will only have one more chance to use it with Nangong Yang. It's fine. The thing that I want has not been auctioned yet, Ao Jiao said indifferently. Xiao Chen smiled, then I can rest assured. The people in the VIP booths continued to bid for the inferior grade spirit stone. At this moment, the price had already reached 4 million silver taels. In VIP booth 11, Tang Feng calmly drank a mouthful of wine and said, it is already 4 million. It is time for the killing blow. Call out 6 million. Let's see who will bid higher than me. When the attendant behind him heard this, he quickly went to the window and called out Tang Feng's bid. When the auctioneer saw the bid from VIP booth 11 again, the smile on his face bloomed like a flower. He said passionately, VIP booth 11 always surprises us. He bid 6 million silver taels. When the auctioneer called out Tang Feng's bid, the noise in the auction hall stopped. Everyone guessed that this was the highest bid. A normal inferior grade spirit stone would be sold for around 5 million silver taels. Tang Feng had called out an additional 1 million. It was clear that he was determined to win it. The person in VIP booth 4 smacked the table violently. His face was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. When the auctioneer saw that no one was bidding, he said, 6 million silver taels. There should be no higher bid. If there is none, I will start the countdown. Hearing the auctioneer's voice, Tang Feng revealed a pleased expression on his handsome face. He smiled and said, it is not a bad thing that I did not obtain the 7-colored flame python spirit core. At least I now have enough capital to pocket this spirit stone. However, after Tang Feng waited for a long time, he still did not hear the sound of the auction being completed. He frowned and could not help but feel suspicious. He said to the attendant behind him, "Go and see what's going on. Why is the auctioneer not announcing the completion of the auction?" That attendant quickly went to the window and looked down. He saw the auctioneer staring blankly at the window of VIP booth 1. His mouth was wide open, but he could not say a word. He had completely lost the qualities that an auctioneer should have. The attendant quickly turned his gaze to the opposite booth. After he saw clearly, he turned around and said in a trembling voice, "Second young master, it seems like VIP booth 1 has made a bid again." Tang Feng felt his heart skip a beat. The wine cup that he was about to drink stopped. He had a bad premonition. VIP booth 1 bids again. It is still 10 million, gold taels. The auctioneer wiped the sweat off his forehead and finally spoke again. Bang! Tang Feng crushed the wine cup in his hand once again. His expression was so gloomy that it made people want to see it. He said coldly, "Are you messing with me? In this Mo city, there is no one who dares to mess with me like this." The crowd below was thrown into chaos once again. If this was the first time someone bid 10 million gold taels, it would be abnormal. However, everyone believed that there was still a possibility that it was not too ridiculous. However, at this moment, the same person in the same booth had bid 10 million gold taels again. Even a fool would know that this was not normal. No one would squander their money like this. The situation below was even more chaotic than before. The auctioneer remembered Nangong Yang's instructions and did his best to pacify the crowd. After much difficulty, he managed to get the auction to continue. Ao Jiao smiled gently, "You are really too much of a scoundrel. You actually dare to bid 10 million gold taels so casually. Nangong Yang will be angered to death by you." Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I like to be direct. I do not like this kind of bidding war. Furthermore, this is what Nangong Yang promised me. For the things that I fancy, no matter what the final price is, he will pay for it. As for whether he can do it or not, that is his problem. It has nothing to do with me." In the following auctions, because the item that Ao Jiao mentioned did not appear, Xiao Chen did not make a move. The chaos caused by Xiao Chen slowly calmed down. Just as the auction was about to end, Ao Jiao suddenly said, "The next item is a piece of superior grade frost iron. You just have to bid for it." Xiao Chen did not understand. "What do you want that frost iron for?" Ao Jiao said, "Of course I have no use for it. You brought so many moonstones this morning. Did you think I did not see it? You idiot, don't tell me you think that moonstones are the only thing needed to forge a spirit weapon." Xiao Chen's face turned slightly red. "I did not think too much about it. I thought that the other materials could be obtained locally." Ao Jiao said, "There is nothing wrong with obtaining locally. It is just that this frost iron is a rarely seen superior grade frost iron. After I refine it, it can reach the quality of peak grade frost iron. If you only want to forge a profound ranked spirit weapon, you can give up on this frost iron." Hearing that Ao Jiao could raise the quality of this frost iron, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He knew a thing or two about the rarity and preciousness of peak grade frost iron. In this world, other than a very small amount of peak grade frost iron that could be produced naturally, the other peak grade frost iron could only be obtained by refining superior grade frost iron. However, this method of refining was something that only a few people in the Qianwu continent could grasp. From what Xiao Chen knew, within the Great Qin nation, only the Heavenly Craft Manor had grasped this method of refining. As such, after he obtained this superior grade frost iron, along with the large amount of moonstones in his hands, he might be able to forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Chapter 51. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen did not hesitate any longer. When the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, he immediately called out his bid. It was still 10 million gold taels. The chaos that Xiao Chen originally imagined did not appear. The people below were still numb to Xiao Chen's bid. The only ones who felt anxious were the people who placed the bids. Their emotions could be said to be a mixture of joy and worry. They were afraid that Xiao Chen was just a braggart, but they also thought that with the great reputation of Linlang Pavilion, it would be impossible for them to go back on their word. After the auction ended, Someone immediately brought the 3 items that Xiao Chen had auctioned off to Xiao Chen's room and checked them carefully. Rainbow Flame Python Inner Core, Inferior Grade Spirit Stone, and Superior Grade Frost Iron. There were no problems with the quality. Xiao Chen did not leave immediately. He handed the frost iron in his hand to Ao Jiao and said, "Can I refine it here? I feel that there are 2 people outside staring at me." Ao Jiao said indifferently, "Your perception is not bad. There are indeed 2 flies hiding outside. There is no special requirement for the location to refine this superior grade frost iron." That piece of frost iron was about the size of a school bag. When Xiao Chen held it in his hand, he felt that it weighed at least 100 kilograms. It was as black as ink and looked very thick. Ao Jiao easily held the frost iron in her hand. She weighed it a few times before tossing it into the air. A white flame shot out from her palm and enveloped the frost iron in the air. Xiao Chen carefully observed Ao Jiao's every move. He memorized every step that she took. The method of refining superior grade frost iron was an extremely rare secret technique in the continent. It was only in the hands of a few people. In the Great Qin Empire, only the heavenly craft manor possessed such a technique. This was a good opportunity for him to learn. The white flame burned slowly. Xiao Chen discovered that this flame was very strange. It did not have the ferocity and tyranny of a normal flame. Instead, it gave off a warm feeling. What kind of flame is this? Xiao Chen wondered. Ao Jiao had the intention to teach Xiao Chen. While maintaining the flame, she explained, "This flame is not a flame cultivated by a cultivator. It is a human flame that has existed in the world for a long time. It is called the Bone Ghost Fire. Back then, the Thunder King, Sang Mu, subdued it while cultivating in the 9 Hells Purgatory. After he died, he left this flame to me." Human fire? There was actually such a strange flame existing between heaven and earth. It was really an eye-opener. However, he didn't know what was so special about this human flame. Ao Jiao continued to explain that there were 4 types of extremely precious flames in the world, namely human flame, dragon flame, ghost flame, and heavenly flame. In the martial heaven continent, there were a total of 9 dragon veins. At the end of these dragon veins was the imperial Tao flame. Of the 9 dragon flames, it was known that 5 had been taken by someone. The remaining 4 had never been found. Aside from the fact that the dragon flames were buried 10,000 meters underground and the environment was incomparably harsh, the most important reason was that the remaining 4 dragon veins could change. According to legend, the possessor of the dragon flames could establish a dynasty. Unless one had the fate of a ruler, it would be impossible to find the dragon flames. Ghost flames existed in places of extreme yin. They were mysterious and unfathomable, possessing the might of gods and ghosts. There were 2 places of extreme yin in the continent. One was the profound yin cave, which was tens of thousands of meters deep, and the other was the 9 Hells Purgatory, which was known as hell in the mortal world. These 2 places were forbidden lands of the continent. However, the ghost flames that existed in them had been taken away by senior experts thousands of years ago. However, in the past few years, the ghost flames rarely appeared in the mortal world. No one knew if new ghost flames had appeared in these 2 places of extreme yin. The heavenly flame was publicly recognized as the most horrifying flame in the world. According to legend, it was a flame that could refine the entire world. This kind of flame was only recorded in the history books. It was possessed by the Tianwu Emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty and unified the continent 10,000 years ago. Following the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, this kind of flame that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth had already disappeared in the long river of history. As for the final human flame, it was rather special. It was not a natural flame. It should be said that it was not formed purely from the power of nature. It was a special flame formed from the energy of the martial god, the strongest cultivator in the mortal world, after he passed away. When his body and soul were destroyed, it was formed from the energy of the martial god. After the martial god died, the huge energy in his body would not disappear. After this huge energy settled for a long time, it would form all sorts of strange flames. These were called human flames. When Xiao Chen heard the introduction, he felt his heart tremble. The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. It was not something that could be seen in this small Mo city. He could not wait to go out and explore the world. Unfortunately, the promise of 10 years was not up yet. Since Xiao Chen had agreed to do something, he would naturally do his best. He could not leave now. Do martial gods really exist in this world? Xiao Chen asked. Ao Jiao's gaze was fixed on the frost iron wrapped in flames. She replied, of course, there are countless geniuses in the world. Although it is rare to reach the martial god realm, it is not impossible. Furthermore, according to the legends, there are mysterious existences above the martial god realm. Xiao Chen continued to ask, that Thunder King, Sang Mu, did he break through to the martial god realm? Ao Jiao said indifferently, he was just one step away from it, yet he was killed by someone. I can only say that it was hard for him to change his fate. Xiao Chen found it hard to calm down for a long time. Someone as strong as the Thunder Emperor was actually killed by someone in the end. This was simply unbelievable. Could the person who killed him be the legendary martial god? Xiao Chen told Ao Jiao about the doubts in his heart. Ao Jiao only said indifferently, this is not something you should be thinking about now. Although you inherited the Thunder Wood Sword's inheritance, you do not have to bear the responsibility of taking revenge for him. This did not seem right. How could there be benefits for no reason in this world? Unexpectedly, he did not have to bear any responsibility. This caused Xiao Chen to feel very surprised. With regards to Ao Jiao's appearance, Xiao Chen had always been more worried than happy. At this moment, when he heard her say this, he felt slightly relieved. However, Ao Jiao's next words nearly caused Xiao Chen to vomit blood. Although you do not have to bear the responsibility of taking revenge for the Thunder King, it is hard to say if trouble will come looking for you. So, trashy master, you better become stronger as soon as possible. Xiao Chen was completely speechless. There were too many mysteries surrounding Ao Jiao. Why did the sword in the Thunder King's cave break? Who killed the Thunder King? How did he become her master? Until now, Xiao Chen knew very little. Furthermore, no matter how he asked Ao Jiao, she would not say anything. Today, she revealed a little, but it was still very confusing. Hu Kai. The black profound iron that was enveloped by the flames had already turned into a ball of molten metal. It was clear that the heat contained within the bone spectre flame was a huge contrast to the warmth on the surface. The two of them spoke for less than 5 minutes and the superior-grade frost iron had already turned into a ball of molten metal. If Xiao Chen used the purple thunder true fire to refine it, it would take at least half a day. With such a huge difference, one could imagine how strong the bone spectre flame was. Ao Jiao shouted lightly. Her adorable face revealed a serious expression once again, causing others to be unable to restrain their laughter. Suddenly, a glowing broken sword appeared in her right hand. She brandished it at the molten metal within the flames. In an instant, sparks flew in all directions in the booth. The flames gave off an intense explosion in the air. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he quickly hid behind Ao Jiao. Every time a strand of flame shot out, the bone spectre flame lost a drop of molten metal. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this should be the removal of the impurities in the superior grade frost iron. Normally, when the frost iron reached superior grade, there would be very few impurities in it. If one wanted to remove the impurities without wasting the essence of the frost iron, one had to be very careful. Aside from having a good eye, the most important thing was the speed at which the saber was drawn. Although the molten metal looked still, it was actually flowing at a high speed within it. Xiao Chen released his spiritual sense and entered the inner world of the molten metal. Before him was a fiery red world. Even though it was Xiao Chen's spiritual sense that entered, he could still feel the horrifying temperature. In this fiery red world, there were clumps of unknown substances that Xiao Chen could not identify. They were constantly being squeezed and flowing. Xiao Chen observed carefully for a long time before he finally discovered something. The pure black substance should be the essence of the frost iron. Occasionally, there would be some gray iron residue being removed from the black substance. The short sword in Ao Jiao's hand was as precise as the precision instruments in his previous life. When the gray substance was removed, The essence was not wasted at all, it was all preserved. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at Ao Jiao's cute face once again. His eyes were filled with admiration. Not only did Ao Jiao know how to refine medicine, but the skill that she displayed now was clearly not something that an ordinary person could do. How many secrets does this little girl have? Can I really trust her completely? It's done. Ao Jiao heaved a sigh of relief and said joyfully. She withdrew the bone spectre flame into her hand and waved it gently. A fist-sized piece of frost iron appeared in her petite hand. Her eyes revealed an expression of joy. Trashy master, this is for you. Xiao Chen received the peak-grade frost iron from Ao Jiao. He was incomparably happy. This fist-sized piece of peak-grade frost iron was more than 100 times more valuable than the superior-grade frost iron. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen discovered that Ao Jiao's expression had become even weaker. There was a fire in his heart for no reason. You lied to me earlier, right? Your complexion is so terrible. You must have done something dangerous when you went out earlier. You even lied to me, saying that the physique of a sword spirit is different from a human's. Hence, you cannot judge things by their complexion. Your current situation is caused by overexertion. Ao Jiao quibbled, you actually used the eyes of a human to judge a sword spirit. You are really trash and an idiot. You can deal with the flies outside yourself. After Ao Jiao finished speaking, she seemed to know that she was in the wrong. She entered the universe ring and did not come out again. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, your sister, no wonder you are called Ao Jiao. The Thunder King did not give her the wrong name. Her Thunder attribute is still very high. Xiao Chen released his spiritual sense and carefully observed the two Tang clan disciples hiding outside. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Trying to target this young master? You are too inexperienced. Chapter 52. After Tang Feng placed all the items into his universe ring, he tightened the black cloak on his body and left the private room, heading for the back door of Linlang Pavilion. He ignored the two Tang clan disciples following behind him. One of the two people behind him said, go and report to second young master, I will follow him first. Good, you follow him first. Do not lose him. Otherwise, if second young master gets angry, you and I will be in trouble. Tang Feng, who was in the private room, was anxiously waiting for news from his subordinates. That inferior grade spirit stone was something his father had repeatedly instructed him to obtain. At this moment, someone had disrupted his plans and he did not complete his mission. If he returned empty-handed, he would definitely be punished. Bang! The door to the private room opened. When Tang Feng saw his follower, he was overjoyed. He quickly said, is there any news? Who is so daring to snatch something that I have my eyes on? That follower rushed over, panting non-stop. He wanted to say something but could not. Tang Feng scolded, trash, if you have something to say it quickly. If that person escapes, I will take your life. The follower's heart tightened and he said while gasping for breath, reporting, to second young master, that person was wearing a large black cloak. I could not see his appearance clearly. However, his strength is only that of a medial grade martial disciple. Tang San is currently following him, he will not lose him. Just a medial grade martial disciple. A gleam flashed in Tang Feng's eyes as he continued, then did you see the auctioneer send those 3 items to his room? I saw it. Good. Tang Feng laughed coldly, a mere medial grade martial disciple actually dares to disrupt my plans twice. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The 4 of you can go. Medial grade martial disciple, don't tell me you can't even settle this. I will go back and explain the situation to my father first. Second young master, rest assured. Not to mention a medial grade martial disciple, even a superior grade martial disciple would not be able to escape from me, Tang Feng's martial master follower said. At the same time, in the backyard of Linlang Pavilion, Nangong Yang was sending people to clean up the collapsed secret room. Hopefully, he would be able to find some pills that were not damaged. After all, this was the result of 10 years of hard work. It was truly heartbreaking to see them disappear just like that. Just at this moment, the manager of Linlang Pavilion's auction walked over. His expression was extremely ugly as he stood behind Nangong Yang. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. When Nangong Yang saw the situation, he frowned and said unhappily, "Old Li, if you have something to say, just say it." When Old Li heard this, his forehead beaded with sweat. He carefully said, "Pavilion Master, I've done what you asked me to do. The alchemist has already auctioned off 3 items. When Nangong Yang heard this, he smiled and said, "I was wondering what the matter is. Why are you so anxious over such a small matter? By the way, what did he have his eyes on?" When Old Li saw that the pavilion master was not in a bad mood, he relaxed a little. He said, "A rainbow flame python inner core, an inferior grade spirit stone, and a piece of superior grade frost iron." Nangong Yang laughed heartily. "Your eyesight is quite accurate, huh? These are all good things. Even in Luogia continent, these are rare treasures." Old Li hesitated for a long time before he finally made up his mind. He slowly said, "However, the pavilion master's final bid was quite high." Nangong Yang said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you worried that I can't afford it? It will not be easy for you to explain to the higher-ups what price he bid. 10 million, gold taels. 10 million. Nangong Yang only spoke halfway before his expression changed. He said, "How much did you say? Say it again." 3 items, each of them was sold for 10 million gold taels. That is a total of 30 million gold taels. Old Li had already anticipated that something was wrong, but he still said it. F*CKU. When Nangong Yang heard this, he disregarded his status and cursed. The surrounding attendants and Old Li were all startled. Others might not know Nangong Yang's identity, but it was impossible for them not to know. He was the younger brother of the Nangong clan's clan head, Nangong Lai. Furthermore, he was the Great Qin nation's top alchemist. Even the emperor of the Great Qin nation had to curry favor with him. Now that Nangong Yang disregarded his status and cursed, it was easy to imagine how angry he was. This caused them to be extremely terrified. If Nangong Yang really blamed them, they would not be able to keep their heads. Old Li knelt on the ground and said fearfully, "Pavilion Master, should we send people to capture him? He should not have gone far." When Nangong Yang heard this, he was extremely angry. He was not even a match for that person. If these people went, how could they survive? He scolded, "Reckless fool, did I say that I was going to pursue this matter?" Old Li did not know what he said wrong. He said, "Pavilion Master, weren't you so angry earlier? Could it be that you are going to let that person off?" Nangong Yang calmed himself down. The mental state of a rank 7 alchemist was not that weak. He said indifferently, "Don't bother yourself with this matter. Remember, do not seek trouble with that person. In the future, if that person comes again, you must treat him with respect. Do not neglect him. I will settle the matter of the 30 million gold taels myself." Looks like I will have to leave late. Nangong Yang smiled bitterly to himself. He could only refine a few more rank 7 medicinal pills to settle this matter. However, he still felt indignant in his heart. 30 million gold taels, how much of a beast would he be to ask for it? Outside Linlang Pavilion, Xiao Chen wore a black cloak and walked slowly. With his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen could see the 4 people following behind him very clearly. 1 inferior grade martial master and 3 superior grade martial disciples were a little difficult to deal with. "I have to deal with that martial master in the shortest time possible," Xiao Chen thought to himself. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had already arrived at a desolate alley. The alley was very narrow, only 2 people could pass through it side by side. This place was already quite a distance away from the bustling streets. There was not a single person in sight. They should be making a move here, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. When he raised his head, there was a cultivator dressed in blue. When Xiao Chen turned around, he saw 3 cultivators blocking his way. An inferior grade martial master blocked the way in front and 3 superior grade martial disciples behind. With a pincer attack, Xiao Chen looked like he had no way to escape. "Everyone, why have you followed me all the way from Linlang Pavilion?" As Xiao Chen spoke, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation in his body. He only wanted to kill this person in one move. I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over all the things you bought from the auction. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. The qi and blood in his entire body surged. He was already at his peak, waiting for his opponent to reveal an opening. Xiao Chen pretended to think. He turned around and said to the inferior grade martial master, "Do you want the inferior grade spirit stone? I can give it to you." After Xiao Chen spoke, he waved his hand and the inferior grade spirit stone flew out. Under the sunlight, the inferior grade spirit stone gave off a bright glow. The inferior grade martial master flew through the air and slowly descended towards the superior grade martial master. Although the superior grade martial master was suspicious, there was definitely a trap for Xiao Chen to hand over the inferior grade spirit stone so obediently. However, the superior grade martial master did not care about it. He believed that as a medial grade martial master, he would not be able to do much harm to him. Just as the spirit stone was about to land on the ground, the superior grade martial master, who had been staring at Xiao Chen, finally shifted his gaze to the spirit stone in the air. He leaped up gently and stretched out his right hand, wanting to catch the falling spirit stone. "Hu Kai." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He shouted and stomped on the ground, leaving behind a 2-meter deep footprint. His figure shot forward like an arrow. When the superior grade martial master saw that Xiao Chen had made a move, he quickly stopped trying to catch the spirit stone. His expression was filled with confidence as he sent out a palm strike, wanting to block Xiao Chen's attack. However, he had lost the initiative and his mind was relaxed. How could he block the full-powered palm strike of Xiao Chen when he was in his peak state? Everywhere the palm wind passed, wind and thunder howled and a purple light flickered. The superior grade martial master only felt an electric light coming from his palm. A numb feeling spread throughout his body. His hands and feet actually turned stiff for a moment. Bang! Xiao Chen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He kicked the person in front of him into the air. Who? A purple flame spun rapidly on the tip of Xiao Chen's finger. After an unknown number of times, it flew towards the person in the air. There was a crisp sound and a bloody hole the size of a finger appeared in the middle of the person's forehead. By the time he was in the air, the purple electric light that Xiao Chen had attached to his body had already been eliminated. The instant the flame shot towards him, he immediately covered his entire body in flames. However, Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire was no longer the same as before. Its penetrative ability was no longer the same as before. It instantly pierced through his essence shield. The flame that was left in his mind started to burn slowly. The hole in his body that was being eaten by the flame was getting bigger and bigger. Under the sunlight, his body was like a pile of burning wood. After it was burned, it turned into ashes that slowly fell from the sky. When the wind blew, before it landed on the ground, it had already turned into ashes forever. Although the situation seemed to take a long time to describe, it actually happened in an instant. Xiao Chen made a move to paralyze the other party. Then, he kicked the other party into the air and shot out the purple thunder true fire. All of this happened in the time it took for 3 breaths. When the 3 people behind Xiao Chen saw their comrade turn into ashes, a boundless fear appeared in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the strongest person on their side had been eliminated. This person was really only a medial grade martial disciple. Their gazes landed on the cloaked Xiao Chen once again. This time, Xiao Chen was like a grim reaper that had just walked out of hell. Beat this fellow up. No matter how strong he is just a medial grade martial disciple. Furthermore, he does not have a weapon. I don't believe he can kill the 3 of us, one of them said boldly. When the remaining 2 people heard this, they quickly drew their weapons. If they could not complete the mission given by the second young master, they would receive a heavy punishment. Although the person in front of them was terrifying, it was not as if they did not have a chance of victory. However, when they drew their weapons, they were shocked to discover that they could not use their weapons in such a narrow alley. They could not help but feel vexed. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen smiled mockingly. Did you think I casually walked into an alley? I foolishly followed you in. Today, none of you can escape. Chapter 53. 3 superior-grade martial cultivators who could not use their weapons could only walk side by side in this narrow alley. Xiao Chen only needed to deal with 2 of them. It was not a difficult task. Furthermore, with 2 people walking side by side, it was not as convenient as Xiao Chen. After he dealt with the 3 of them, Xiao Chen did not even exhaust half of his essence. He shot out a few flames and turned the people on the ground into ashes. Xiao Chen took off his black cloak and slowly left this desolate alley. Walking forward, there was actually a blacksmith shop at the end of the alley. This blacksmith shop was very shabby. The paint on the wooden signboard had already fallen off. It looked like a moldy wooden board. Xiao Chen remembered his purpose for coming out today and decided to go in and take a look. Since he had already come this far, there was no harm in taking a look. The area of this shop was very small. There was not even a complete shelf in the narrow shop. Many of the ironware were piled up in the corner, making the shop look even more cramped. Xiao Chen looked around. Among the pile of ironware, he actually discovered some farming tools. He could not help but find it funny. They actually started selling farming tools. How bad must their business be? I actually thought of coming here to forge spirit weapons. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had been here for a period of time and there was not a single person in the shop. This was very strange. Xiao Chen did not have any intention to continue staying and was about to leave. Wait, don't leave first. Go and take a look at the weapons in the corner. Suddenly, Ao Jiao's voice appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen said unhappily, "It is just a pile of scrap metal. I don't think there is anything nice to look at. If I tell you to look, then just look." Xiao Chen was helpless. He could only walk to the corner where the ironware was piled up and casually took out a sword. This was a refined iron sword that was 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Its design was not extravagant and looked very plain. Xiao Chen was not good with weapons. After looking at it for a long time, he could not see anything special about it. He stood up and held the sword in his hand, waving it a few times. Xiao Chen stabbed the sword at various angles in the air without making any sound. Xiao Chen also did not feel any strange power. Putting the sword back in the corner, Xiao Chen suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He held the sword in his hand again and swung it a few times. There was still no sound, and he did not feel any strange power. A trace of amazement flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He put down the long sword in his hand and chose an even thinner long sword from the corner. He waved it with all his might, but he still didn't hear any strange sounds or hear any sounds. How is it possible for this sword to not make a sound? Earlier, the sword was too heavy. However, this sword is as thin as a cicada's wings. Why is it still unable to make a sound? Asked a puzzled Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao suddenly popped out and said, "That's not how you use a sword." When Xiao Chen saw that Xiao Chen's complexion was much better, he put down his previous worries. He asked, "What's with the swords here?" Ao Jiao did not say anything. She took the sword from Xiao Chen's hand and casually took a stance. She stood there quietly. Xiao Chen could feel her aura rising continuously. It was as though she could pierce through the sky in the next moment. Puci. Ao Jiao suddenly made her move. She brandished the sword in the air twice. The sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings gave off a joyful hum in the air. The sound was clear and melodious. It was like rain falling on the ground, dripping non-stop. Wang. There was a continuous hum. In the next moment, all the weapons in the entire shop started to hum. It was like a lover who had finally found the person they liked. The sound was extremely joyful. Xiao Chen looked at all this in disbelief. He took the sword from Ao Jiao's hand again. All the swords in the shop immediately stopped buzzing. No matter how hard Xiao Chen tried, there was no sound. It was as though it was dead. Yes, it was as though it was dead. This was a mouthful. The sword itself was a dead object. How could it be said that it was as though it was dead? However, at this moment, Xiao Chen thought of this phrase. Why is it that when this sword is in my hand, it is like a dead object? When it is in your hand, it immediately comes to life. Xiao Chen asked Ao Jiao. When talking about swords, Ao Jiao's face was filled with pride. It was a pity that her cute face looked more like a girl when she was proud. Although you don't understand swords, this analogy is very good. Listening to the sword and communicating with it. Those who understand will naturally understand. Those who don't understand will naturally not understand. These words were very confusing. Xiao Chen said, "Can you explain it in simpler terms?" Ao Jiao thought for a while and said, "In simpler terms, these weapons, under the skillful hands of the blacksmiths, possess simple spirituality after they are cast. Those who have a certain level of understanding towards weapons can unleash more than 2 times the power of a weapon. On the other hand, those who don't can't even unleash half of the power." Xiao Chen was delighted. It seemed like the owner of this shop was a senior expert. He said, "With so many spiritual swords placed here, isn't the senior afraid that they will be taken away?" Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "Although the swords have gained spirituality, they are only cast from ordinary iron. How strong can they be? If it is just a competition of strength, I'm afraid that any of the swords here can't even compare to the most basic spirit weapon." Haha, I didn't expect to meet someone who understands swords in this desolate little shop. My swords have not made a sound for 10 years. Suddenly, a heroic laughter came from the back of the shop. A tall and sturdy man with a square face slowly walked out from the back door. At first glance, this person gave off an incomparably heroic feeling. However, there seemed to be something wrong with his left leg, as he walked with a limp. That person first looked at Xiao Chen, then turned his gaze to Ao Jiao. His eyes shot out a ray of amazement and said, "What a spiritual sword spirit, no wonder you understand swords so well." Then, he turned his gaze back to Xiao Chen and said, "Pardon me for asking, but what kind of divine weapon does little friend have? Can you take it out and take a look?" As expected of a senior expert, he could see through Ao Jiao's background with one look. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Senior has good eyesight. However, this one's spirit weapon has already been destroyed, I really can't take it out." That person's eyes revealed a doubtful look and said, "The divine weapon has already been destroyed. How is that possible? If that's the case, then the sword spirit, with a broken leg, are you still able to forge a spirit weapon?" Ao Jiao suddenly interrupting that person's words. Xiao Chen looked at Ao Jiao in astonishment. She interrupted that person's words, she was definitely trying to hide something. However, this was not the time to talk about this. Xiao Chen said apologetically to that person, "Senior, I'm sorry. My sword spirit cannot speak, I apologize." That person smiled and said, "It's fine, my name is Mo Fan. Don't keep calling me senior. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Mo." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am Xiao Chen. Big Brother Mo, are you still able to forge a spirit weapon?" Mo Fan's eyes were filled with shock. "Xiao Chen, you are Mo City's Xiao Clan's second young master, Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen nodded his head, but his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that this person knows me? However, I don't seem to have any impression of him in my memories. Could it be that before I transmigrated, Xiao Chen had done something to offend this person? If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with him. It was not easy to find a good blacksmith in Mo City. If it was because of this matter, it would be a pity. Mo Fan said, "Brother Xiao Chen, did you save a little girl on the streets a month ago?" "That was my daughter. I did not expect to meet you today. So it was because of this matter." Xiao Chen relaxed. He did not expect that a small matter back then would turn into a favor. Xiao Chen smiled, "That day, I left in a hurry. Was the little girl all right after that? Did she get any fright?" Mo Fan laughed loudly, "That little girl was very wild. I was not paying attention and she slipped away. When I returned, I heard what happened from the people beside me. I am indebted to you for making a move. The little girl did not get any fright. Everything is fine. I thank you for that." The two of them continued on this topic and chatted for a while. Suddenly, Xiao Chen asked the question he had earlier, "Big Brother Mo, why was there no one guarding the shop when we arrived?" Mo Fan smiled awkwardly, "Humans have 3 urgent needs. There were no other workers in the shop, so there was no one guarding it." Xiao Chen sweated in his heart, he did not expect such a reason. He quickly changed the topic, Big brother Mo, are you still able to forge spirit weapons? When Mo Fan heard this, the expression in his eyes slowly turned serious. He said, Brother Xiao Chen, I would like to speak with your sword spirit alone. Could you please step aside for now? I have the same intention. You don't have to care about this trash's opinion, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chen was not satisfied in his heart. He had just killed 4 cultivators with a higher cultivation than him. Why was Ao Jiao still looking down on him? Although there was a little bit of trickery involved, he had personally killed them all. There was no exaggeration at all. Ao Jiao said, I can tell you are not satisfied just by looking at you. If you can make any of the weapons here make a sound, I will not say anything. Xiao Chen said helplessly, Big brother Mo, I will go out for a while. Outside the door, Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. Although I am gone, my spiritual sense can still enter. Whatever you say will not escape my ears. Sister Tsunda, you want to hide from me? You are too naive. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen go out, she waved her hand and a faint yellow barrier surrounded the entire shop. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was blocked outside. You left so obediently. You definitely have a backup plan. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You are too naive. After Ao Jiao finished setting up the barrier, she said, let's make this short. Which generation of the Supreme Sky Sect successor are you? Have you awakened your Haotian hammer yet? How much of an impact does this injured leg have on you? Mo Fan's jaw dropped. He said in disbelief, who exactly are you? How do you know so much about me? Why do I feel a familiar aura from you? Chapter 54. It is not strange. My body was forged by the 3rd generation sect master of the Supreme Sky Sect, Ao Jiao said indifferently. Mo Fan was startled again, subdivine weapon, Thunderwood sword. Didn't you fall together with the Thunder King, Sang Mu, 1,000 years ago? Ao Jiao frowned slightly and said, you do not have to care about my matters. You have not answered my question yet. Mo Fan looked at his crippled leg and said, the Supreme Sky Sect was destroyed long ago. I am the last inheritor of the Supreme Sky Sect. This crippled leg was injured by an enemy, causing the circulation of essence to be blocked. Now, I can only forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon at best. It is impossible for me to forge a divine weapon. Ao Jiao nodded and said, heaven-ranked spirit weapon? That is far more than enough. Xiao Chen, who was outside the door, suddenly realized that the barrier blocking his spiritual sense had disappeared. He quickly walked in and glared at Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao directly ignored him. Mo Fan saw that Xiao Chen had already entered and said, Brother Xiao Chen, what kind of spirit weapon do you want to forge? Have you prepared all the materials? Hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly took out the moonstone and the peak-grade profound iron from his universe ring. He said, these are all the materials I brought. I want to forge a saber. Mo Fan looked at the pile of moonstone on the ground that was 2 feet high. His eyes were wide open, he had an expression of disbelief. Finally, he shifted his gaze to the peak-grade frost iron. Heavens! Where did you get so many moonstones? And this top-grade frost iron as well. This is simply unbelievable. Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. He found a piece of paper and drew the lunar shadow saber's design. After that, he handed it to Mo Fan and said, the design is like this. I wonder if I brought enough materials. Mo Fan received the paper and took a look. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart. This Xiao Chen did not draw a proper weapon blueprint. He only drew the original form of the lunar shadow saber. Young Master Xiao, this blueprint of yours is too crude. Furthermore, forgive me for speaking bluntly, the design of this saber is not very good. There are many areas that need to be improved. Should I change it? Xiao Chen was a little hesitant. The style of this lunar shadow saber was what he liked the most. The lunar shadow saber was similar to the katanas in the anime, unlike the Janma Dao which had a bulky design. It was a streamlined design, which was rare among swords. As a former otaku, he had a special interest in this area, so he really did not want to change it too much. When Mo Fan saw that Xiao Chen was somewhat hesitant, he said, how about this? I'll draw another sketch. Mo Fan saw that Xiao Chen hesitating and said, Xiao Chen's spirit Xiao Chen fan. The more Xiao Chen watched from the side, the redder he blushed. This Mo Fan's sketch was much more formal than his. After half an hour, Mo Fan finished drawing and handed it to Xiao Chen. Not only was the length, width, and thickness of the drawing clearly indicated, there were also simple notes on the materials used. Afraid that Xiao Chen would not understand, Mo Fan explained, "Young Master Xiao, the lunar shadow saber that you used earlier, according to the drawing, was only 1.2 meters long. I increased it to 1.6 meters. The longer the saber, the greater the advantage it would have in battle. However, many blacksmiths would not increase the length of the saber when facing this type of saber. This was because the longer the saber, the more difficult it would be to control the flow of the saber. Thus, it would destroy the overall image and flow of the saber. Thus, most blacksmiths would avoid making the saber longer than 1.2 meters. Mo Fan continued, "There is no need to make too many changes to the width. For this type of saber, the standard width is 2 fingers wide. However, this saber is 1.6 meters long. Thus, I suggest increasing the width by half a finger. That way, it will not look too thin due to the length of the saber and affect its aesthetics." Mo Fan explained the changes that he made. Furthermore, the improved saber was even more tyrannical than the original lunar shadow saber. It was not inferior to the Grim Reaper's beheading moon. The more Xiao Chen looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. He smiled, "Big brother Mo, I will do as you say." "That's right, what materials do I lack?" "I still have time, I will send them over in a few days." Mo Fan said, "That depends on what grade of spirit weapon you want to forge and if there are any special requirements." Xiao Chen did not expect there to be such a way, so he asked Mo Fan for help. Mo Fan explained. Spirit weapons were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade could be further divided into 3 smaller grades: Superior Grade, Medial Grade, and Inferior Grade. Above Heaven ranked were Subdivine Weapons and Divine Weapons. There were a total of 10 divine weapons in the Tianwu continent. Every time a new divine weapon was born, an old divine weapon would fall. After explaining the basics to Xiao Chen, Mo Fan continued, "No matter what grade of spirit weapon it is, it can be embedded with a demonic core of the corresponding attribute according to the requirements of the cultivator." The demonic core was the inner core of a demonic beast. The demonic chi of a spirit beast was contaminated by demonic chi. Compared to a spirit beast, there was a huge change. The biggest change was in the spirit beast's inner core. The spirit beast's inner core was originally a gentle item that nourished essence. After becoming a demonic beast, the inner core would become a demonic core. It was filled with a violent energy and had a strange connection with the world. When it was embedded in a spirit weapon, it could give the spirit weapon a strong energy, possessing the attribute of the demonic core. When Xiao Chen heard this, he said, "According to what you said, I am currently lacking a lightning-attributed demonic core." "That's not right." Mo Fan nodded his head and said, "However, Ao Jiao already told me earlier. Actually, I happen to have a rank 6 demonic core of the Thunder Rock. I can give it to you first. Treat it as me repaying you for your kindness." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was incomparably happy. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was strange. This Mo Fan had said so much earlier. It seemed like his goal was to give this demonic core to him. Xiao Chen looked at Ao Jiao and discovered that she was looking at him innocently. Her gaze was abnormally pure. Xiao Chen felt a headache and decided not to think about it. Xiao Chen said, "Since you are not lacking anything, when can you complete it?" Mo Fan thought for a while and said, "Young Master Xiao, if you want to be fast, you can complete it today. However, you have to help me. If you are not in a rush, I will be able to send it over in 3 days." Since he could be fast, it was naturally better to be fast. Such a good spirit weapon was something that he wanted to obtain immediately. If he had to wait for 3 days, wouldn't that just leave him in suspense? Xiao Chen seemed to have thought of something and said, "That's right, after talking for so long, I don't think I have mentioned what grade of spirit weapon I want to forge." Mo Fan tidied up the moonstones and peak-grade frost iron on the ground and said casually, "With so many moonstones, Of course it will be a superior grade heaven ranked one. Superior grade heaven rank. Xiao Chen was startled in his heart. It had been a few hundred years since a heaven-ranked spirit weapon had appeared in the continent. One of the reasons was the lack of moonstones, but another reason was the lack of skills of the blacksmiths. In these few hundred years, there should have been people who had accumulated enough moonstones to forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. However, the reason why no heaven-ranked spirit weapon had appeared was definitely due to the lack of skilled blacksmiths. From what Xiao Chen knew, the only people in the Tianwu continent who could forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon were the disciples of the Haotian sect. These disciples of the Haotian sect had a mysterious bloodline flowing in their bodies. Their martial spirit was born as a Haotian hammer. Every disciple of the Haotian sect was a natural-born divine blacksmith. In reality, the few divine blacksmiths in the continent were all the inheritors of the Haotian hammer. This was an advantage that came from their bloodline. Outsiders could not have it, and could only be envied. However, it was this talent that brought them a calamity. According to the legends, 600 years ago, a holy land that had existed since the Tianwu dynasty wanted them to forge a new divine weapon for them. Since ancient times, the Haotian sect's ancestors had taught them that the Haotian sect could never forge a divine weapon while they were still alive. At most, they could only forge a sub-divine weapon. Because of this strange ancestral teaching, the Haotian sect rejected the Holy Land's request. After that, the Haotian sect no longer existed in this world. In the past few hundred years, no new heaven-ranked spirit weapon had appeared in the Tianwu continent. At this moment, Xiao Chen had casually said a few words, and Mo Fan wanted to forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Could it be that he thought that his forging skills were comparable to those of the Haotian sect? Xiao Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed Mo Fan out of the back door of the shop. Behind the shop was a courtyard. Mo Fan brought Xiao Chen and continued to walk forward. After passing through a few small houses, Mo Fan stopped in front of a stone house. He took out the key to the stone house from his bosom. With a clang sound, the stone door was gently pushed open by Mo Fan. The room was pitch black. Because the house was built in a dark place, the sunlight from the outside could not shine in. Mo Fan lit up an oil lamp and opened up a secret passage. He said apologetically, "Inside the forging room. Because the temperature is too high, I built it underground. We still have to walk for a while." Xiao Chen nodded to express his understanding. He followed Mo Fan's footsteps and walked down the steps of the stone house. Half an hour later, a huge stone room appeared in front of Xiao Chen. In the stone room, there were all sorts of forging tools. In the middle of the room, there was a huge furnace that attracted everyone's attention. Beside the furnace was a huge vat. When Xiao Chen walked in to take a look, he discovered that the vat was filled with a kind of black water. It looked like ink, but it was not ink at all. It was pitch black, but if one looked carefully, its brightness was not dazzling. Instead, it was very reserved. This was a contradictory existence. Xiao Chen had never seen such a strange water before. He could not help but ask, "What is in this vat?" Mo Fan was currently cleaning up the basement that he had not used for a long time. He did not have the time to answer Xiao Chen's question. Ao Jiao said, "This is the water of the Yellow Springs. It is the most suitable water for quenching in the world." Yellow Springs? Xiao Chen shivered and quickly took a few steps back from the water vat. The main reason was that the legends of the Yellow Springs on Earth were too deeply rooted in his heart. He could not help but take a few steps back. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen strangely. She asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you get frightened by the Yellow Springs?" Although he had indeed been frightened by the Yellow Springs, this was not the time to admit it. Xiao Chen said calmly, "How could that be possible?" "That's right, Big Brother Mo. Is there anything you need my help with?" Chapter 55. By the time Xiao Chen and Mo Fan cleaned up the secret room that they had not used for a long time, it was already half an hour later. After Mo Fan checked the furnace again, he said solemnly, "I am going to start the fire. Listen to my command and pull the bellows." Xiao Chen nodded and slowly walked to the front of the bellows. He grasped the handle made of wood and iron with both hands. A cool feeling came from the wooden handle. "Begin." The flame in the furnace suddenly rose up. In a split second, the entire underground room was filled with heat waves. However, what was strange was that this secret room seemed to have undergone an ingenious design. This secret chamber seemed to have undergone an ingenious design. After the heat waves circled in the air, they slowly dissipated and were evenly distributed throughout the secret chamber. Furthermore, there was a cool breeze coming from the ventilation holes. Although the underground room was still extremely hot, it was not unbearable. Xiao Chen discarded the distracting thoughts in his heart and grabbed the wooden handle and pulled back. Kai. Something strange happened. Xiao Chen was astonished to discover that he had only pulled back a few centimeters before he could no longer pull it back. He was astonished. What is going on? No matter how weak I am, I still have the strength of a medial grade martial disciple. Could it be that I can't even pull this small bellows? The flame in the furnace slowly died down. Mo Fan quickly looked in Xiao Chen's direction and could not help but feel anxious. Young Master Xiao, why are you not doing anything? The flame in the furnace is about to be extinguished. This furnace of mine is not an ordinary furnace. Every time I light it, it consumes a large amount of spirit stones. I cannot waste them. Xiao Chen was very anxious. However, no matter how much strength he used, the bellows would not budge. Sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. What is going on? What exactly is going on? Mo Fan seemed to have understood something. He quickly came over to tell Xiao Chen some of the tricks behind this. Ao Jiao suddenly stopped him. Now is not the time for you to be distracted. Watch the furnace carefully and prepare to place the moonstone in. I will teach him. Bo. Xiao Chen suddenly felt something soft on the back of his head. It felt very comfortable. In the scorching hot basement, there was actually a cool feeling that calmed one's mind. Idiot, this bellows can't be moved by brute force. You have to follow the flow of air and exert your strength, otherwise, no matter how much strength you have, you won't be able to move it, and if you exert too much strength, you will destroy the bellows. Xiao Chen smelled a fragrant breeze. Ao Jiao, who was floating in the air, was leaning closely behind him. A pair of proud and firm breasts pressed against the back of his head, and two slender arms slowly rested on his hands. He controlled the wooden handle and slowly pulled the bellows with his arm. With a boom, a huge flame rose from the furnace, and the temperature of the entire basement suddenly doubled. However, Xiao Chen's heart felt incomparably cool. At this moment, Ao Jiao's voice was much gentler than usual, like the coolest summer wind in the world, slowly moving the young man's impetuous heart. Slowly forgetting the softness on the back of his head, under Ao Jiao's guidance, Xiao Chen pulled the wooden handle of the bellows unhurriedly. Unknowingly, Ao Jiao had already slowly moved away from behind Xiao Chen. She looked at Mo Fan, who was in front of the furnace, in a daze. Mo Fan took out a piece of moonstone from behind him and muttered, "What a waste." When a normal person refines a spirit weapon, they only need a bit of moonstone powder. Yet, he actually threw it piece by piece into the furnace. If it wasn't for the lack of other rare materials, with so many moonstones, it would be more than enough to forge a subdivine weapon. Ao Jiao stared at the moonstones that were continuously falling into the furnace, and the scene in front of her started to become blurry. 1,000 years ago, it was the same scene. A talented youth brought a huge amount of moonstones and went to the Haotian sect alone. Because of his strong charisma, the current sect leader of the Haotian sect personally went down the mountain to receive him, and personally forged the subdivine weapon, the Thunderwood Sword, for him. When the five-colored light soared into the sky, a strong spiritual energy enveloped the entire Haotian sect. Within a circumference of 100 miles, the overflowing sword intent could be felt. Everyone knew that the sixth subdivine weapon in the past 1,000 years had been born. She was born from the seven-colored red light. She was as pure and holy as a fairy from the heavens. Her flawless face seemed to have a trace of immaturity and blankness. The newborn just stood there quietly. Her somewhat immature face made her look like a child. However, all of this could not hide her pride. She just looked at the world without saying a word. Within a circumference of 1,000 miles, the 108,000 spirit weapons trembled because of her appearance. It was because she was the king of swords, the king of these 108,000 spirit weapons. Although she was just born, she could not hide her pride. Since I was born, I am the king. All the ordinary weapons have to kneel and pay their respects to me, because I am the king of sword. I am the subdivine weapon, the Thunder King Mulberry Sword. No one can stop me. She carried the mulberry sword and flew up into the sky, leaving behind a large expanse of light. The divine weapon is flying. She is going to choose her master. Astonished voices came from all directions, but most of them were incomparably happy. No one would have thought that this newborn Thunderwood sword would actually be so proud, wanting to choose its own master. However, this also gave them a chance. If they could subdue it, then they would become the master of this subdivine weapon. Subdivine weapon, the dream of all the martial artists in the world. However, that peerless person did not give them any chance. He only gave them 3 seconds to think. They only saw him fly up into the sky, like a rock spreading its wings. He was faster than lightning and instantly grasped the Thunderwood sword in his hand. Sang Mu, who had landed, laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. He said, "What a proud sword. From today onwards, you will be called Ao Jiao. I, Sang Mu, will definitely be someone who will make you feel proud." The temperature in the basement was getting higher and higher. No matter how exquisite the design was, when the furnace was completely ignited, the temperature neared 1,000 degrees Celsius. No matter what, it would not be able to completely dissipate the heat. Xiao Chen's clothes were already completely drenched. On the other hand, Mo Fan had already taken off the clothes on his upper body, revealing his firm muscles. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. He only felt that his entire body was incomparably hot. The entire basement was like an oven. He felt that if he continued to stay here, he would be roasted alive. However, it was already the crucial moment. Mo Fan was currently using the secret technique of a forging master to stir the boiling molten iron in the furnace. There were only a few pieces of moonstones left in the pile beside him. He absolutely could not stop at this moment. Once he stopped, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The heaven-ranked spirit weapon in his hands would be completely useless. However, it was really too hot. Xiao Chen felt as though he was about to faint. He weakly pushed the bellows, as though he would collapse at any moment. Just at this moment, a cool breeze blew from behind Xiao Chen. This cool breeze blew into Xiao Chen's heart, dispersing the heat in his body. It dispelled the heat in his body. His heart felt refreshed, and his body felt extremely comfortable. Although he could not turn his head, Xiao Chen could guess that this cool breeze came from Ao Jiao. A warm feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. This lass, who would have thought that even though her mouth was so venomous, she still had a little bit of conscience. That's right, other than conscience, this lass was really big. Thinking back to the scene from before, Xiao Chen's body actually had a reaction. Damn it, what was I thinking about? Xiao Chen smacked his head fiercely. His state of mind finally calmed down, and he continued to push the bellows with all his might. Time passed second by second, minute by minute. Every time Xiao Chen was about to collapse, a cool breeze would blow from behind him, sweeping away all the fatigue in his body, filling him with energy once again. A large pile of moonstones was finally placed into the furnace. The surface of the boiling furnace was filled with molten moonstones. The entire surface of the furnace was filled with molten moonstones. Droplets of molten iron jumped up from the surface of the furnace. Mo Fan carefully observed the molten iron in the furnace. The surging heat waves did not seem to be able to cause him any trouble. The entire furnace was emitting the unique yellow glow of the moonstones. Mo Fan's expression was grave as he took out the peak-grade frost iron. A chi whirlpool appeared on his left hand, and the molten iron in the furnace started to spin rapidly. An even more horrifying heat wave spread out in all directions. Plop! When the molten iron was about to form an extreme whirlpool, Mo Fan quickly placed the peak-grade frost iron into the eye of the whirlpool, causing a small splash of molten iron to splash out. The peak-grade frost iron started to melt slowly. The yellow glow and the black glow of the frost iron slowly intertwined and fused. In the end, when the frost iron had completely melted, the yellow glow had completely disappeared, and the molten iron had turned into a pure black glow. Mo Fan saw that the time had come, and he shouted loudly. He placed his left palm on top of the furnace, and a huge suction force was emitted from his palm. The molten iron in the furnace started to churn unceasingly, gathering in the air. The sweat on Mo Fan's forehead dripped down continuously like rain. However, at this moment, he did not care about it at all. He looked at the molten iron gathering in his palm with a nervous expression. Finally, the molten iron in the furnace was completely sucked into the air, forming a metal ball the size of a soccer ball. It emitted a terrifying heat wave as it continuously spun. Pu. At this moment, a resplendent light suddenly lit up in Ao Jiao's hand. In the next moment, a light shot out from her hand and flew into the metal ball. Mo Fan said in shock, "This is the Battle Sage Origin." The Battle Sage Origin was the strongest offensive origin chi in the world. A spirit weapon that possessed it could produce the strongest Battle Sage attack in the world. According to the legends, the Battle Saint Origin was split into 6 parts. Each part represented a different interpretation of the attacking technique. The 6 parts of the Battle Sage Origin were respectively embedded in 6 different sub-divine weapons. It was said that if these 6 divine weapons were put together, the Battle Sage Origin would be able to form a new divine weapon. However, since ancient times, in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Tianwu continent, there had only been 10 divine weapons. As for the authenticity of this legend, no one knew if it was true or false. This was because no one had ever been able to put these 6 sub-divine weapons together. Chapter 56. Mo Fan withdrew his thoughts and took out his left hand. The metal ball in the air gave off a resplendent glow as he squinted his eyes. Mo Fan took out a pair of golden silk gloves and slowly wore them on his left hand. It was unknown what material the golden silk gloves were made of. When Mo Fan wore them, he was able to hold the metal ball that was giving off a horrifying heat wave. Kai. Kai. The metal ball gave off intense friction when it touched the golden silk gloves. Green smoke came from it. It was clear how horrifying the heat of the metal ball was. However, the golden silk gloves did not melt. Mo Fan frowned as he held the metal ball. He quickly went to the metal platform at the side and placed the metal ball firmly on it. Boom! Suddenly, a golden hammer appeared in his right hand. There was a flash of light and the golden hammer struck the metal ball ferociously. One had to strike while the iron was hot. It was a very simple principle. Mo Fan held the golden hammer and continuously struck the metal ball. A visible light wrapped around the golden hammer. Every time it struck, there would be a resplendent golden light in the basement. The piercing golden light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Slowly, Mo Fan's entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. Haotian hammer. It really is the Haotian hammer. At this moment, Xiao Chen had nothing else to do. He leaned against the wall and looked at the golden hammer in Mo Fan's hand in disbelief. The Haotian hammer was the legendary golden hammer that could turn something rotten into something magical. It was a weapon that blacksmiths yearned for even in their dreams. Unfortunately, this was a power that came from the bloodline. It could only be obtained after awakening the Haotian martial spirit. It was impossible for outsiders to obtain it. This was completely out of Xiao Chen's expectations. He did not expect that there was a successor of the Haotian sect in this world. No wonder he could easily say that he wanted to forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. For a person who had awakened the Haotian hammer, as long as they had sufficient materials, it would be extremely easy to forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's heart surged. After working so hard for so long, if he could obtain a true heaven-ranked spirit weapon, it would definitely be worth it. Because Ao Jiao had injected the Battle Sage Origin into the metal ball, it was several times harder than a regular metal ball. Only after being hammered a few thousand times did it start to slowly change shape. His left hand, which was wearing a gold-threaded glove, kept changing the position of the iron block. While his right hand was hammering the iron block, his left hand still had to control it precisely. It was difficult for an ordinary person to do 2 things at the same time. Usually, at this time, 2 people would cooperate. However, Mo Fan was able to do it by himself. This could only mean that the successor of the Haotian hammer had talent in this aspect. No one else could catch up to him. When the golden light flickered a few thousand times, the resplendent piece of metal finally had the rough shape of a saber. Mo Fan flicked his finger and shot the 6th-level lightning attribute demonic core into it. Bang! With a loud bang, the Haotian hammer ruthlessly struck the spot where the demon nucleus had just been embedded. An incomparably bright light lit up, and the whole basement was filled with golden light. Xiao Chen could no longer open his eyes. Then, the golden light disappeared, and a crackling electric light jumped up from the saber embryo. What a strong lightning attribute demonic core! Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. After shooting out the battle sage origin, a faint illusion appeared on Ao Jiao's body. She appeared to be extremely weak. Her gaze was fixed on the heavenly weapon that was about to take shape. The scene in front of her became blurry again. Under the scorching sun, in the desolate desert, a black-clothed man who was riddled with scars held a broken sword in his hand. He slowly walked on the yellow sand, leaving behind deep footprints. "Wooden Master, am I going to die soon?" Suddenly, a girl's voice came from the broken sword. The black-clothed man's body was filled with terrifying sword wounds. With every step he took, fresh blood would drip from his body onto the yellow sand. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, his fresh blood did not split open. The continuous footprints left behind a path of blood in this desolate desert. The scorching sun hanging high in the sky made his figure look extremely sorrowful. When he heard the voice coming from the sword, a determined expression appeared on his face. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, "You will not die. There is still 1 more kilometer before we reach the Phoenix's Passion Palace. Their palace master owes me a favor. I will borrow their divine stones to seal you up." A faint sound came from the broken sword. The girl inside seemed to be crying. Her voice was filled with incomparable sorrow. The black-clothed man suddenly stopped. His pale face revealed a pained expression as he said slowly, "Are you crying? I am really useless. To think that I made you cry." Above the 9 heavens, in the Phoenix's Passion Palace, Sang Mu, "My father is in closed-door training. It is not convenient for him to see you. You should leave. Do you not want to see me, or do you not dare to see me?" The black-clothed man said indifferently, "I gave you face, but you rejected it. You are a person who is about to die, and you actually came here to ask for divine stones. What a joke. Quickly scram. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. To think that the Phoenix's Passion Palace, which has been passed down for over 10,000 years, cannot even keep its promise. How unexpected. However, I will be taking this spiritual sense today. You are seeking death. You actually dared to kill me." Before the young palace master of the Phoenix's Passion Palace finished speaking, a bloody hole suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. She looked at Sang Mu with her eyes wide open. The young palace master had not expected that a person who was about to die would actually dare to attack her. Sang Mu looked calmly at the fallen young palace master of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. He said indifferently, "Since you do not wish to give it to me, I will take it myself." In Sevenhorn Mountain, when Sang Mu returned to his cave after snatching back the divine stones, he was already on his last breath. He had a resolute expression as he looked at the broken sword in his hand. A bright light flashed as the broken sword stabbed into the divine stones. "I hope that after 1,000 years, you will find a master who will not make you cry." Just as he finished speaking, the vermilion bird sacred seal that the Phoenix's Passion Palace master planted in his body exploded. There was a flash of intense flames, and a fiery red vermilion bird flew out of his body. The Thunder King, Sang Mu, turned into dust. Pu Kai. Mo Fan clapped his hands, and the netherworld yellow spring water in the large vat stirred up a wave, landing on the completed spirit weapon. After quenching the fire, the final step of the heavenly weapon was completed. When the netherworld yellow spring water scattered, a completely black saber suddenly appeared on the stone platform. Countless arcs of electricity were released from the saber. Everyone in the underground room could feel the horrifying might contained in the arcs of electricity. Xiao Chen even felt a slight tremble in his body. At the same time, dark clouds covered the sky above the smithy. Thunder rumbled unceasingly, and bolts of lightning crackled in the sky. This was the mysterious phenomenon of the birth of a heavenly weapon. Feeling the mysterious phenomenon, Mo Fan quickly said, "Young Master Xiao, quickly come over and claim ownership. Otherwise, this spirit weapon will become ownerless." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and quickly walked over. The spirit weapon on the metal platform had perfectly met Xiao Chen's requirements. The streamlined body of the saber seemed to be comparable to the heavenly locking moon beheading saber of the Grim Reaper. Looking at this newly born heaven-ranked spirit weapon, Xiao Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and grasped it in his hand. In an instant, the arcs of electricity disappeared, and the black saber was filled with a reserved brilliance. The instant Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt, the mysterious phenomenon outside the room immediately disappeared. The thick dark clouds scattered, and sunlight shone on the ground once again. "What a good saber! I will call you Lunar Shadow. In the future, you will be my Lunar Shadow saber. I will not let you break again," Xiao Chen praised. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that the surrounding space started to distort. After a while, he discovered that he was on a desolate platform at the top of a mountain. Feeling like there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind, Xiao Chen quickly turned his head around. He saw a pale, black-clothed man looking at him. Xiao Chen was startled. He had not felt anything when this man appeared behind him. Furthermore, he was just standing there quietly, giving Xiao Chen an unparalleled pressure. Xiao Chen quickly sent out his spiritual sense. However, he was shocked to discover that his spiritual sense could not be extended out of this space. However, he quickly calmed down. This was because he did not feel any killing intent from the man in front of him. "Who are you? Where is this place?" Xiao Chen asked that person suspiciously. That man looked at the Lunar Shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand and slowly said, "Lunar Shadow, good name." In the next moment, the saber in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly appeared in that person's hand. Xiao Chen was startled. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that his body seemed to be locked down. He could not move at all. He could not even close his slightly opened mouth. That person held the Lunar Shadow saber and made a strange posture. After that, he did not make any other moves. At the top of the mountain, the cold wind did not stop. It caused his hair to flutter, completely exposing his pale white face. Even though Xiao Chen was a man, he could not help but say in his heart that this was a man of unmatched talent. If he was on Earth, he would definitely be able to make those so-called male idols feel inferior. Slowly, Xiao Chen understood what the posture of the person in front of him meant. This was one of the stances of the Battle Sage origins. It was an attacking technique with thousands of variations. This person seemed to want to hand over the Battle Sage technique to him, to let him comprehend something. The strength of the person in front of him was definitely extraordinary. He could not miss out on this opportunity. Xiao Chen quickly calmed himself down and observed carefully. When he completely immersed himself in it, Xiao Chen found it strange that the person in front of him seemed to have moved. However, he was clearly standing at his original position and did not move at all. It seemed like an incomparably profound saber technique appeared in his mind. However, in the next moment, the originally powerful saber technique turned into a destructive sword technique. However, it turned into a sword technique that could destroy heaven and earth, and after a while, it turned into a spear technique that could shake heaven and earth like a torrential storm. When Xiao Chen's mind became clear, the scene in front of him changed to that of the man holding the saber, not moving at all. Xiao Chen tried to simulate a killing move in his mind to attack the person in front of him. However, every time he got close, it would be broken by the saber. No matter what kind of attack he used, it would be broken. Furthermore, he used an attack that was hundreds or thousands of times more ferocious. One move to break 10,000 techniques, one saber to shake the world. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and suddenly discovered that he could move again. The Lunar Shadow saber also returned to his hand. Xiao Chen quickly said, "Many thanks for Senior's guidance. Might I ask for Senior's great name?" That person did not answer Xiao Chen's question. He just minded his own business and said, "Battle Sage Origins, Attacking Chi. There is no need to struggle with weapons or moves. One move to break 10,000 techniques, one Chi to shake the world. Remember not to make her cry." After he said that, a huge thunder rock flew over from the foot of the mountain. That person jumped onto the thunder rock and flew far away. This strange space disappeared and the scene in the underground room returned to Xiao Chen's vision. Chapter 57. Are you all right, young Master Xiao? Mo Fan asked worriedly when he saw Xiao Chen in a daze. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, I seem to have obtained an inheritance while I was in a daze. When Mo Fan heard this, he was startled. He quickly called Xiao Chen to explain the process to him. After a while, Mo Fan said, that person could very well be the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. I did not expect him to actually pass down the Battle Sage technique to you. The Battle Sage technique came from the legendary Battle Sage origin. It was a secret technique that the ancestors comprehended from the Battle Sage origin. It was one of the strongest martial techniques in the Tianwu continent. Back then, the Thunder King relied on it to sweep across the world, undefeatable. However, the Battle Sage technique was split into 6 parts when the Battle Sage origin split. Even the Thunder King only managed to learn the changing character formula. If he could learn 6 different Battle Sage techniques and combine them into the Battle Sage origin, he would be undefeatable. Thinking of the last words that person left behind, Xiao Chen said doubtfully, that person said something about not letting her cry again. I don't know what that meant. When Mo Fan heard this, he also did not understand. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that Ao Jiao had not spoken for a long time. After obtaining the Heavenly Soldier, he was too excited and seemed to have forgotten about her. He could not help but feel guilty. The reason why he could obtain this heaven-ranked spirit weapon was all because of Ao Jiao. Xiao Chen quickly looked at her. With one look, he was astonished. He saw that Ao Jiao's body had already become so thin that only an afterimage remained. It looked like it would scatter at any moment. Xiao Chen was very anxious. He quickly rushed over and said, Hey, younger sister Ao Jiao, what's wrong? Don't scare me. There seemed to be traces of tears at the corner of Ao Jiao's eyes. She did not reply to Xiao Chen. Instead, she revealed a bitter smile. After being together for so long, Xiao Chen had never seen her smile. At this moment, he suddenly realized that she looked so beautiful when she smiled. Ao Jiao's hands were constantly changing hand seals, and her body became thinner and thinner. In the end, her hands formed a bright seal, and her body shone brightly. Hey, Ao Jiao, what are you doing? Xiao Chen was very anxious. He wanted to stop Ao Jiao, but he reached out and grabbed nothing. He directly passed over Ao Jiao's body. Ao Jiao's body finally disappeared completely, turning into a resplendent seal and entering the lunar shadow saber with a su sound. The light was withdrawn. There seemed to be some changes within the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen felt that a significant amount of the energy contained in the saber had disappeared. However, at this moment, he could not care about these problems. Xiao Chen asked Mo Fan, Big Brother Mo, what's wrong with Ao Jiao? Why did she suddenly disappear? Mo Fan's expression turned grave, and he recalled the hand seals that Ao Jiao formed earlier. He said, Hand over your lunar shadow saber and let me take a look. Xiao Chen handed the saber over. Mo Fan received it and looked at it carefully. After a long time, the grave expression on his face slowly disappeared. He smiled and said, Young Master Xiao, there is no need to worry. Ao Jiao only used a secret technique to nourish the sword with her body. She temporarily sealed this sword to a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chen's expression did not change for the better. He said, What do you mean? The saber is a small matter. I just want to know if Ao Jiao will wake up or not. Mo Fan explained, the biggest difference between a heaven-ranked spirit weapon and a subdivine weapon is the lack of a sword spirit. If an ordinary person wants to forge a subdivine weapon, they would need a divine-grade spirit stone. However, in this world, divine-grade spirit stones are very precious. Not to mention divine-grade spirit stones, even superior-grade spirit stones are very rare. However, Ao Jiao herself is a sword spirit. If she wants to raise this lunar shadow saber to a subdivine weapon, she would need to use herself to nourish the sword spirit. Because of this lunar shadow saber is temporarily lowered to superior grade profound ranked. However, It will definitely become a sub-divine weapon in the future. Why did she do this? Xiao Chen could not understand. He held the lunar shadow saber in his hand again and said, "How long will it take for her to wake up?" Mo Fan said, "That will depend on yourself." Xiao Chen did not understand and said, "Depend on myself? What do you mean? Try brandishing the lunar shadow saber in your hand." Mo Fan said. When Xiao Chen heard this, he grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and casually brandished it in the air. A cold light flickered on the saber's blade as it quietly streaked across the air, not making any sound. Xiao Chen's expression changed. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. The blue dragon martial spirit immediately established a connection with the ice on the lunar shadow saber. Electricity flickered on the saber. Every time he brandished it, there would be a roar of thunder. When Xiao Chen brandished it, there was even an indistinct blue dragon behind the saber. All this showed that although this lunar shadow saber was only a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon, the energy contained within it was something that even a regular earth-ranked spirit weapon could not compare to. However, the problem was that Xiao Chen did not hear the saber hum. No matter how much strength he used, the lunar shadow saber did not hum at all. What's going on? Am I not its master already? Xiao Chen was filled with doubts in his heart. Mo Fan said, "Although the lunar shadow saber recognized you as its master, you do not understand it. If there is a day when you can make the lunar shadow saber hum for you, Ao Jiao might be able to come out earlier." After the two of them chatted for a while, Xiao Chen expressed his intention to take his leave. Mo Fan did not try to hold him back and sent Xiao Chen to the door. After staying in the basement for a long time, the air was not very good. Now that he was on the street, the fresh air assaulted his nostrils. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. The spirit weapon was already formed. Although there were some ups and downs in the process, it basically fulfilled the requirements in Xiao Chen's heart. His purpose for coming out today was also accomplished. It was time to return. However, Xiao Chen kept feeling that something was missing in his heart. His mind kept replaying the hazy contact with Ao Jiao in the basement, as well as the final words the Thunder King said. "Don't let her cry anymore." Not long after he left, Feng Feishua's figure slowly appeared in the small alley. She had rushed over after seeing the mysterious phenomenon. She wanted to see who was so lucky to actually obtain a heaven weapon. "This brat is really hard to see through. Young miss, you invited Great Master Mo 3 times, but he was not moved. To think that he was actually willing to forge a heaven weapon for him." A hoarse voice came from the shadows behind Feng Feishue, speaking with some envy. A faint smile appeared on Feng Feishue's exquisite face. She played with a red hairpin in her hand and said with some playfulness, "Tree, don't tell me you are thinking of killing me to snatch my treasure." The man who was called a tree said, "There is more than one heaven weapon. There is no need to offend young miss for it. However, thinking about the mission that the clan head gave you, it looks like you will not be able to complete it. I have never liked to force others. The conditions that I gave were already generous enough. If you still do not agree, then there is no need. Furthermore, this time, the real mission had a great discovery. This trip was not in vain. It was already close to dusk. However, because Linlang Pavilion was holding a large-scale auction, there were still many people on the street. As Xiao Chen walked on the street, he suddenly saw a large group of people gathered a few hundred meters in front of him. Xiao Chen remembered that there seemed to be a dueling ring in front of him. At this moment, there was a large crowd gathered there. There was definitely a duel of great importance being held there. The people of the Tianwu continent were very valiant. These kinds of dueling rings could be seen everywhere. Furthermore, business was very good. On the street, there would often be people coming here to duel due to a disagreement. Or after they cultivated to a certain level, they would invite their enemies to duel there. They could also fork out money to challenge the arena master and win a large sum of money. Dueling was one reason, but the more important reason was to quickly become famous. The requirements for these kinds of dueling rings were very low, but they were very widespread. If one could win a few rounds in a row, they would be able to quickly make a name for themselves in the local area, attracting the attention of some large clans. Seeing that it was still early, and that the dueling ring was very lively, Xiao Chen decided to go and take a look. Is the Xiao clan full of trash like you? With just this bit of ability, you dare to call yourself the #1 person of Mo City's younger generation? If you entered the demonic beast forest, trash like you would not even last a day. Before he got close to the dueling ring, a voice came from inside. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. Mo City's #1 person of the younger generation? Could it be Xiao Jian? Why did he come here? And who was the person who spoke? Hearing the voice, it seemed familiar. Xiao Chen felt curious and quickly parted the crowd, quickly walking forward. Ignoring the curses of the people around him, Xiao Chen used his essence to force his way through the crowd. When he arrived before the dueling ring, he finally saw what was going on. The two people fighting on the dueling ring were the Haotian sword, Zhong He, and Xiao Jian. At this moment, Xiao Jian was covered in sword wounds, looking extremely miserable, but he was still bitterly holding on. On the other hand, Zhong He was dressed in white robes and was not injured at all. There were no visible wounds on his face, and he had a calm expression on his face. He could have ended the duel long ago, but he was clearly toying with Xiao Jian, suppressing the reputation of the Xiao clan. When Xiao Jian, who was in the dueling ring, heard Zhong He's insulting words, the expression on his face turned incomparably furious. He howled and raised his sword, rushing at Zhong He once again. Xiao Chen shook his head in his heart. Under such a situation, he still could not calm down, rushing over rashly in a hot-headed manner. This would only result in an even more cruel humiliation. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Before Xiao Jian could even get close, he was struck by a few strands of sword qi from Zhong He, adding a few more wounds on his body. Zhong He flew forward and kicked Xiao Jian's body, causing him to fall back heavily. Zhong He mocked, "Even that trash from the Xiao clan is stronger than you. At the very least, he could force me to vomit blood. You can't even touch me." Hearing Zhong He say that he was not as good as Xiao Chen, Xiao Jian's face twitched. It was unknown where he got his strength from, but he suddenly rushed forward and struck Zhong He. Like a madman, he shouted loudly as he hugged Zhong He and retreated continuously. The sudden turn of events caused Zhong He to be caught unprepared. A furious expression appeared on his previously relaxed face. Countless strands of sword qi suddenly drilled out of his body, sending Xiao Jian flying with a bang. The sword qi crisscrossed and danced chaotically, surrounding Zhong He's body so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. After Xiao Jian got up, all of his attacks were unable to break through the barrier formed by the sword qi. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he carefully observed the barrier formed by the sword qi. Previously, his divine thunder break had been easily broken by this person using this move. At this moment, Zhong He's face finally turned serious. His gaze was as calm as water as he stared at Xiao Jian. He brandished his sword 3 times and 3 strands of tyrannical sword qi flew towards the 3 acupoints in Xiao Jian's dantian. Not good, he is going to cripple Xiao Jian, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He had to save him. Although he did not like this person, they were both from the Xiao clan. With his character, he would not be able to be apathetic and leave someone to die. Pu. 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 A resplendent electric light shot out from Xiao Jian's hand. In the blink of an eye, an electric light flashed in the air, breaking through Zhong He's 3 strands of sword qi. After that, Xiao Jian's aura did not decrease as he flew towards Zhong He with a purple light. Chapter 58. After the purple lightning broke through the 3 strands of sword qi, its might had already decreased. With Zhong He's strength as a medial grade martial master, it would be easy for him to dodge it. However, when he saw who it was, he immediately changed his mind. Puci. The boundless sword qi danced chaotically in all directions. The resplendent lightning was quickly swallowed up by the sword qi, disappearing into the air. Xiao Chen, are you going to help this trash? This is breaking the rules of the arena. Zhong He smiled coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Jian, who was covered in injuries, found it difficult to even stand up. He bent his back and looked at Xiao Chen with a pained expression. He smiled with difficulty. You are just trash, I do not need you to help me. Xiao Chen saw that he did not know what was good for him and could not be bothered with him. He said to Zhong He, whether it is breaking the rules or not, it is not up to you to decide. When you made your move earlier, it was clear that you wanted to kill him. I don't remember this arena holding a duel to the death. Arena Master, don't you think so? If the eldest son of my Xiao clan's clan head dies in your arena, you will not be able to escape responsibility. Xiao Chen turned around and said to a middle-aged man. That arena master smiled awkwardly. Indeed, his arena did not have the qualifications to hold a duel to the death. If he wanted to hold such a duel, he would need to apply for a higher standard. Even so, the city rarely interfered in such matters. Even if he really did hold a duel, no one would really pursue it. That arena master actually had a strong background and was not afraid of Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had picked on his shortcomings in front of everyone. He was in a difficult position. He waved his hand and said, "The two of you, carry young Master Xiao down and hand the spirit weapon in his hand to young Master Zhong. Young Master Zhong has won this duel." Xiao Jian was not satisfied, but he did not have any combat prowess. He was easily carried away by the two cultivators. Zhong he took the spirit weapon and tossed it to one of the people below. He smiled and said, "A superior grade yellow-ranked spirit weapon. Not bad, Zhongwu will give it to you." That person was also a cultivator of the Zhong clan. When he suddenly obtained a superior grade yellow-ranked spirit weapon, he smiled excitedly. "Many thanks, young master. Let's go. I don't think the Xiao clan has any experts. They are just a bunch of trash." Zhong he turned around and was about to leave. That person called Zhong Wu also said, "That's right. What Mo City's #1 youth?" In the end, he could not even touch the corner of young master's clothes. He is simply bullshit. I heard that this Zhong he is practicing martial arts in the prefecture's Whitewood Academy. The person teaching him is a supreme elder of the Misty Sword sect. The Misty Sword sect's understanding of the Sword Dao is unparalleled in the Great Qin nation. This Zhong he is the disciple of their supreme elder. No wonder he is so powerful. That's right. Actually, Xiao Jian is not weak either. He is already a martial master at such a young age. However, he could not even touch the corner of Zhong his clothes. You guys don't know this, but what Zhong he sent out earlier was an authentic sword chi and not the release of essence. He has an innate spiritual martial spirit, the Haotian sword. That is why he is able to send out a sword chi that only a martial saint can. The Haotian sword, the spiritual martial spirit, and his teacher is a sword Dao master. It seems like no one in Mo City is a match for him. This promise of 10 years, Seven Horn Mountain is going to have a new owner. The people below were all discussing the earlier duel. When they saw that Zhong he was about to leave, they all expressed their opinions. It had to be said that some of the people here had their own unique opinions. When Zhong he heard these discussions, his expression changed slightly. However, he felt elated in his heart. In the prefecture's prefecture, his talent could only be considered good and not the best. However, in this small Mo city, he could be said to be unrivaled within the same generation. "You want to leave after beating someone up?" Xiao Chen suddenly said indifferently as he watched the two people leave. Zhong he was stunned for a moment before he turned around and smiled. "Xiao Chen, you can't be so naive as to challenge me, right?" "Why not?" Xiao Chen looked at Zhong he without any fear in his eyes. There was no fear in his eyes at all. Zhong he seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Xiao Chen's nose and said, "You can't be thinking that just because I praised you a little, you would think that you are a big shot, right?" Zhong Wu had obtained a spirit weapon and was eager to show off. He said, "First young master, this brat is reckless. He is only a medial grade martial disciple, yet he dares to challenge you. Let me go and test him out." Zhong he thought for a while. Zhong Wu was a peak superior grade martial disciple, and he even had a spirit weapon on him. As for Xiao Chen, he was only a medial grade martial disciple. Although he had a strand of strange flame, he did not have a spirit weapon, so he should not be a match for Zhong Wu. He said, "Sure, but you have to be careful of his martial spirit. It is a strand of flame that is very clingy." After Zhong Wu heard this, he immediately stood on the arena and shouted at Xiao Chen, "Xiao clan's trash, you are not worthy for my young master to make a move. I, Zhong Wu, can easily slap you to death." This Zhong Wu just obtained a spirit weapon. It looks like he wants to stand out. Although he is not comparable to Xiao Jian, he is a peak superior grade martial disciple. He is one of the top experts among the younger generation in Mo City. This Xiao Chen is really reckless. In the past, when he was still trash, anyone could bully him. Now that he has just condensed his martial spirit, he is already so arrogant. He is really reckless. What do you know? This Xiao Chen managed to advance to medial grade martial disciple in less than a month. His aptitude is definitely not bad. Even if his aptitude is not bad, he is only a medial grade martial disciple. Furthermore, he does not have a spirit weapon. It would be impossible for him to defeat Zhongwu. Xiao Chen's gaze was like water. The discussions below did not disrupt his thoughts. He looked at Zhongwu and said indifferently, "You are not my opponent. If you want to fight, then use your spirit weapon as the wager." Zhongwu smiled. What an arrogant brat. Fine, I agree to it. What if you lose? I will naturally take out a treasure of equivalent value to give it to you. The two of them went to the arena master and signed a duel agreement. This was not a duel to the death, so if one party clearly did not have any combat prowess, the other party was not allowed to kill him. If the other party gave up, the other party was not allowed to make a move. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the rules and they would lose the wager. The two of them stood at a corner of the arena and bowed to each other. The duel had officially begun. Xiao Chen did not want to be caught up in this duel. Later on, he still had to fight with Zhong He. That was the most important thing. This duel had to be concluded quickly, so he decided to make the first move. Seng. Before he went up to the arena, the purple thunder divine incantation in his body was already circulating rapidly. Xiao Chen was already at his peak condition. After he bowed, Xiao Chen stomped on the ground and leaped forward. His figure soared, and the wind whistled as he rushed over. What a fast speed! Zhongwu was startled. He did not expect that Xiao Chen, who was an entire cultivation realm lower than him, would actually dare to make the first move. This was simply too bold. Zhongwu quickly retreated 2 steps. He held his sword in his right hand and as he retreated, he sent out a sword light, trying to force Xiao Chen to retreat temporarily. PUCI. A large electric light appeared on Xiao Chen's arm. When Xiao Chen saw the dense sword light, a gleam flashed in his eyes. He did not have any intention of dodging. Using his finger as a sword, Xiao Chen's aura was awe-inspiring. Like a bolt of lightning, he pierced into the sword light. What is he trying to do? If he enters like that, one of his arms will be chopped off, the spectators below exclaimed. The corner of Zhong He's mouth curled up in a cold smile. Your speed is fast, but my sword light has already covered my entire body. If you dare to enter, I will make sure you leave your arm behind. When Zhong He saw this situation, he did not understand. Only a person who had tempered their physical body to the point that it was as tough as steel would dare to use their physical body to fight against a spirit weapon. This Xiao Chen had clearly not cultivated to such a level. Why did he dare to enter Zhongwu's sword light with his bare hands? Xiao Chen's right hand had already touched the edge of the sword light. If it went any further, his entire palm would immediately be chopped off. From then on, he would truly become a cripple. However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's right hand suddenly stopped. It moved like a torrential downpour. Even when it stopped, it did not seem to move at all. It stopped firmly in front of the sword light. Xiao Chen's right hand continuously changed hand seals. In an instant, it changed endlessly. When Zhongwu saw that Xiao Chen had stopped, he knew that this was a clear opening. He immediately wanted to send the sword light forward to defeat him. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking down at Zhongwu's head. This was the lightning descent that Xiao Chen had modified. Its might was much weaker than the original version, but it was more efficient. When it got close, it could be executed instantly. Zhongwu had been confused by the illusion that Xiao Chen created earlier. Now that he discovered the danger, it was already too late for him to escape. He could only release all the essence in his body, trying to block this sudden bolt of lightning. Bang! The bolt of lightning traveled from the top of Zhongwu's head to his feet. Because it was much weaker, he did not receive any serious injuries. However, his movements were temporarily paralyzed. "While you are weak, I will take your life." This was Xiao Chen's usual technique. He immediately went forward and moved his fingers like a flower, poking Zhongwu's chest 6 times. 6 purple flames pierced through Zhongwu's chest and landed on the floor of the arena. After they penetrated half a meter deep, they suddenly dissipated. Because killing was not allowed in the arena, Xiao Chen did not leave the purple flames in Zhongwu's body. Otherwise, Zhongwu would have already turned into ashes. How is this possible? He actually defeated Zhongwu in an instant. Indeed, that final flame was really tyrannical. Zhongwu had already used his essence to cover his entire body, but it still managed to pierce through 6 bloody holes. However, he is really scheming. If Zhongwu had been bewitched by him earlier, that bolt of lightning would not have struck him. The crowd below started to exclaim. No one had expected that Xiao Chen would be able to defeat Zhongwu in 2 moves. Zhong He flew onto the arena and sealed a few of Zhongwu's acupoints to stop the bleeding. After that, he took out some medicine and applied it on the wounds. "After not seeing you for a while, your flames have become even more tyrannical. However, if you want to fight with me, you are still unable to take out an appropriate wager." Xiao Chen did not say anything. He received the spirit weapon that the arena master handed over and tossed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's injuries were mainly external. At this moment, he had already recovered significantly. He looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. There was a myriad of emotions in his eyes. Seng. Xiao Chen suddenly took out the lunar shadow saber from his universe ring and slowly tossed it between the two of them. The lunar shadow saber smoothly entered the rocks of the arena. There was not a single sound as the saber easily entered, leaving only the handle outside. The sharpness of the lunar shadow saber could be seen clearly. Superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. A fiery light flashed in Zhonghe's eyes as he stared at the lunar shadow saber in the arena. Chapter 59. Since you want to give me this profound ranked spirit weapon, I will reluctantly accept it, Zhonghe said arrogantly as he looked at the lunar shadow saber embedded in the rock with a fervent gaze. Xiao Chen waved his hand and sent out a strong force. The lunar shadow saber in the rock returned to his hand. He said, "I want your shadow-bearing sword." Zhonghe's expression changed. This shadow-bearing sword was also a high-grade profound ranked spirit weapon. It was their Zhong clan's heirloom. After he became a martial master, his clan had bestowed the shadow-bearing sword to him. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen would actually want to take it away today? This was simply wishful thinking. His Zhong clan's inherited item was not an ordinary spirit weapon. In the past few hundred years, many people had designs on it, but none of them succeeded. Zhonghe smiled coldly. What arrogant words. You actually want my Chengying sword? Do you have the life to take it? This fellow must be crazy. By defeating Zhongwu, he has already helped the Xiao clan gain some prestige. Yet, he still dares to challenge Zhonghe. The difference between the two of them is an entire realm. This kind of difference is something that cannot be made up for with external items, unless he has a heaven-ranked martial technique or a divine weapon. Heaven-ranked martial technique? Is that possible? Even the Misty Sword sect only has one low-ranked martial technique as an inheritance. How could a small Xiao clan have one? Even if he did, given his cultivation level, using it would only result in mutual destruction. The two people on the stage ignored the discussions below. After the arena master signed the contract, the duel officially began. Both of their statuses were somewhat special, and both sides were filled with the smell of gunpowder. The arena master was afraid that the two of them would fight for real, so he stepped forward and said, "I'll say it one more time. After one side forfeits, the other side must not make any more moves. Otherwise, I will personally take action." This arena master looked very ordinary, but in reality, in Mo City, he was the only person who dared to open an arena. They had to be at least a martial grand master. Otherwise, any random person would be able to defeat the arena master. If that was the case, there would be no need for the arena. The two of them didn't take the ring master's words to heart. They weren't stupid. They would never truly kill the other party. That would only cause the two clans to go to war earlier. At most, they would only cripple the other party's cultivation. In the arena, the two of them each stood in a corner, staring at each other. Both of them were brewing their killing intent, waiting for the moment when their auras were at their peak. Both of their auras clashed in the air. Although their bodies did not move, the invisible battle had already begun. However, what surprised Zhong He was that Xiao Chen's aura was actually not weaker than his. He was actually unable to completely suppress him. The people below also felt that it was strange. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he was actually able to fight against Zhong He without being at a disadvantage. This battle might not be one-sided. Earlier, Xiao Jian, an inferior-grade martial master, could not even touch the corner of my clothes. Do you think that you, a medial-grade martial disciple, have a chance? Seeing that he was unable to suppress Xiao Chen with his aura, Zhong He decided to attack Xiao Chen with his words, hoping to find an opening. Xiao Chen was not a brainless person like Xiao Jian. Naturally, he knew what Zhong He was planning. He said mockingly, "When I was an inferior-grade martial disciple, I could already make you vomit blood. Now that I have advanced to medial-grade martial disciple, it is not impossible for me to kill you." Zhong He smiled faintly. "Do you think that the successors of those holy lands can go against the heavens and kill immortals? You have not even used your Haotian sword qi and you actually think that you are something. Whether I am something or not, we will only know after we fight," Xiao Chen said coldly, deciding to make the first move. After all, there was a difference in cultivation between him and Zhong He. If they fought for a long time, he would definitely be the one to reveal an opening. At that time, it was very likely that he would be killed in one strike. Lightning evasion. There was a thunderous roar and Xiao Chen suddenly appeared behind Zhong He. The lunar shadow saber created a black saber image in the air, hacking at Zhong He with lightning speed. In the instant that Xiao Chen disappeared from his original spot, Zhong He already felt that something was wrong. After he heard the thunder, he immediately understood where Xiao Chen had landed. Zhong He spread out his arms and bent his legs. With a ferocious leap, he left the ground. Behind him, the indistinct figure of a huge rock could be seen spreading its wings. This is the famous movement technique of the Misty Sword Sect's Supreme Elder, Heavenly Rock Spreading Wings. Legend has it that when it is practiced to great perfection, it can roam the 4 seas. Within a breath, it can fly 1,000 kilometers, a knowledgeable person below said. Earlier, because of this movement technique, Xiao Jian could not even touch the corner of Zhong He's clothes. I originally thought that the secret technique that Xiao Chen executed would be able to resolve Xiao Jian's predicament. Looks like it is not possible, someone sighed. Zhong He, who had leaped into the air, did not land on the ground. Instead, he strangely turned around and flew towards Xiao Chen like a huge bird. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was astonished in his heart. Heavenly rock spreading wings. It is indeed powerful. It can actually allow a person to leave the ground for a short period of time. It looks like the legends about it are very detailed. Bang! There was no time to think. Zhong He's speed was extremely fast, and the two of them exchanged moves. Xiao Chen's cultivation realm was lower than Zhong He's. Although he could rely on the blue dragon martial spirit and its boundless strength, he was able to display a strength that surpassed his cultivation realm. He did not have a higher-ranked spirit weapon in his hands. However, Xiao Chen did not have a higher-ranked spirit weapon, so he could not bring out the full might of the Azure Dragon martial spirit. In terms of absolute strength, he was still slightly inferior to Zhong He. Furthermore, with Zhong He's heavenly rock spreading wings, this supreme movement technique's sword strike contained a strength that was close to that of a martial grandmaster. When the saber and sword clashed, the huge force transmitted from the sword caused Xiao Chen to feel extremely strained. His body flew backwards. What was even more troublesome was that the Haotian sword qi from the sword had already surged into his body. The holy sword that had existed since ancient times had turned into sword qi that rampaged through Xiao Chen's meridians in a domineering manner. As he retreated, Xiao Chen dispelled this terrifying sword qi. When he retreated to the edge of the arena, with one foot in the air, he finally dispelled this sword qi. Hooking his feet to the ground, he somersaulted in the air and stood on the stage once more. The people below all exclaimed. They originally thought that he would be sent flying out of the arena by Zhong his sword. They never expected that he would still be standing on the arena in the end. However, there were even more people who did not understand. It was such a good opportunity. Why did Zhong he not follow up with another sword strike? With that, he would be able to send Xiao Chen flying. They could not help but discuss it. Hearing the discussions below, Zhong he was indeed suffering in his heart. Earlier, although his sword qi had entered Xiao Chen's body, it was not able to withstand it. Although his sword qi had entered Xiao Chen's body, the electricity in Xiao Chen's saber had also entered his body. The electricity formed by the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was not much weaker than his holy sword qi. If he did not dispel it, it would be a huge problem in the following battles. Again, after completely neutralizing the lightning glow, Zhong he shouted out explosively. The huge heavenly rock behind him actually let out a clear and bright cry. His figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. A 2-meter-long sword light lit up on his sword. Using the speed of a waterfall, it carried a boundless aura as it flew towards Xiao Chen. The heavenly rock actually let out a cry. This is the second layer of the heavenly rock spreading wings. I did not expect him to have practiced this supreme secret technique to the second layer at such a young age. Indeed, this is too scary. Legend has it that the sword sage of the Misty Sword sect was able to make the heavenly rock let out a divine cry. Without even making a move, it could shatter a person's heart and lungs. Furthermore, Zhong he even activated the supreme might of the Haotian sword. With the holy sword and the heavenly rock, Xiao Chen will definitely lose. Facing the valiant Zhong he, the people below let out cries of alarm once again. Under such a strong might, everyone believed that Xiao Chen had no chance at all. This move of Zhong his could even hold his own against a martial Grand Master. Even when the arena master saw Zhong he execute the second layer of the heavenly rock spreading wings, his expression changed. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he looked at the sword flying towards him. He knew he could not hold back anymore, so he gently flipped the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The lunar shadow saber started to spin rapidly and a surging qi surged out. Everyone in the surroundings felt their bodies tremble. The lightning on the sword lit up like a thunderbolt. The sky, which was already nearing dusk, seemed to have been ignited at this moment. The sun shone like fire, making it as bright as day. However, what was even more horrifying was the tyrannical qi that came from the saber. It was like the roar of a thunderous beast, or the arrival of a magnificent army. It was berserk and ferocious. Not good, this spirit weapon actually has a demonic core embedded in it. I'm afraid it is a martial king demonic beast. Everyone, retreat quickly. If the demonic qi leaks out, ordinary cultivators would bleed from their 7 orifices and die. This is too scary. There is actually a spirit weapon with a demonic core embedded in it. The crowd was extremely horrified and scattered in all directions. However, they did not go far. Instead, they stood far away, watching the battle with excitement in their eyes. Against Zhong he, who possessed the Haotian sword, the crowd originally thought that it would be a one-sided battle. They did not expect that Xiao Chen actually had a demonic weapon. There had not been such an exciting battle in Mo City for a long time, so naturally, they could not miss it. Using the movement technique, Heavenly Rock Spreading Wings, coupled with the ancient holy sword, the Haotian sword qi clashed violently against the lunar shadow saber with the rank 6 thunder rock embedded in it. Boom! When the electric light and the sword light clashed, a loud sound rang out from the arena. The crowd, who were far away, felt their eardrums tremble. It was simply too horrifying. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He took a heavy step back, leaving behind a 1-meter deep footprint. It was clear what kind of pressure Xiao Chen was enduring. Zhong his body flew backward, using the movement technique, Heavenly Rock Spreading Wings. He moved around in the air, dissipating the force from the lunar shadow saber. With a gentle push, Zhong his body landed firmly on the ground. His clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked extremely elegant. This time, the two of them were actually evenly matched, unable to tell who had the upper hand. Suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body, Zhong his eyes were as calm as still water. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. He smiled faintly. I really did not expect that you would have such a demonic weapon. However, as the saying goes, rare treasures belong to outstanding talents. If this is all you have today, then I will be taking this demonic weapon. Shadow-bearing sword. Zhong he shouted loudly and casually tossed aside the sword in his hand. A sword image streaked across the sky. The shadow-bearing sword, which had been passed down in the Zhong clan for hundreds of years, appeared in Zhong his hands. Chapter 60. Zhong he is actually going to use the Chengying sword. I heard that the origin of this Chengying sword is not simple. It is not an ordinary profound ranked spirit weapon. It's not just a rumor. It really has an extraordinary origin. This shadow-bearing sword hides a wisp of noble spirit. It is said that the ancestor of the Zhong family begged a sword saint for it. Shadow-bearing sword against lunar shadow saber. A clash between saber and sword. Neither is an ordinary weapon. I wonder who will win this time. Do you still need to say that? It must be Zhong He. His strength is originally higher than Xiao Chen's. Now that he has the help of a powerful weapon, how could he lose? There had never been such an exciting battle in Mo City before. When the crowd in the distance saw Zhong He use the shadow-bearing sword, the sounds of discussion became even more lively. Xiao Chen held his saber and stood upright. His body was as straight as a pillar. Electric light flickered on the blade of his saber. His eyes were burning with a strong desire to fight. Even though Zhong He had used the Chengying sword, he did not show any signs of fear. Gently stroking the Chengying sword, Zhong He said indifferently, "This Chengying sword contains a strand of righteous qi. It was left behind by a sword saint that the Zhong clan ancestor saved. In the past, that sword saint comprehended the righteous spirit and was unrivaled in the 4 seas. Although there is only a wisp of it in this sword, it can exist for thousands of years and never dissipate. Today, it is your honor to die under this sword. Noble spirit." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Although this righteous qi was powerful, it was only something from the Holy Land. The battle sage origin that Ao Jiao left behind in the lunar shadow saber belonged to the Thunder King. The Thunder King had used 1/6 of the battle sage origins to forge the Thunder Wood sword. It was unknown how many saints had been killed. If Zhong He wanted to use this as proof, Xiao Chen did not mind giving him a pleasant surprise. When Zhong He saw that Xiao Chen's aura did not change, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. This Xiao Chen's heart was really strong. No words could break his heart. As long as one's heart remained calm, one's aura would not diminish, and it would be hard for one to find a weakness, making it difficult for others to attack. Since there are no openings, then I will create one. Zhong He thought to himself, filled with pride. If he could not even deal with a medial-grade martial disciple today, he would not be able to do anything to him. In the future, he would definitely become the joke of the prefecture city's Whitewood school. It would be impossible for him to enter the Holy Land. Therefore, he had to win this battle, and he had to win it by a huge margin. It was a victory that left others speechless and convinced, leaving behind a shadow that could not be erased for the rest of their lives. Zhong He let out an explosive shout and the righteous qi within the shadow-bearing sword surged out. A killing qi that could pierce the heavens and split the earth spread out in all directions. Before the sword move was executed, the force of the sword had already been formed. The righteous qi existed eternally in the heavens and earth. Wherever it attacked, it could kill gods and exterminate devils. The Haotian sword qi follows my heart. Wherever the blade points, the qi will spread in all directions. The heavenly rock spread its wings, coming and going without a trace. It was as swift as the wind and as powerful as lightning. Kill, kill, kill. In this instant, Zhong He had actually merged the 3 supreme techniques together. Coupled with the righteous qi of the Haotian sword and the exceptional movement technique, who in Mo City would be able to block him? In that instant, a strong wind blew and a boundless killing intent rushed towards Xiao Chen. The sword in Zhong He's hand lit up with a resplendent sword light. The 2-meter-long sword light was swallowing and spitting out a berserk sword qi. Puci. Xiao Chen had never seen such a fast sword before. In the previous moment, Zhong, his 2-meter-long sword light, was still swallowing and spitting out. He did not even see Xiao Chen raise it, and in the next moment, the sword light had already arrived before him. Xiao Chen was incomparably astonished. At this moment, he actually felt a trace of the aura of death. For a long time, his greatest reliance was the heaven-ranked martial technique, dragon subduing slash. Even if the situation was at its worst, as long as he used the blue dragon, even 10 Zhong his would turn to ashes. However, the situation in front of him was not good. Zhong his speed was very fast. He was afraid that he would not even have the chance to use the blue dragon before he would be killed. At this moment, he did not have much time to think. The sword light had already touched the hair on his forehead. If he did not think of a way, he would be severely injured. There was no chance to dodge, so he could only receive it head-on. Heavenly Lightning Shield. At the most critical moment, at the moment of imminent peril, Xiao Chen used the Heavenly Lightning Shield. When he was only an inferior-grade martial disciple, this Heavenly Lightning Shield was able to block the attack of a profound ranked martial technique. At this moment, he had already advanced to medial-grade martial disciple. His essence was more than twice as dense as before. Thinking about it, the defense of the Heavenly Lightning Shield should have doubled as well. Bang! The sword light struck the defensive shield, flickering with electric light, giving off a loud sound. A huge force came from it. Xiao Chen, who was within the shield, was shaken to the point that his internal organs shifted positions. He vomited another mouthful of blood. His internal organs shifted positions. If it was a regular cultivator, they would have lost their combat prowess after receiving such an injury. However, Xiao Chen's body had been tempered by a large amount of spiritual energy. Furthermore, there was the continuous power of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He did not have to worry too much about it and could continue fighting. Zhong he looked at the Heavenly Lightning Shield and frowned slightly. He did not know what kind of strong defensive martial technique this was. The cracks on the shield actually started to slowly mend. What kind of strong defensive martial technique is this? In front of the righteous Qi, break for me, flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhong he shouted lightly. It was as though he had merged with the sword. The brilliance of this sword was reserved. There was no color, no sound of the wind, no sword Qi. It struck Xiao Chen's Heavenly Lightning Shield so casually. There was no sound, but the electric light on the shield quickly dissipated. Xiao Chen felt like he had suffered a heavy blow and vomited another mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen quickly formed hand seals with his hands. 2 of the 5 white clouds beside the blue dragon all scattered, turning into countless amounts of essence and pouring into the Heavenly Lightning Shield. The light on the shield became dazzling once again. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Zhong he did not feel discouraged. He executed another powerful sword technique. Compared to the previous sword technique that was simple, this sword technique was extremely magnificent. The boundless sword Qi was like a chaotic autumn rain, striking the Heavenly Lightning Shield. Zhong his figure quickly changed positions in the air. Every time he changed positions, there would be 20 sword Qi striking the Heavenly Lightning Shield. He changed positions in the air a total of 81 times, sending out a total of 1,620 sword Qi. Every sword Qi had half the might of the one-line chop. Xiao Chen supported the Heavenly Lightning Shield with all his might. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth. However, there was no sign of giving up in his eyes. He released his spiritual sense and did his best to capture the trajectory of Zhong his movements, as well as the charm of his moves. Even though he was severely injured and was at a huge disadvantage, his heart was not in a mess. His aura did not decrease, and his weakness was not revealed. Flight on wings, I remember that it was a martial technique created by a sword sage from the Whitewood School. I did not expect this Zhong he to have learned it. Although it is only the first 2 moves, it is sufficient to show disdain for those of the same generation. That Xiao Chen is not simple either. Under the pressure of the righteous Qi and the Haotian sword Qi, he is still able to last until now. This is also because Zhong he did not truly merge the heavenly rock-spreading wings, the righteous Qi, and the Haotian sword Qi together. It only has the form but not the spirit. Perhaps that sword could even easily destroy a peak martial grandmaster. Look at that Zhong He, it looks like he is about to execute the third move of flight on wings. That's impossible, he is so young. Could it be that he comprehended the third move of flight on wings? The crowd in the distance let out cries of surprise again. Today's battle was an eye-opener for them. Not only Zhong He, but even Xiao Chen gave them a pleasant surprise. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Regardless of how shocked the crowd was, the third move of flight on wings, moon bright like fire, was executed by Zhong He in the end. In the arena, Zhong He stood 20 meters away from Xiao Chen. He pointed his sword at the sky. The originally dusky sky suddenly turned incomparably dark. A full moon slowly rose up. The bright moon hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. A mysterious phenomenon actually appeared. What rank of martial technique is this flight on wings? Why is it so horrifying? No one had expected that the third move of flight on wings would actually cause a mysterious phenomenon. Suddenly, a faintly discernible figure appeared above the full moon. It was as though he came from beyond the heavens. He held a spiritual sword in his hand. Under the contrast of the full moon, the faintly discernible feeling gave people the impression that an immortal had descended. Zhong He, who was in the arena, gently brandished his sword, matching the figure in the sky. Suddenly, he pointed his sword at Xiao Chen, who was in the heavenly lightning shield. Xiao Chen felt as though his heart had stopped beating. The surrounding space was pitch black, and everyone had disappeared from his sight. There was no Zhong He, no arena master, no crowd. There was only the boundless darkness and the loneliness that filled the sky. This was a very frightening feeling. Those who were not in the middle of it would not be able to experience it. Xiao Chen's heart pounded wildly. At this moment, his heart seemed to waver. Just at this moment, the blue dragon martial spirit in his body gave a light shout. The pitch-black space immediately shattered into pieces. The space returned to its original state. Xiao Chen's heart finally stabilized. Zhong He's eyebrows twitched. Clearly, he felt that Xiao Chen's originally wavering heart had actually stabilized again. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to think too much. The bright moon had already risen, there was no chance for him to stop. "Break for me!" Zhong He shouted loudly and pointed his sword angrily at Xiao Chen. The figure in the sky also felt Zhong He's anger. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Break for me! Break! Break! Break!" In an instant, the entire place was filled with Zhong He's angry roar. A supreme pressure spread out in all directions. There seemed to be an unparalleled might in the voice, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This is an immortal sound, an immortal sound. This moon bright like fire can actually emit an immortal sound. In the crowd in the distance, the weaker cultivators were directly knocked unconscious by this immortal sound. Even the stronger ones did not feel good. The immortal sound is already so terrifying. In that case, how powerful will the next sword move be? Someone in the crowd said with a trembling voice. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. The supreme technique in the compendium of cultivation, the purple thunder divine incantation, circulated frantically. His essence was being expended without any regard for his life. His body actually emitted a faint purple glow. Zhong He stood where he was, not moving forward at all. He simply aimed his sword at Xiao Chen, chopping down from a distance of 20 meters. What is he trying to do? Even if it is a martial saint expert, after the sword chi flew out 20 meters, its might would be greatly reduced. By doing this, he will not be able to break my heavenly lightning shield. Xiao Chen thought suspiciously in his heart. When he raised his head to take a look, his face revealed an extremely horrified expression. He finally understood what Zhong He was trying to do. The figure in the sky actually followed Zhong He's sword and approached him from afar, chopping down at him ruthlessly. The bright moon was like fire, resplendent in the sky. There was someone beyond the heavens. When a sword immortal arrived, how could mortals block it? Chapter 61. There was a loud explosion, and the place where Xiao Chen was standing on the arena shattered into pieces and dust. A 2-meter deep hole appeared in the arena made of heavenly mountain stone, causing everyone to exclaim in admiration. This moon bright like fire is very scary. It actually managed to create a big hole in the arena made of heavenly mountain stone. This person's future is limitless. In the past, the sword sage of Whitewood School used the might of his sword to kill Emperor Wu. Indeed, the rise of the Zhong clan can already be seen clearly. After this battle, the power structure of Mo City will change completely. What do you guys think? Can this Xiao Chen withstand this move? Nonsense, do we even need to say that? Even the heavenly mountain stone has a big hole in it. The way I see it, that brat might not even have a corpse left. What a pity for that powerful demonic weapon. When Zhong He executed Flight on Wings, moon bright like fire, the crowd in the distance thought that the battle was already over. Although they felt that it was not enough, today's battle was a feast for their eyes. In the future, they would have sufficient capital to flaunt. The light scattered and the bright moon slowly descended. Zhong He's eyes were like a stream of water as black wind danced in the air. This move exhausted a large amount of his essence and the origin energy of the Haotian sword. If he still could not break the heavenly lightning shield, then he had no other methods. However, was there such a possibility? Obviously not. The corner of Zhong He's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He carried the shadow-bearing sword and walked towards the hole. His steps were relaxed and his expression was relaxed. However, he did not let down his guard at all. This Xiao Chen was merely a medial-grade martial disciple, yet he had given him too many surprises. It was hard for him to remain calm. Until the very last moment, he absolutely could not relax. At the bottom of the huge hole, Xiao Chen's clothes were already in tatters. He lay on the ground like a dead man. His eyes were tightly shut, and there were 2 traces of blood at the corners of his eyes. Blood was still flowing from his nose and mouth. His left hand was tightly clenched, as though there was something in it. The lunar shadow saber in his right hand was stabbed into the ground. Zhong He heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how he looked at it, Xiao Chen was severely injured and would not be able to fight anymore. Zhong He smiled gently and jumped down. He walked to the front of the lunar shadow saber and said indifferently, "I, Zhong He, will accept this demonic weapon." Just as his hand was about to touch the saber hilt, Xiao Chen's right hand suddenly moved. It slowly pointed at Zhong He and his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes emitted a blood-red glow, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Coupled with his blood-stained face, he looked exceptionally terrifying. Zhong He's heart tightened as he felt a dangerous aura. At this moment, the movement technique of the heavenly rock spreading wings was displayed to its limits. He was like a huge bird soaring into the sky, instantly returning to the arena. Behind him, a strand of purple flame soared up like a huge python, closely following him. If he had been half a second slower, he would have been hit by the purple flames, and the consequences would have been unthinkable. The purple flames brushed past him from behind, and a spark landed on his hair. Instantly, there was a burnt smell. Most of his elegant long hair had been set on fire. Zhong He circulated his essence, and his hair instantly stood up. Every single strand of hair that stood up was burning with a purple flame. They slowly moved downwards, and in the next moment, they would reach his head. Shua! Zhong He decisively chopped off all the burning strands of hair, and all the hair that stood up fell down. The originally elegant long hair had disappeared, and only half of it was left. There was also a burnt smell coming from it. At this moment, Zhong He's expression was extremely unsightly. The expression of someone eating shit was probably what Zhong He looked like right now. When the crowd in the distance saw Zhong He jumping down in a magnificent manner, they all thought that he would come out with the lunar shadow saber and end this battle. After a while, they were astonished to discover that Zhong He had jumped back up in a sorry state. His hair was suddenly set on fire, and his expression was as unsightly as if he had eaten shit. No one could guess what had happened. Did you guys feel it? The chi and blood of the person below seemed to be flourishing. That's right, I felt it too. This seems to be the scene before a breakthrough. It can't be. Could it be that after this person escaped death, his cultivation actually rose to superior grade martial disciple? Inside the hole, Xiao Chen casually tossed aside the inferior grade spirit stone that he had absorbed in his left hand. The surface of the spirit stone had lost all its luster, and it looked no different from a normal stone. It no longer had any value. Feeling that the medicinal energy of the blood-replenishing pill that he had consumed earlier had completely dissipated, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Moon bright like fire was simply too scary. His heavenly lightning shield, which was comparable to an inferior-grade Earth-ranked martial technique, was like a thin piece of paper in front of him. It was completely useless. The figure that flew in from the sky was like an immortal descending. The might of his sword completely shattered the purple thunder divine incantation, causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices. If it were not for the blood-replenishing pill in his mouth, even with the heavenly lightning shield and the purple thunder divine incantation supporting his body, he would not have the strength to stand up. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and saw Zhong He standing in the arena. The corner of his mouth curled up into a gentle smile as he took out another medicinal pill from his universe ring and swallowed it. This was the essence swallowing pill. After consuming it, it could increase the user's strength by several times in a short period of time. It was extremely horrifying. After absorbing the inferior-grade spirit stone, Xiao Chen easily reached the peak of superior-grade martial disciple. Now that he consumed the essence swallowing pill, his strength immediately soared to the realm of a medial-grade martial master. At this moment, Xiao Chen's absolute strength was already comparable to Zhong He's. With the help of the Blue Dragon martial spirit, his strength was even stronger than Zhong He's. The crowd in the distance could only feel that Xiao Chen's strength was rising continuously. However, Zhong He, who was in the arena, could feel the aura pressing down on him. It was surging and surging, each wave stronger than the one before. Boom! Xiao Chen stomped on the ground and leaped up ferociously, standing on the arena once again. The lunar shadow saber in his hand flickered with electricity. A boundless evil aura surged out in all directions, making him look like a demon from hell. This was the first time Zhong He revealed a grave expression. It was possible that he would be defeated by Xiao Chen's saber. Such a thought unconsciously appeared in his heart. Flight on wings, one-word sword formula. Zhong He could no longer endure the pressure from Xiao Chen's evil aura. He took the initiative to make the first move. It was extremely simple and had a reserved light. However, it contained a boundless might. Combined with the exceptional movement technique, heavenly rock spreading wings, he hacked at Xiao Chen ruthlessly. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Previously, he had been observing Zhong He's movements. Now that his strength had increased, he was able to sense Zhong He's movements. Now that his strength had increased, Xiao Chen could clearly see the movement technique that Zhong He was originally proud of. He could instantly see through Zhong He's movements. Flight on wings, one-word chop. Under Zhong He's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen actually executed the same sword technique as Zhong He. It was also extremely simple and had a reserved light. Xiao Chen moved later but arrived first. He dodged Zhong He's attack and went straight for his heart. How can this be? How can he know flight on wings? He only took a look. Zhong He was greatly astonished and his movements became chaotic. He was very clear on the might of the one-word chop. He quickly withdrew his sword to defend, wanting to block this sword. He had studied this flight on wings sword technique for many years. He had an incomparably deep understanding of it. After a moment of panic, he quickly thought of a way to block it. He moved his feet slightly and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. The body of the sword was protecting his heart. He had calculated the angle of Xiao Chen's attack accurately. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a clear clashing sound. The huge force that came from the lunar shadow saber exceeded Zhong He's expectations. The sharp offensive chi instantly broke his perfect footwork. The lunar shadow saber, which contained a rank 6 demonic core, emitted a surging electric glow. It passed through the shadow-bearing sword and entered his body. The electric glow, which was filled with a ruthless chi, rampaged about in Zhong He's body. All the essence that blocked it instantly collapsed. Pu. Zhong He felt something sweet in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. His body flew back 5 steps. He looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment and said in disbelief, "You actually merged unparalleled on wings and one-word chop into your own saber technique. How is this possible? Unparalleled on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen did not reply Zhong his words. He immediately executed the second move of Unparalleled on Wings. His body rapidly changed positions in the air and a saber light shot towards Zhong He. Sword Qi crisscrossing. Zhong He shouted loudly and used the sword technique that he used to neutralize the divine thunder break earlier. This move could be used for both offense and defense. It was the martial technique that he was proud of. Countless sword qis protected Zhong He's body, dancing in the wind. It was airtight, blocking all of the attacks outside of his body. Xiao Chen did not have a holy sword martial spirit. Naturally, he could not use sword qi when he was still a martial master. Thus, he used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to imitate this disordered dance of 1,000 years. However, he was unable to use sword qi and could only use saber lights made from essence. Even so, under the unparalleled offensive qi of the Battle Sage Origin, any defensive martial technique would reveal an opening. Furthermore, he had the Blue Dragon martial spirit. The might of this saber light was not much weaker than Zhong He's sword qi. After Zhong He's sword qi blocked 1,000 saber lights, it was finally completely defeated. The remaining 200 saber lights struck Zhong He's body without any fear. Zhong He cried out in pain and groaned continuously. The clothes that were still intact on his body were torn into shreds by the saber lights. Hundreds of scarlet wounds appeared on his skin. Bang! After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen, who was about to land, kicked Zhong He, causing him to fall to the ground. After that, he turned around and landed firmly on the ground. Don't think that just because you used a secret technique to raise yourself to the same realm as me and learned flight on wings, I will not be able to do anything to you, Zhong He, who was on the ground, said ruthlessly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Holy sword, Hao Tian. He used his finger as a sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen. A resplendent holy sword appeared in front of him and a golden light lit up the sky. The surroundings were filled with golden light. This is the holy sword's origin. At this moment, he actually used the origin of the Haotian martial spirit. Indeed, it is too dangerous. If the holy sword were to break, all his cultivation would be destroyed and he would become a cripple. The crowd exclaimed once again. This Zhong He actually wanted to bet all his cultivation to fight against Xiao Chen. Unparalleled on wings, moon bright like fire. Xiao Chen looked at Zhong He calmly. The Battle Sage Origin slowly simulated the third move of the Unparalleled on Wings and the mysterious phenomenon appeared again. The sky was pitch black and a full moon slowly rose up again. However, this full moon did not have a nimble figure. It only hung high up in the sky, radiating light in all directions. As for the person from beyond the sky that did not appear, Xiao Chen understood in his heart. His comprehension of the way of the sword was far from sufficient. This moon bright like fire sword move could only display its form and not its spirit. However, Xiao Chen had his own methods. The Battle Sage Origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. No one could block it. Since he was unable to comprehend the intricacies of the sword, then he would use its absolute might. He would use force to break through technique, deciding the world with one saber strike. With a swing of the saber, the full moon in the sky slowly descended, violently crashing into the Haotian holy sword in Zhong He's hands. Chapter 62. Boom. The full moon landed on the arena, giving off a loud sound. This time, the moon bright like fire was much stronger than the one Zhong He had used earlier. The huge arena was shattered into countless pieces. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the people who were standing closer to the arena were struck by the shattered pieces. Their qi and blood surged, and they suffered significant injuries. This was truly an undeserved calamity. The dust on the arena danced in the air. The people who were far away could not see what was happening. They could not help but feel anxious when they saw what was happening. What a strong moon bright like fire, it is even stronger than the one Zhong He executed. There is dust everywhere. Who won? Although they wanted to know the result, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. They did not dare to rush forward. The people who were injured by the shattered pieces were a living example of this. After a long time, when the thick dust finally dispersed, everyone could clearly see the situation on the arena. The 2-meter-tall arena made of heavenly mountain stones no longer existed. All that was left were countless pieces of rubble. Zhong He was lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The shadow-bearing sword in his hand had already disappeared. The arena master standing at the side had an indescribable dispirited expression on his face. The arena that he had painstakingly built was gone, just like that. Although he could obtain 1/10 of the wager as a commission, it was far from being able to compare to the damage to the arena. The situation was clear at a glance. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen had won this duel. He had defeated a medial-grade martial master, Zhong He, as a medial-grade martial disciple. Such news would definitely shock Mo City. It would even spread far and wide in Chizhi County. Xiao Chen, who was an entire realm lower than him, had actually defeated Zhong He. This was definitely explosive news. This battle had also completely rid Xiao Chen of the reputation of being trash in Mo City. Everyone could predict that an unparalleled genius had appeared. While everyone was discussing this, there was only one person standing there with a complicated expression on his face. He was Xiao Chen's elder brother, Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian held a Niden in his hand. That was the Niden of the rainbow flame python. Before Xiao Chen left, he had tossed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. He really wanted to throw away the rainbow flame python's inner core. He didn't want to accept Xiao Chen's charity, but he really couldn't bear to do it. 3 days later, in the Xiao mansion. In Xiao Chen's yard, Bao quietly asked, "Second young master, the first elder sent someone to get you again. Are you going to reject him again?" Xiao Chen recovered from his cultivation state and smiled bitterly in his heart. "You don't have to be so anxious. You've been urging me more than 10 times in 3 days." After the duel that day, although Xiao Chen barely managed to defeat Zhong He, the time limit of the essence swallowing pill was up. Very soon, the essence swallowing pill would cause a backlash. He was worried that he would be intercepted and killed in the middle of his journey. After taking away the Chengying sword, he immediately felt it. In order not to let the side effects of the cloud swallowing pill leave a hidden danger in his body, he had to use the cloud swallowing pill. Xiao Chen had not gone out for the past 3 days. He had been refining the remnant essence of the cloud swallowing pill in his body. Furthermore, he had comprehended many things in that battle. Xiao Chen did not want anyone to disturb him, so he chose to close his doors and refuse to see anyone. Only now did he completely digest the essence of the cloud swallowing pill. However, there were many things that he had comprehended in that battle that he had yet to comprehend. He could only think about them in the future. If he did not go out now, the first elder would definitely send someone to barge in. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said to the door, "Bao, go and inform them that I will be out soon." After tidying up his clothes, Xiao Chen thought about how to deal with the first elder. Then, he opened the door and took a deep breath. Slowly, he walked towards the first elder's yard. Along the way, all the Xiao clan disciples that he met looked at him with a completely different expression. The gossip that he often heard in the past no longer existed. Everyone's expressions were the same as they appeared on the surface. They all held reverence for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not really care about the attitude of the Xiao clan disciples. He took large strides forward and soon arrived at Xiao Qiong's yard. Xiao Qiong and Xiao Yulon sat at the stone table in the yard. Xiao Yulon was still as beautiful as ever. Every time he saw her, he would be moved. "Cousin Xiao Chen, now that you are famous, you start to play cards. You are not even willing to meet your cousin," Xiao Yulon said half-truthfully when she saw Xiao Chen walk over. Xiao Chen first bowed to the first elder before saying from under the table, "Cousin Yulon, I am sorry. I have been recuperating for the past few days. It is not convenient for me to meet anyone." When Xiao Yulon saw Xiao Chen apologizing seriously, she hurriedly said, "I was just joking with you. Everyone knows that you are recuperating." Ever since Xiao Chen entered, Xiao Qiong's gaze had been fixed on Xiao Chen, never leaving him. At this moment, he took over the conversation. "Second young master, are there any major problems with your body? There are still some rank 7 herbs in the Xiao clan's dispensary. Don't bear everything on your own. The Xiao clan had been in charge of Seven Horn Mountain for over 100 years. It was not strange for them to have a few rank 7 herbs. Xiao Chen said, "There are no major problems. Thank you, First Elder, for your kind intentions. Then I am relieved. I do not have to worry about the trial of Gloomy Forest in 2 days." After Xiao Qiong said that, he changed the topic. "What exactly did you obtain from the Thunder King's cave? Can you tell me in detail?" Others might not be able to figure out the reason for Xiao Chen's sudden burst of combat prowess. However, Xiao Qiong could easily link it to the Thunder King's cave. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He had already guessed that the First Elder would ask this. He placed the lunar shadow saber on the table and said, "This is the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword from back then. I reforged it into a profound ranked spirit weapon. I obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King from it." Xiao Chen's words were half true and half false. No one could find any flaws in it. Following that, he made up a story about how he obtained the inheritance. After listening to it, Xiao Qiong believed this answer. He cautiously said to Xiao Chen, "Don't tell anyone about you obtaining the inheritance of the Thunder King. Otherwise, it will bring you a disaster. This matter is very important. My Xiao clan might even prosper because of it." The Thunder King was the most famous Emperor Wu in the past 1,000 years. His fame in the continent could be said to be very widespread, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people yearned for his inheritance. If they were to know that Xiao Chen obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, then Xiao Chen would be hunted down endlessly. Xiao Yulon picked up the lunar shadow saber on the table and examined it carefully. She praised, "This saber is really cousin's lucky item. Back then, it helped us escape from the cave. Now, it helped cousin obtain the inheritance of the Thunder King. It is truly a good saber." Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. Although cousin Yulon was very talented in combat, her thoughts were still very pure. She actually described such a strong demonic weapon as being lucky twice. He suddenly thought of something and took out the Chengying sword from the universe ring. He handed it to Xiao Yulon and said, "Cousin Yulon, back then, you gave me all those moonstones. Now, I'm giving you this Chengying sword as compensation." When Xiao Yulon heard this, she smiled and said, "I do not dare to take this sword. The Zhong clan's clan head came a few times in the past few days, wanting to redeem this sword. We absolutely cannot let them redeem it. How can we let go of something that is already in our hands?" Xiao Chen said. The material of this Chengying sword was forged from top-notch frost iron. Furthermore, it contained a trace of righteous qi. However, because it did not contain a large amount of moonstones, its rank could not be raised. Its actual value was very high. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was a little reluctant to give it to Xiao Yulon. After he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 2nd layer, he had always wanted to refine a protective magic treasure. However, he was unable to do so due to a lack of materials. If he did not give this sword to Xiao Yulon, he felt that he could refine a pretty good magic treasure. If he gave it to the Zhong clan, it would be too much of a loss. When Xiao Yulon saw Xiao Chen's nervous expression, she smiled tactfully. Her pretty face was like a flower, completely devoid of her usual cold expression. She said, "Don't worry. Father's intentions are the same as yours. I will never let go of something that is already in my hands. As long as it is something that you give me, I will dare to use it." Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. Cousin Yulon's personality seemed to have undergone a huge change. She no longer had the cold and distant attitude that she had when they first met. Today, she even joked with him twice. The tragic thing was that he did not realize it. However, he did not know the thoughts of a girl. When joking with someone, it depended on who the person was. If the other disciples of the Xiao clan saw the famous icy beauty of the Xiao clan chatting so happily with Xiao Chen, they would definitely be shocked. The 3 of them chatted for a long time about the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Qiong told them about his experiences in the trial of Gloomy Forest without holding anything back. Before they left, something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen. The first elder, Xiao Qiong, asked about the martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body again. Furthermore, he requested to check it out personally. This caused the doubts that Xiao Chen had long ago to resurface. Could it be that the blue dragon martial spirit really had some unspeakable secret? When Xiao Qiong's consciousness entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen hid the blue dragon martial spirit in his body into the white clouds. He used his spiritual sense to imitate a purple flame, barely concealing it from Xiao Qiong. Xiao Chen returned to his room filled with doubts. He laid on the bed and thought about this question. Why did the first elder care so much about his own martial spirit? Xiao Jian's blue dragon martial spirit had already disappeared for 1,000 years. It was not strange for them to be cautious. However, Xiao Chen could feel a sense of fear from the first elder's attitude. That was fear of the blue dragon martial spirit. Every time he knew that the martial spirit in his body was not the blue dragon martial spirit, the first elder's attitude would become much more relaxed. What secret was this blue dragon martial spirit hiding? Just at this moment, Bai suddenly jumped out from the spirit blood jade that Xiao Chen wore on his chest. It looked around for Ao Jiao. Its anxious look was extremely cute. When Xiao Chen saw Bai's appearance, he revealed a smile. These few days, every time this little fellow came out, it would look for Ao Jiao. When it could not find her, it would open its pitiful eyes and look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew that this little fellow must have gotten addicted to the heaven and earth essence. However, now that Ao Jiao had sealed herself in the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen did not know when he would be able to see her again. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but feel melancholy. Without that lass by his side, he felt that something was missing. Hugging Bai in his embrace, Xiao Chen started to infuse essence into its body, circulating the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformations cultivation method. This was something he had started doing after returning 3 days ago. Naturally, it was better for spirit beasts to cultivate as early as possible. Bai was an innate rank 6 spirit beast. In the future, it would definitely be a great help to Xiao Chen. Chapter 63. There were only 2 days left to the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Chen still did not go out. During the day, he continued to comprehend the insights he gained from his battle with Zhong He. At night, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen felt that he had already touched the edge of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. However, after he returned, he tried to execute Flight on Wings again, but he did not succeed a few times. Xiao Chen pondered bitterly. One of the main reasons why he could execute Flight on Wings so smoothly that day was because he was struck by moon bright like fire. He was in a desperate situation, which stimulated his potential. Another reason was that he had consumed the essence swallowing pill, which greatly increased his strength. His cultivation realm was much higher than it was now. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation for the trial of Gloomy Forest. Only in a dangerous place would he be able to put himself in a desperate situation, experiencing the essence of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula between life and death. Only through continuous battles could he increase his strength. Closing himself off from the outside world was not a good method. 2 days later, the trial was held as scheduled. Under the lead of the first elder, Xiao Chen followed the crowd and rushed to the plaza in the city center. There, he would meet up with the other people from the 3 great clans. After that, under the lead of Mo City's city lord, they would rush to the periphery of Gloomy Forest to begin the trial. This time, there were 10 people from the Xiao clan participating in the trial. All of them were at least superior grade martial disciples. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulon's cultivation had even reached the martial master realm. They were definitely the strongest group of people in the 3 great clans. When they rushed to the plaza, the people from the Tang clan and the Zhong clan had already arrived. The gazes from both sides were very unfriendly. Recently, the 2 clans had suffered losses at the hands of the Xiao clan. With the addition of old and new grudges, they could not wait to start a fight. On the stone platform in the middle of the plaza, the city lord had not appeared yet. Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulon were chatting casually. They did not feel bored, but they thought that the city lord was putting on a show. "You are Xiao Chen." Just as the 2 of them were chatting, someone suddenly walked over from the side. Xiao Yulon faced that person and frowned slightly. She said in a soft voice, "It's the Tang clan's people." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had already seen the appearance of this person. He was not surprised in his heart. He turned around and smiled. It is indeed me. I wonder why Brother Tang Feng is looking for me. When Tang Feng heard Xiao Chen call out his name, he felt it was strange. His expression changed slightly as he smiled. It's nothing. Recently, everyone in Mo City knows about Brother Xiao's name. I just wanted to make friends with you. Xiao Yulon smiled coldly from behind. Befriend? Your big brother, Tang Yuan, died on our Seven-Horn Mountain. Instead of seeking revenge, you are here to befriend us. After Tang Feng heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. He said, this fellow has always been at odds with me. Now that he died in Brother Xiao's hands, he deserves it. I should be thanking Brother Xiao instead. Why would I think of revenge? Tang Feng was astonished. For the sake of the position of clan head, brothers would fight with each other. This had happened since ancient times, so it was not strange. However, back in Linlang Pavilion, Xiao Chen already knew this person's character. How could he believe his words? When Xiao Jian, who was at the side, heard Tang Feng's words, his expression changed slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Chen walked in front of Tang Feng and whispered into his ear, I was the one who bought the inferior grade spirit stone in Linlang Pavilion. Do you still want to befriend me? Tang Feng's expression changed greatly. His earlier smile disappeared and he said gloomily, you have spoiled my plans time and again. So it was you who did it. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It is best if you don't go to Gloomy Forest. If you go, don't even think of coming out. Tang Feng flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then, he left without looking back. However, Xiao Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Since Tang Feng said that, could it be that there is a death trap waiting for me in Gloomy Forest? Cousin Xiao Chen, what did you say to that person to make his expression so unsightly? Xiao Yulon asked curiously. Not only her, but the other Xiao clan disciples were also looking at him curiously. Xiao Chen smiled and said, I told him that it is very impolite for him to come out and speak to others without even wiping his eyes clean. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. However, it left a shadow in Xiao Chen's heart. He could not let it go, but he had no choice but to go to Gloomy Forest. There was no other way. Never mind, I will deal with whatever comes my way. Thinking about it now will only increase my worries, Xiao Chen consoled himself. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Xiao Chen looked up and saw that it was indeed the city lord, Du Gufeng, who had finally arrived. This was the person who used the most power in Mo City. Xiao Chen was somewhat curious. He sent out his spiritual sense, but he discovered that he could not see through his strength. Xiao Chen could not help but feel astonished. The city lord's cultivation must be astonishing. However, he did not expect it to be to such an extent that even he could not see through it. The city lord gave everyone a few words of encouragement, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he gave some instructions to the people behind him. Instantly, a few black dots appeared on the horizon. As the black dots got closer, they could clearly see that they were huge flying spirit beasts, curtains of bats. This was a type of mutated bat-like bird. It did not have any feathers on its body, only glossy black flesh. Its body was huge, and when it spread its wings, it was at least tens of meters long. When it stopped, it created a huge whirlwind on the ground. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Everyone followed Xiao Qiong to one of the curtains of bats. Their faces were filled with excitement. This group of people had never seen a flying bird before. Now that they had the opportunity to ride it, they could not help but feel excited. Even though Xiao Chen could use the gravity spell to fly slowly, he was filled with anticipation for this curtains of bats. Riding on a bird would definitely be a different experience. After the curtains of bats spread out its wings, its body and wings connected together, making it look like a huge platform. Under the instructions of the rider of this curtains of bats, everyone removed their shoes and socks and climbed on barefoot. When Xiao Chen stood barefoot on the curtains of bats, he could actually feel a slight suction force locking his feet in place. When he wanted to lift his feet, he took a few steps forward easily. It was as stable as flat ground. Xiao Chen was astonished. No wonder, even though there were so many flying spirit beasts, this curtains of bats was the most widely used. Although it was ugly, it was very stable. With a cry, the curtains of bats created a strong gust of wind, and they took off with a su sound. This curtains of bats did not rely on the flapping of its wings to fly. Instead, it relied on the control of the wind. Its speed was extremely fast. The group of people in Mo City below became smaller and smaller in the eyes of the crowd. Eventually, they turned into black dots and completely disappeared. The wind howled in their ears, but the suction force coming from the soles of their feet did not cause them to panic. The smiles on their faces had not yet faded. Gloomy Forest was very desolate, and it was quite a distance away from Mo City. Even if they rode on this curtains of bats, it would take at least 4 hours. Xiao Chen did not want to waste any time, so he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. A look of gratification flashed on Xiao Qiong's face. Such diligence, neither arrogance nor rashness. Furthermore, with the help of the Thunder King's inheritance, he would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Under the influence of Xiao Chen, the excitement on the faces of the others slowly receded. They sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Bang! After flying for a long time, the curtains of bats finally came to a stop. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and put on his shoes and socks. Then, he gently jumped down. Looking at the gloomy forest in front of him, he muttered to himself, "This is gloomy forest. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me." Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a gaze filled with a strong killing intent directed at him. Looking in the direction of the killing intent, Xiao Chen saw that it was the Zhong clan head. He did not have any intention of hiding it. His eyes were filled with a strong hatred, and a strong killing intent surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He grinned and did not seem to care at all. "Elder Xiao, are these the people that your Xiao clan sent?" The Mo City's city lord brought 4 old men dressed in grey robes over. Xiao Qiong nodded his head and pointed out the appearances of the 10 people to the city lord. When it came to Xiao Chen, under the city lord's request, Xiao Qiong introduced them. "Elder Xiao, this is not your first time here. You should be very clear about the rules." Xiao Qiong nodded his head. "Of the 10 people I brought, the strongest is only a medial grade martial master. The oldest is 18 years old. City Lord Dugu can check them carefully. In this trial of Gloomy Forest, the participants' cultivation could not be higher than martial master. Their age could not be over 20. Once they exceeded the requirements, they would be eliminated." Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect there to be such a requirement. If there were no martial grand masters, even if the Zhong clan and the Tang clan worked together to deal with him, he would not have any fear. After Dugu Feng and the others left, Xiao Qiong looked at the crowd with a serious expression and said, "I do not wish to speak too much about the dangers of Gloomy Forest. You should all be clear on this. No matter what grudges you have, once you are inside, you will all have to let it go. This trip will be filled with difficulties. Xiao Chen will be your team leader. His words are my words." When the crowd heard this, they revealed an astonished expression. However, they immediately felt at ease. With Xiao Chen's current strength, there was nothing wrong with him being the team leader. Xiao Qiong waved his hand, not allowing Xiao Chen to speak. "You do not need to reject. I have not said your mission yet. Lead this group of people to survive and hunt for 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Then, you will have completed your mission." Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. However, the first elder had already made up his mind. There was no room for anyone to refute him. He could only accept this difficult task. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their preparations. Under Xiao Chen's lead, they slowly walked towards the dark forest. They could see that the other 2 teams had also started to move at this time. So cold. The instant they stepped into the forest, everyone felt a chill. The soil on the ground was actually black, causing their scalps to go numb. When they looked up, the towering and dense foliage blocked out all the sunlight. The forest was dark. Everyone's vision was greatly obstructed. When Xiao Chen looked in front, there was a black fog spreading out. He could not see clearly at all. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense. Under the obstruction of an unknown force, his spiritual sense could only extend to a radius of 200 meters. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He had not expected such a situation to occur. However, this was not the time to complain. Xiao Chen took out the map that the first elder had given him and looked at it. Then, he led the group forward. After 20 minutes, there was still no change in the scenery before them. Finally, someone could not help but complain, "Xiao Chen, why are you leading us? We have been walking for so long, yet we still do not see any demonic beasts. If this goes on, when will we be able to complete the mission of 200 demonic cores?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. It had not even been half an hour and there were already people who could not endure the loneliness. This mission of being the team leader was really difficult. You want to meet demonic beasts so badly? Are you not afraid of being eaten by demonic beasts? Someone teased. What a joke. I am here to kill demonic beasts, not to feed them. How could that be possible? That person said loudly. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to ignore him. However, at this moment, he felt a dangerous aura. He quickly shouted, "Danger! Everyone, be careful." When the others heard this, they immediately became vigilant. The person who spoke first looked around but did not discover anything. He said impatiently, "Danger? Where is the danger you mentioned? Why do I not see it?" PUCI. Right above that person's head, the others saw an extremely horrifying scene. A huge red tongue descended from the sky and instantly wrapped around that person. Chapter 64. What is this thing? The others all cried out in alarm. At the top of a large tree, there was a huge lizard circling above. Its bright red tongue was pulling that Xiao clan cultivator upwards. That person struggled continuously, his legs thrashing in the air. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, watching as that person slowly left above them. They could not think of any solution. Lightning evasion, rushing thunder chop. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Chen aimed at the sky and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the eternal darkness of gloomy forest as he instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The instant the lightning solidified, Xiao Chen appeared in the air like an ancient warrior. The lunar shadow saber in his hand gave off a dazzling light as he chopped at the red tongue with the force of rushing thunder. The lightning disappeared and the light faded away. The forest was once again engulfed in darkness. When the people below saw that Xiao clan disciple falling from the sky, they quickly went forward to catch him. This Xiao clan disciple was named Yilan. He had relied on his strength to steadily climb up the ranks of the Xiao clan's core disciples. He had cultivated in Seven Horn Mountain for a long time, fighting against all sorts of sinister spirit beasts and seeing all sorts of horrifying spirit beasts. His mental fortitude was incomparably strong. However, at this moment, he seemed to be scared silly. After he was caught by someone, the horrified expression on his face did not fade away for a long time. "Yilan, what did you see? Where is Xiao Chen?" "That's right. Where is cousin Xiao Chen? Why is he not back yet?" Xiao Yulon asked anxiously from the side. However, these people did not have any flying martial techniques, so they were unable to see what was happening. After a long time, Yilan slowly came to his senses. He said, "How terrifying. That is a rank 2 spirit beast fire lizard demonic transformation. I have killed many of them in Seven Horn Mountain. However, I have never seen such a huge fire lizard. Its entire body is emitting a surging black chi. Its huge scarlet eyes are even more horrifying than the Lizard King in Seven Horn Mountain." When everyone heard his description, they were all startled. They had not gone far and they had already met such a horrifying demonic beast. Furthermore, it was only a rank 2 demonic beast. When they thought of the rest of the journey, they were all startled. "Cousin Xiao Chen went to save you. Why is he not back yet?" Xiao Yulon asked anxiously. A look of shame flashed on Yilan's face. He did not expect Xiao Chen to save him. He said awkwardly, "I only saw a flash and then I fell." Xiao Yulon said anxiously, "I want to go and take a look." "Don't go yet. Look at that piece of tongue that fell off," Xiao Jian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. The half of Wu Yu's tongue was over a meter long, and large amounts of purple liquid were flowing out of the wound. Everyone, the demonic beast, the purple blood. Everyone of the blood. The Chen clan. He blood, he it, he. He the clan of, he. This was not the scariest part. The bright red tongue seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and struggled on the ground, as if it was trying to escape from something even more terrifying. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. No one had ever seen such a strange thing. For a moment, they were dumbstruck and extremely shocked. Suddenly, a face appeared on the tree trunk. It was a huge mouth. Black teeth could be seen in the mouth. Suddenly, a face appeared on the tree trunk. It was a huge mouth. Black teeth could be seen in the mouth. Kai. The huge mouth swallowed the tongue whole. It chewed continuously, as though it was tasting a delicacy. Squeaking sounds could be heard continuously. It's a tree spirit. A tree spirit is already a rank 3 demonic beast. We have only walked such a short distance. How did we meet it? Someone recognized the horrifying tree spirit and shouted. Let's go quickly. This tree spirit is not something we can deal with now. Once it finishes eating, it will be our turn, Xiao Jian said calmly. Right. Let's go quickly. This is a rank 3 demonic beast. It is equivalent to a martial grand master. Xiao Yulon's expression was incomparably anxious. She said, we can't leave. Cousin Xiao Chen is still up there. If we leave, what will happen to him? First senior sister, Cousin Xiao Chen's strength is clear for all to see. He will definitely be fine. On the other hand, it is too dangerous for us to stay here. Many of them wanted to retreat. Just at this moment, the tree spirit finally finished eating the red tongue. The grey eyes on the tree trunk stared at the crowd. It revealed a strange smile, like the face of a ghost. Not good, it has finished eating. We can't leave now. Xiao Jian quickly drew out the spirit weapon in his hand and entered a state of combat. Shua. Countless tree branches grabbed at the crowd like ghostly hands. Instantly, many of them were grabbed by the hands and feet and pulled towards the huge mouth. Xiao Jian calmly chopped away the few tree branches flying at him. Then, he ran towards the person who was grabbed by the tree branches. Along the way, there were tree branches flying at him. However, he chopped them all off. Xiao Yulon was doing the same thing as him. The other Xiao clan disciples were all struggling bitterly on the tree branches, unable to do anything else. Dang! After saving another person, Xiao Jian grabbed a tree branch that was flying at him. A ferocious flame surged out from his hand and spread along the tree trunk with a shua sound. The flame of a cultivator was many times hotter than a normal flame. If it came into contact with a dry tree branch, it would definitely be burned to ashes in an instant. However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's flame could only burn along the surface of the tree spirit's branches. Although he could clearly feel the pain of the tree spirit, the damage caused by the flame was not small. After being strengthened by the rainbow flame python's inner core, Xiao Jian was somewhat dissatisfied. The strength of the flame did not meet his expectations. Cousin Yulon, we have to think of a way to break out of here. This tree spirit will not normally move. Xiao Jian chopped off a few more tree branches and frowned as he looked at the surrounding tree branches. Xiao Yulon looked at the sky helplessly. Her pretty face was filled with worry. Finally, she said, let's work together to open a path. Let's send this group of people out first. Then, I will come back. Xiao Jian did not say anything else. The two of them used their own abilities, displaying their strong martial techniques without holding anything back. The tree branches in front of them were all shattered. When the people behind saw the situation, they quickly followed behind them. In an instant, tree branches flew everywhere and leaves fell. The group of people advanced forward with great difficulty. Although every step forward was incomparably difficult, they were still advancing step by step. Soon, they were about to break through the range of the tree branches. Just as everyone was about to relax, countless tree branches suddenly sprouted from the ground. Like withered hands, they grabbed onto everyone's ankles and lifted them into the air. This tree spirit was too crafty. It had been using the tree branches on its body as a method of attack to numb everyone. Just as they were about to make a move, it suddenly used its trump card, causing everyone to fall for it. What should I do? Am I going to be eaten by this tree spirit? Woo-woo. I don't want to. A girl in the group suddenly cried. When the others heard this, they were all horrified. When they thought of the horrifying scene of the tree spirit swallowing the red tongue, their hearts could not help but tremble. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulon continuously broke the tree branches under their feet. However, every time they were about to land on the ground, a few new tree branches would grow and grab onto them. In the end, the tree spirit seemed to know how powerful the two of them were. A few more tree branches flew out and grabbed onto their hands and feet. For a moment, they were suspended in the air, unable to move. TSK. 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 When the tree spirit saw that everyone was under its control, it let out a strange laugh. When the crowd heard it, it was filled with boundless despair and fear. Meteor burst. Suddenly, a shout came from the sky above everyone's heads. A human figure descended from the sky. There seemed to be a faint image of a dragon on his body. Boom. There was an earth-shattering sound and mud flew everywhere. Underground, a large tree branch was chopped off by Xiao Chen. A pool of purple blood spurted out. Xiao Chen gently turned his body to avoid the blood. The tree spirit cried out in pain. The tree trunk writhed on the ground. As it writhed, the ground trembled. The Xiao clan cultivators who had just landed found it difficult to even stand on the trembling ground. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to leave the ground. With a few shua-shua sounds, he chopped off a few of the larger branches of the tree spirit. A few streams of purple blood spurted out. The tree spirit was clearly in even more pain, and the trembling of the shop became even more intense. Bang! Xiao Chen circulated his strength to his feet and stomped down fiercely. The trembling ground under his feet suddenly calmed down. The might of this stomp completely suppressed the tree spirit, and the ground finally stopped trembling. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot, shoot, shoot. The flames hovering between his fingers spun rapidly. Then, 3 purple flames shot into the trunk of the tree spirit, leaving a trail of flames behind them. The tree spirit's cries of pain reverberated in the forest, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Xiao Chen turned around and said to the crowd, "Leave quickly, I will bring up the rear. We must rush to the Xiao clan campsite marked on the map by tonight. There is something strange about this gloomy forest." When the crowd heard this, they quickly retreated. When Xiao Jian saw the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen shot out, he had an extremely depressed expression on his face. However, he still followed the crowd and retreated. "Cousin Xiao Chen, be careful." Xiao Yulon saw that Xiao Chen was fine and felt relieved. The tree spirit finally stopped wailing. The brown eyes on the ghastly face stared at Xiao Chen viciously. The tree branch that Xiao Chen chopped off started to regrow quickly. 2. A withered yellow tree branch shot out from the mouth of the ghastly face. The end of the tree branch turned into 5 slender fingers, grabbing at Xiao Chen like a ghostly hand. Dang! Dang! Xiao Chen brandished his saber to block. When the lunar shadow saber came into contact with the tree branch, it actually gave off a metallic clanging sound. The tree branch was actually not chopped off by the lunar shadow saber. Flight on wings, one-line chop. The simple saber hacked heavily on the withered yellow tree branch. The ghostly hand was chopped off by Xiao Chen, but after a while, another ghostly hand extended out. Xiao Chen was astonished. He did not want to be entangled with this. The tree spirit was extremely strange, it was hard to say what other moves it had. He retreated a few steps and executed the lightning evasion to escape. An electric light flashed and Xiao Chen's figure appeared 500 meters away. He relaxed in his heart and was about to determine the direction to look for Xiao Yulon and the others. A shockwave came from behind. Xiao Chen's heart trembled and he quickly dodged to the left. Kai! A tree branch pierced through his arm. Xiao Chen cried out in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. If he had not dodged in time, this tree branch would have pierced through his heart. No one had expected the attack speed of the tree spirit to be able to catch up to lightning. Chapter 65. Looking at the bloody hole in his left hand, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. It seemed like his left hand was temporarily crippled. Taking out a blood-replenishing pill, Xiao Chen crushed it and turned it into a medicinal liquid. Then, he smeared it on his wound. Immediately, he felt a cooling sensation, and the pain from his wound lessened significantly. After tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes and tying it up, Xiao Chen walked forward in search of the tree branch that had shot at him. After walking 10 meters, he saw that after the tree branch pierced through his arm, it pierced through a few trees before finally nailing itself to a large tree. Xiao Chen used his strength to pull it out and observed it carefully. He discovered that this withered tree branch was only as thick as a thumb and was not more than a meter long. However, it gave off a faint glow. Feeling astonished, Xiao Chen enveloped the tree branch with his spiritual sense. Finally, he noticed something different. This tree branch contained even more spirituality than Mo Fan's weapons. Thinking about a spell in the Compendium of Cultivation, it required such a natural item with spirituality. Xiao Chen happily placed it in his universe ring. After he determined the direction in which Xiao Yulon and the others left, he executed the lightning evasion twice in a row before he finally caught sight of them. "Cousin Xiao Chen, what's wrong with your left hand?" Before he got close, he saw Xiao Yulon running over from the crowd and asking with concern. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a small injury. It will be fine in a day. Let's go, I'll bring you to the Xiao clan campsite." This time, no one dared to refute Xiao Chen's words. Along the way, no one revealed any dissatisfaction. After the earlier incident, Xiao Chen had completely won over the prestige of this group of people. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen kept his spiritual sense extended. When he met any demonic beasts, he would avoid them. There were no battles along the way. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the Xiao clan campsite. This campsite was a simple one that the Xiao clan's seniors had set up for experimental training. There were only 3 simple wooden huts in the camp. Although they were simple, they had all kinds of daily necessities. It couldn't be any better as a place for everyone to live and rest for the next few days. His divine sense didn't detect any danger in the camp, so Xiao Chen said, "Everyone, clean up the camp first. I haven't been here for so long, the dust must have accumulated." The crowd dispersed. These cultivators were the elites of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. At this moment, they were not careless in their actions. Xiao Chen was much more satisfied. "Ah, there's a dead person here." A scream interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen quickly ran over. The deceased was an old man wearing the uniform of the Tang clan. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why did a cultivator of the Tang clan come here? The condition of the old man's death was very horrifying. His chest was split open and his heart and lungs were gone. It seemed like he was eaten by a demon beast. No wonder the people who saw the corpse were so panicked. Xiao Jian, who was inspecting the corpse, said, "This person is a martial grand master. Furthermore, he has not been dead for long." Everyone was astonished. Why did a martial grand master of the Tang clan come to the Xiao clan's camp? Furthermore, he was killed. A martial grand master was actually killed in the periphery of the camp. This was too unbelievable. "Quick, look. There's a corpse here as well." There was another cry of alarm. This corpse was discovered in a wooden hut. Xiao Chen moved like lightning and rushed over. The condition of the corpse was exactly the same as the previous one. When Xiao Chen saw his uniform, he was astonished. This was someone from the Zhong clan. Furthermore, he was a martial grand master. All the clues in Xiao Chen's mind were linked together. A scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Before the trial of Gloomy Forest started, 2 martial grand masters sneaked into the Xiao clan's camp. With the cultivation of a martial grand master, they could easily kill everyone here. However, for some unknown reason, these 2 martial grand masters were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen trembled in fear. In order to kill him, the Tang clan and the Zhong clan even dared to go against the rules set by the city lord. What else would they not dare to do? However, "I want to see how many martial grand masters you send to die," Xiao Chen thought to himself. Everyone worked together to find a place to bury the two corpses. The main reason was that they were afraid the corpses would attract even more powerful demonic beasts. When they saw the two martial Grand Masters who died a miserable death, a shadow was cast in everyone's heart. Following that, under Xiao Chen's instructions, everyone started to set up some alarm traps around the camp. Everyone had the experience of training in Seven Horn Mountain, so they were very familiar with setting up such traps. It was not difficult at all. Yilan, come with me to check out the surroundings. We will officially start hunting demonic beasts tomorrow, Xiao Chen said to Yilan, who was leaning against a tree, after resting for a while. Yilan did not feel like moving. He muttered, "Why me?" Xiao Chen smiled, "Let's go. Along the way, didn't you keep saying that you wanted to kill demonic beasts? Now that I'm giving you a chance to perform, are you still not satisfied?" When everyone heard this, they all laughed. They felt that this brat was asking for trouble. He could only blame himself for being too full of himself on the way. "Xiao Chen, let me accompany you. Your left hand is injured. If you meet any demonic beasts along the way, they might not be easy to deal with," Xiao Yulon said as she came out of the wooden hut. Xiao Chen shook his head, "There's no need. This camp is a little strange. You are the strongest here, so you should stay here and look after me. My hand is fine. Furthermore, we are just going to check it out. There should not be any danger." Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Xiao Yulon did not insist. She only reminded him to be careful. Although Yi Lan was unwilling, he still followed behind Xiao Chen, heading to the south of the camp. In the dark forest, the shadows of the trees danced and the cold wind blew. Unseen dangers were always hidden in the darkness. As Yi Lan followed behind Xiao Chen, he kept feeling that there were pairs of eyes staring at him from the darkness, causing him to tremble in fear. Yi Lan looked at Xiao Chen's face. He was expressionless, making it impossible for others to guess what he was thinking. In the dark night, Yi Lan appeared exceptionally calm. Puci. A red phantom appeared in the darkness, heading for the two of them. A tyrannical aura spread through the forest, scaring Yi Lan into a daze. "It's the fire lizard. This is its tongue." Yi Lan, who had already developed a shadow of this demonic beast, started to tremble as he spoke. Under Yi Lan's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen grabbed the red tongue with his right hand. An electric light flashed in the dark night, following the red tongue and entering the fire lizard's body. The long tongue was covered in flickering electric light. In the dark night, it looked like a ribbon of electricity made of thunderbolts. It was very breathtaking. "Ah!" There was a cry of pain. The fire lizard withdrew its long tongue and let out a cry of pain. It was extremely horrifying in the quiet forest. "What are you standing there for? After it." Xiao Chen rushed forward. Before he left, he looked at Yi Lan and urged him. "En." Yi Lan nodded his head fiercely and chased after Xiao Chen. The fire lizard's 20-meter-long body was covered in red particles. A black chi spread out from the fire lizard's body. Its 10-meter-long tail continuously slapped the ground. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Chen and Yi Lan, who were rushing over. The scene before him triggered the shadow in Yi Lan's heart again. His legs trembled as he said, "Xiao Chen, can you deal with it?" "My legs seem to have gone soft." Xiao Chen smiled coldly. "Is this all you've got? Then why did you come here to kill demonic beasts? Where did all the courage you used to fight to become a core disciple of the Xiao clan go? I have already infused electricity into its body. It will not be able to move for a while. If you are a man, then go and stab it with your sword." Because of what happened earlier, Yi Lan had already cast a huge shadow over demonic beasts. Hence, Xiao Chen brought him out this time to get rid of this shadow. Otherwise, if Yi Lan continued to be like this in the official trials, not only would he die, he would also be a burden to the other members. At this moment, Xiao Chen only needed to stab him to get rid of this shadow. But what? You don't even have the guts to do that. If not, I will send you out of Gloomy Forest tomorrow. You can continue being an outer disciple, never to raise your head again. Is it really not able to move? Yi Lan, are you still a man? Even women are not as wishy-washy as you, hesitating at the moment of life and death. Do you really want to die that much? Xiao Chen's merciless words were like sharp knives carving into Yi Lan's heart, slowly igniting the anger in his heart. Damn it, isn't it just a fire lizard? I have killed countless of them on Seven-Horn Mountain. Yi Lan shouted and cursed. He flew forward and stabbed his sword into the fire lizard's body. The force behind this stab was very strong. Furthermore, he was a superior grade martial disciple. When the sword stabbed in, purple blood spurted out and splattered on his face. The fire lizard cried out in pain again and struggled free of the purple light in its body. It released a baleful aura and swung its huge tail at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was startled and wanted to make a move to help. However, he saw a killing intent flash in Yi Lan's eyes, which were also filled with a baleful aura. Yi Lan turned around and ruthlessly chopped at the black python's tail. Dang! The huge force sent Yi Lan flying into the air. However, he did not panic. He somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. He held his sword and stood upright, looking at the fire lizard with a mocking expression. The long robes on Yi Lan's body fluttered. At this moment, even the eternal darkness of gloomy deep forest could not cover the boundless fighting spirit coming from Yi Lan. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and revealed a satisfied expression. This Yi Lan was not weak after all. As long as he overcame the shadow in his heart, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the fire lizard. However, it was hard to say whether he could kill it or not. However, Xiao Chen was not too worried. As long as they familiarized themselves with it and experienced life and death situations, everyone would improve. This was the true meaning of the trial. To experience the true essence of the martial way, this was the fate of all the cultivators in the Tianwu continent. It was also their goal. Man can conquer the heavens. My fate is my own and not the heavens. Towards the great Tao, even if the road ahead is filled with thorns, I have no fear. With a sword at my side, I will carry the will of a cultivator and never stop. Such a life would not be ordinary and useless. Life would not be mediocre because of loneliness. Just like those people who chased after their ideals in his previous life. Although their paths were different, the great Tao was the same. If you had a firm belief in your heart, you would definitely have a bright and dazzling future.